Well, it is a very busy and buzzy room here in South Korea today. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad alongside Brian Raston. We have a lot to sink our teeth into today, Rasty. Of course, all eyes very much focused on the third and final day of the historic 100K main event. Going to have our final day of coverage of that, and we are going to crown a champion, but it won't be the only champion that we crown today. What am I talking about? Well, the 25K PLO with short deck on the horizon right behind it got underway yesterday, and when it was all said and done, 7 players would bag to come back to today's FT in that one. 80 entries, 45 uniques as we walk through it. $95,000 is locked up for the current cash, $530,000 up top. Joe Chuen, your chip leader, he was second in the 30K PLO in London. Obviously, 4-card aptitude on display, and one can't talk about 4-card without bringing up the Hungarian, Laszlo Bojtas. He absolutely is a beast out there, one of the toughest PLO regs around in that hunt for the title there. Matt Wood of Canada, also a PLO specialist in the hunt. His Hendon mob, just to cash, is a smattering of PLOs across the board. Top 5 stacks all within 5 big blinds of each other. 8 big blinds of each other, forgive me. So, apologies, we're not taking you into the app for that. Of course, if you haven't already, do yourselves a favor, dive into the Triton Poker Plus app for some deets. But deets are what we need about this main event. Yesterday, confirmation that it was indeed the largest ever 100K buy-in, 21.6 million. Luca Vivaldi apprising us of that when Reg closed, courtesy of the 216 entries. But ultimately, the day would end with just 15 hopefuls. And the guy upon whom many of the eyes in the room are fixed is Officer JNT. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, we're going to give you a glimpse at his last main event run where he happened to be wearing the same thing he's brought to the FT here today, looking for redemption. Just look what happened to him against Tim Adams heads up last time he got down here. 6 big blinds were separating the French VIP. He found 2 9s up against 2 8s. Adams would 3-bet the 1.8 million chip open to 6 milli. JNT jammed. Adams made the call, gingerly rolled over 8s and was pipped by the 9s and poised to lose a 35.5 million chip pot. Heart coverage on the King-Queen 7 board for JNT. He's looking around with a smile, and why wouldn't he? A clean turn. Poised to possibly run away with it, and then Adams closes his eyes and binks the 8 of clubs in a very emotional moment for him. But of course, the story here, an incredulous JNT couldn't even really believe what happened to him, Rasty, and you've been on the receiving end of moments like that. They can be devastating, but as we touched on, a chance for redemption. Look in the app at the stack distribution. JNT, 11 million in front of the man, 5.5 for the next biggest stack, Patrick Antonius, who really held the lead for the bulk of the day yesterday.
Yeah, no, certainly. I mean, him and Elton at 5.5. Elton is there at the table with JNT. I mean, he's got a monster chip lead here and a chance at redemption, really.
Yeah, no question. You talked about Elton, fresh off of that $150,000 victory, his first ever title. He picked up 4.2 milli there, 4.3 plus available to him here. What a back-to-back performance that would be in terms of massive hauls for Elton Sang. Patrick splitting the 2 VIPs as he is running second behind JNT. Elton in third, of course. He looked pretty tidy, put a bow on the night with a pretty big pot. Ace-King against Ace-Jack, as I understand it. We were in the booth for that.
Yeah, I think that was at one of the outer tables, and we just caught the end of that. So, you know, Patrick, I think he had chipped down a little bit from having a chip lead earlier in the day, but then did some work in the outer table and closed off the night with a nice win. And now he's well positioned in second, but really there, I mean, there's just such a big gap between 1 and 2, you know? I mean, when you look at the chip stacks here, I mean, 11 million to 5.5, and then starting from Patrick, we just, you know, there's four guys up there separated by less than $1 million kind of vying for second before another gap to 6th. And that's only 5 of the 15 stacks that are above average. So still quite a few short stacks and just a cluster of people fighting for those top spots.
Yeah, you see the shorties there in Mosbach, Brewer, and Rabbit Chow. 2 of them down there at the red table along with 3 VIPs. By the way, the $4 million man, Elton Singh, not the only one out there in the field, because Ramin Hajiev, a VIP at the red table of Azerbaijan, he's a man for the biggest of occasions. Luxon champ in Cyprus, picked up 4.1 million there. Eyes on that table. And of course, in terms of tables, Rast, clearly if you drew blue, you're feeling a bit blue, because it does seem like a much tougher proposition up top than it is down below.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think the red table has more players that would be considered, VIP or non-professional than maybe the other tables. That's always nice, if you get a table that's maybe a little bit softer. One of the tough things though about this part of the tournament is a lot of these short stacks, they're really handcuffed, right? And so even though technically, theoretically, we're kind of still at a part with 15 left where, you go to the payouts, we have 298, another 298, two 330s, two 378s at 10th before we really start kicking off at the every jump is a pay jump situation. But this is a lot of real world money, a big buy-in. So even though we haven't really gotten to the ICMGL clamp down yet, I wouldn't be surprised if you see some of the pros being a little bit tighter, trying to move up some of these significant pay jump spots. That's one of the things I think, like, if you're going to ask me strategically, Brian, what are you looking for? Right now, with the two table play down to the final table, sometimes you get these spots where it can make sense, to take a good gamble where you are risking a lot of your chips, you're risking your tournament life, but in a good spot to try to get chips to win. Will some of the pros do that? Or will they be concerned with the pay jumps even, this far out where we're not in ICMGL yet?
Yeah, JNT very much dressed the part in terms of the law enforcement theme, as he brought that same outfit that he wore in London to the party here. Unclear whether or not he wants to play warden in the ICM penitentiary, though. Obviously, not afraid to play big pots and not afraid to throw that ICM out of the window. And in that sense, it can appear perhaps on the surface that that's precisely what he's doing, because he's playing these awkward spots against people, putting them in awkward spots, rather. So TBD, obviously, just a few minutes away from that. Rabets, not to be overlooked, this is his 6th cash in 8 attempts here in Jeju, Rasty. A little bit more focus maybe on that orange beanie that he brought to the party. Obviously, these are the things I'm here for. He looks like he went out to some orange grove or something and grabbed it. It really was difficult for me yesterday. The man is a crusher. But every time I looked over at a spot, it was like I couldn't take him quite as seriously with that thing on. But you would be ill-advised, obviously, to let that cloud your judgment up against Roman in a pot.
Oh, yeah, no. Strong player, aggressive player. It just reminded me of the Denver Broncos. If he's wearing that again, I might start calling him John Elway. Yeah.
Well, he's looking to throw his hat into the final table ring. Bulgarians featuring again. This is Fahdin Mustafov's best performance here. Quietest member of that Bulgarian delegation. You do see him in 6th, just below that $3.6 million chip average stack. That's going to be good for 21 big blinds. You do have Patrick up there alongside Justin Saliba, Igor Yaroshevsky. 3 big chip leader pros clustered up there. Obviously, as I mentioned, the proposition a little bit difficult for them. In terms of Patrick, him being the chip leader up at that top table, but you look at the inability to really have massive amounts of separation. You see Yaroshevsky, 4.6 million. What do you anticipate in terms of aggression level for him, especially keeping an eye on that red table as well?
Sure, yeah. I can give you a couple things to watch out for. So he does have a pretty good seat to open in with 2 kind of medium short stacks. So he might take advantage of that. It's not till Yaroshevsky that he really starts getting in trouble with opening wide. And he still might do it because it's a kind of low-risk, high-reward situation, simply opening a pot. So we might start seeing Patrick open pretty wide. That table's very much in flux. There's a couple guys with 5 million. A lot can happen there. One of the shorter stacks doubles up. They're all of a sudden vaulted up into the top chips on that table. The other thing to anticipate is what's going to happen with JNT at the red table, right? He's got 11 million. I actually anticipate he'll probably be a little bit less pedal on the metal than some other guys would be in this spot with a runaway chip lead, 2 tables left, ICM lockdown. And because of that, and because of his propensity for maybe a bit of unpredictability, he might open a bit less than maybe someone like Chidwick will, but his opens will probably get a decent amount of respect because of that, because his range isn't going to be so, you know, crazy. Maybe he gets reshoved on a little bit less frequently than someone else would.
All right, with all of that said, let us turn our attention to Thunderdome. There it is, red table, blue table, all the stacks remaining in the event, brought to you by GG Poker. 50, 125, 125, 300 in orbit, the price of poker, as we seek out a champ here in this record-setting 100K main event from the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see on the red table the dearth of, let's call them above average stacks.
Right.
Right. Literally, Elton is the second stack there. And I believe actually it was incorrect on that, because Elton is listed at 5.4, and I believe that actually listed at 3. So let me take back what I said. There is an above average stack at that table. But beyond Elton, all the other stacks are short or below average at the red table. So, I mean, it is a situation where, let's see what JNT does. He could kind of really put the pressure on. I mean, what happens in this situation, if you have a chip lead, you're putting on the pressure, you're opening a lot of pots, a lot of garbage hands, it's really difficult for people to play contested pots. You see a lot of reshoving. Maybe people will make an exception for that with JNT, trying to play post-flop with him in spots they otherwise wouldn't. I'm really curious to see some of the adjustments everybody makes.
As is everyone who is feasting their eyes on the beginnings of today's coverage.
Oh, there he is. Hrabeck is back with it. Roman John Elway Hrabeck with the orange and blue. See, guys, a lot of outfit repeats here.
Thanks. Thank you.
I was kind of noticing the same thing.
Yeah.
And as soon as I see it, I know these guys have maybe run through the bulk of the wardrobe at this point, you know, deep
No, but
into
it's
this
a different
festival.
reason.
Superstitions, you think, or
Yes.
just continuity?
No, you know what? Like, here's the funny thing about poker players is you do this long enough, you don't necessarily believe in the superstitions, but you just want to cover your bases just in case. Okay?
Right. You're not saying you believe in it, but
Yes.
maybe if there's something to it, I want to make sure that I'm not
Yeah.
on the outside of that.
Like, if someone was like, hey, I'll pay you $200 to wear something else, I mean, they'd be like, sure, yeah. And that's a really small amount of money compared to what they're playing for. So you're basically saying you don't believe it. But at even money odds, we might as well go with it, right? Because it's even money. It doesn't cost you anything to wear the same outfit.
I got to tell you, I'm not so sure everyone out there reaches for something else in the closet for 2 Benjis, Rasty. I'm just saying it might run a little deeper than that.
Well, yeah, there might be some people. I just think that the superstition thing it's not something deeply held by many of these guys, right? Like Hrabeck wearing the exact same outfit and beanie and all that.
Yaroshevsky now, ace, queen suited, folded around to his small blind. Love what he's done with the time banks and that mini Triton trophy there. He's got a lot of flair. Oh, and a lot of problems for Chidwick's queen 10 offsuit, dominated against the upsized open to $500,000.
Yeah, he has a pretty clear defend here, and unfortunately for him, his hand is in trouble. And this pot's already ballooned up here. It's only a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio SPR.
1.125 million in the middle. 875, 2 hearts, and 2 overs for both parties.
Yeah, this is a flop that favors Chidwick's range. I mean, if you look at the numbers, it looks like Yaroshevsky's got a lockdown on it, but he's not going to raise very many like connected middle card. His range is already kind of polar to like high cards, and his bluffs will be a lot of like King X, Queen X. So he misses this quite a lot. Chidwick could easily end up winning this by betting on the strength of the fact that Queen High has very little showdown here, and this is a better flop for his range than his opponent's. So we can see he already does that off the bat, and this is already uncomfortable for ace queen of diamonds, right? Like, you don't have a good way to improve. You can hit an ace or a queen, that's about it. You don't have any backdoor draws.
275K. The barrel from Chidwick.
And so Yarshevsky decides it's small enough that he needs to continue here getting this kind of price from the pot. But let's see what Chidwick does, because, you know, Chidwick knows what's going on here. He knows he bet small enough that some ace high and some hands that are pretty weak are going to continue. And he very well might barrel this again. The counter argument to barreling is the SPR is now 1.7 in the pot. He only has 1.8 million, so a bluff here is a commitment.
Board texture has changed dramatically, courtesy of the 4. Straight possible now, and obviously some sense that the 6X rests more often in Chidwick's defense range. Although the sizing 500,000, we remove some of the 6Xs.
I think he might go for something like that third pot. It makes sense if you're going 3 streets here, like divvying up, you know, 500-600K, you know, it leaves you a nice river shove for like half pot. And it also makes sense exploitively. His bluffs get a good price to bet out ace and king highs. Yeah, see? And this is a nice bet here, targeting the right kind of hand, and a really tough spot for Igor. But Igor has shown some pretty good moxie and reads in these spots, but will he be able to call here with just ace-queen? He's really only beating the type of hand that Chidwick has. You know, the queen 10, the king 9, the jack 9, etc.
But this isn't a call and showdown. There's still another card to come, and we're looking at that 1.4 and expecting that at some frequency, it too will be on request on this river. And if we're unimproved with this ace-queen, where do we go? All of that, obviously, very dissuasive realities for Yarshevsky, as the Ukrainian does bin it.
And a very reasonable fold because of the exact reason that you just said. He's not showing down right now, and is he really going to call with very little outs to improve? Could already be dead versus 2 pair or a 6. All those are reasons why it's so tough to call, and just kind of shows you a little glimpse into what makes Stevie there.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I think he was keying into all the things I was just saying, like, this flop is better for me, I get to do it. So he took a hand with, like, he didn't have a real draw there.
No,
right?
he had dust.
He had dust. It's not like he had a 9 even, or hearts, or anything like that. So, you know.
What he had was situational awareness.
Yes.
And always does, by the way.
Really cool hand. I mean, this is just something that I think is very true, but some of the very coolest hands that happen, especially deep in the tournament, end up being blind versus blind pots. And that did not disappoint.
Now then, part-time snowboard instructor Roman Hrabets opens under the gun. I kid, I have no idea whether or not he even enjoys snowboarding. 6s into the bin. Ivinger. Noteworthy at all, the fold from Matthias with the 6s there, or fairly standard, just considering the setup?
Fairly standard. You off of stacks these short with ICM pressure. I mean, if Hrabek folded, you could argue 6s might be a fold for Ibinger there. Just not even an open, much less the person with a very tight range comes in the pot.
Interesting, yeah.
Like, I think it's pretty close on 6s as an RFI, so it's definitely a fold when under the gun comes in.
What is RFI, Rusty?
Sorry, raise first in, like when you've opened the pot.
There it is.
Excuse me.
Matthias, of course, coming off of main event victory in Monte Carlo. Note, by the way, that we have a couple of Triton main event winners at this feature. And that's denoted by the lovely black wristwatch, the Triton Epic X collab with our official timekeepers, Jacob and Co. And, you know, these guys aren't particularly flashy individuals, Rast. I mean, beyond the sex appeal that a lot of the lines that they'll give you in a hand might be. And yet, with so much pride, the likes of Chidwick and company do rock those things when they come out to these Tritons. It's a merit badge, let's call it.
Yeah.
Kulev,
Agreed.
Ace Jack, the opener to 275. Now Hrabets.
And, you know, for those of you who are kind of just tuning in, we've gotten a good taste of Kulev throughout this stop, but specifically like yesterday, he had a lot of chips. He's a really nice player. I mean, he's a guy who has all the moves post-flop, even deep stacks, a lot of overbets, puts the pressure on, also knows how to play the short stack, just really strong player. So, you know, let's see if he can get any traction going. He kind of has one of these below-average stacks, but not quite at the bottom yet.
You know, Kulev is definitely one of those characters. In discussions with Shulman here in the booth, he had very similar sentiments about him, that's not afraid to drop you right into the blender.
Yeah, I'm hearing from our producer James that Hrabets was asked who the toughest opponent he's ever played against is, and here he is in a pot against him. It's Alex Kulev, and that does not surprise me at all. Watching Kulev play,
150.
his bet sizing choices are just really good, and he goes big a lot, which is something, you know, the more that we are learning from the Silicon Overlord and what game theory likes in a lot of spots. I mean, game theory comes out with big bet sizes. You sometimes see guys shy away from this in tournaments where there can be a big premium on chips, and maybe Kulev will a little bit now that we're down to the end. But I'll tell you what, throughout day 1 and 2, he did not shy away. Overbets came.
The one that stands out to me as we see the check fold understandably from King 10 on this 7-5 deuce board was the value he got out of a set on the ace-high board against ace-king. It was just one pair. I don't, forgive me, remember the entire run-out. I just know he had the set, and he bombed turn and bombed river and got paid off in both spots. And, you know, not to oversell it, obviously the ace-king was plenty of hand, but I remember being in here with Jonathan, and he had seen the hand, and he said he didn't think there was anybody that would get more chips, managed to extract more out of the hand than Kulev. You know, he thought a lot of other people would have left meat on the bone.
250.
Yeah, and that's worth a lot, right? I mean, that's ultimately, that's kind of the reason why, you know, the solver, the Silicon Overlord starts doing these things, is because when you have your really strongest hands, you win a much bigger pot. And then it lets your bluffs be even more effective. I think all of us who have played out there have kind of experienced how difficult it can be if all of a sudden someone just starts mashing, you know, 1.5x what's in the pot, 2x what's in the pot. It's uncomfortable with almost any hand.
We've got a mashing here as Yarashevsky 3-bets to 600,000, and the potatoes are the ace-9 suited of Kulev. Another 350 on request. How does this hand perform? We're being played back at after having opened under the gun +1, Rast.
Badly. This hand performs pretty badly. I mean, +1, this is 7, so he's 7-handed under the gun, and he's been 3-bet by the hijack. This is one of your kind of weaker hands.
Fold.
Yeah, it's you can't call there. You could.
But you're asking for trouble.
Yeah, calling there would be bad. You could. It's just a fold. That's the way to put it.
Sure.
If you had a feeling, you could say, hey, I've got an ace, maybe go for the light 4-bet. But even, I don't think a solver would even pick that combo to do it with very much. So,
and if you're going to deviate, you would rather deviate toward that 4-bet than toward a flat.
Yeah, it's a fold.
Yeah.
Really, that's what it boils down to. You know, if you got some special live read that your opponent was weak, it almost doesn't matter what your hand is at that point. You can do it with King 10 also, right?
Right.
So,
then we remove the fact that ace-9 of spades is the kit from the equation,
Yeah.
and it's other variables entirely. Yes, Kulev will sit this one out. Now Rabbit Chow, shortest of stacks.
Yeah, once ICM starts ramping up, one of the things you'll notice is there's a little bit less of the contested pots, a little bit less flatting, a little bit less call, especially calling versus 3-bets when the pots get enormous, because then once you call there, you're just likely to get all in a lot more. And that eliminates your ability to just keep on sliding on by as other players bust.
275 out of Saliba's cutoff. Roberts dominating King 9 offsuit, but obviously not what he has. He's brought an actual orange, it would seem, to the table. This reminds me of Johnny Chan. You've played with Johnny. He would do the orange thing out there in Bobby's and just peel the rind a little bit, release some of that fragrance. It was like his thing for a long time. Robert's channeling Chan out here.
I wonder if he knows that, because I would feel like, I mean, he's kind of so young from a different part of the world.
I doubt he knows it. Yeah. I mean, but for those that don't know, Jeju Island very much known for its citrus fruit, tangerines in particular, I think. And so I suspect that Roberts got out and did something, sampling local wares, as we get a sampling of the other featured table, where Victor Malinowski has drawn a poor seat here, direct right of JNT. I don't know how much of an adjustment Limitless is going to make, if any, in consideration of that, but obviously it is objective, the notion that being to the right of that big stack isn't great. Meanwhile.
Whoa, no, sorry. I thought JNT was under the gun. No, man.
Under the gun, Mosbach, ace-jack suited, one of those shorties in the room.
It's 12.
Mustafov mucking the king-queen. Cut-off pocket sixes here for Brewer. He's only got 1.2 million of his own.
Okay.
Now, we saw Ibinger Rast fold those 2 sixes to an upfront raise moments ago. A little bit of a different scenario on our hands, and you see Brewer accordingly chewing on it. Time bank used.
Yeah, here he has 9 blinds, which is basically the same thing Brewer has. So Brewer doesn't really have to worry about committing more chips to the pot. He does have to worry about 3 more players coming in behind. This would be, I'm pretty certain he would like call this out of the big blind.
Right, the fewer the players behind him are, then the more cozy the decision.
Because you're kind of fading a spot where, I mean, pretty much if someone has a bigger pair than this behind you, they're probably coming in, like maybe 7s fold, but, you know, 9s or better is probably calling. I kind of think he's going to end up folding this, but it's pretty close. Like, maybe he goes with 7s or 8s here. It's like Mario under the gun 8 probably isn't shoving deuces.
Brewer, by the way, has just 1 cash in 8 attempts coming into this, his second cash.
It's
and that lone
close.
cash, by the way, came in the 40K mystery bounty, 6th for 186,000. Apologies, Rasty. How close is it? Apparently close, but good enough.
Yeah, so I think Brewer is probably decided that this is the worst pair. You know, is it 6s? Is it 7s? It's probably right around there. I mean, this is pretty uncomfortable for him. Like, you don't really want to put it in. You don't love putting it in and flipping here, right? There is the, you know, does Mario Mosbach have the suited wheel aces? That is a question that really 6s starts to like, because now you're a solid favorite against those hands.
Right.
He probably does have them.
Undercard to the 6 would be a delightful thing to look over at, and also delightful, an ace and jack free flop if you're Chris Brewer. Far different sentiments, of course, for the Austrian, who now needs to connect. Hearts would have worked. Instead, a spade peels off, and it is just 6 outs once for Mario Mosbach, and that is not among them, as Brewer makes the set of 6s. The GGs and the love being shown for Mario, well liked.
We have the exact same stack.
At any given table.
You know, I was thinking about this a little more. So this goes, you know how one of the things I mentioned is how are the pros going to act right now with some time left before the final table, some time left without jumps. And Chris decided, let's gamble. Like you said, I'm at one of the softer tables. We have some non-pros with a lot of chips here. So let's take a spot, gamble, because if I can run this stack up, maybe I can make the final table with one of the biggest chip stacks if things go right. right, with a little bit of softer spots than I would have otherwise.
Sure.
So that could have been part of his kind of equation there.
Yeah, the calculus.
Yeah.
So then, Mosbach's elimination will be the first on the day, leaving behind 14 players and one final 298K payout. There was only 2 of them. Here we find Hobbits raising to 250K. Rabichow flatted. You see the paired flop. His check, Kevin's that is, now facing the C-bet from the pocket nines of 125K. And he's going to peel without a diamond the 7 interactions. On his mind a bit. 4 double pairs.
And that's kind of an interesting card for this matchup because, you know, will Rabichow bluff at all off the strength of the 7 of hearts? I mean, Hrabets never has 7-5 suited. Does he open 7-6 suited, which we are blocking from the hijack off of these stack sizes? Hard to say. Hrabets can't love it from one perspective because a 5 now is beating him. So yeah, we see him just check back. He's trying to get to showdown here.
10 doesn't rate to be a problem, but obviously it is objectively an overcard to the 9s, just in case some of the 2 over combos went peeling on this particular flop. And as we can see, that is technically what Rabichow has. Hasn't connected, of course, but let's see how he reacts to the check back on the turn.
Realistically speaking, he has almost no showdown value. If somehow we got here and King High wasn't good, he's probably getting bluffed. But yeah, I think he thinks it's probably too good to bluff with, and we're going to use it as a bluff catcher on the river. Maybe call a bet.
No bet delivered, though, as Hrabets will take that one down. Do want to put a bow on Mosbach's departure, by the way. He won the 25K GG Millions already here for 1.2 million and then finished 14th in that 150K 8 max for 281,000. That title was his second, and this year his 10th cash, putting him over $6 million in career Triton earnings. So then, as the dealers swap out, we remind you that the WSOP circuit is running right now, where the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker. If you haven't already, head over, sign up for an account, use the promo code Triton_2024, and of course, if the WSOP isn't your cup of tea and you're more a Triton fan, you could potentially join us here, as GG Poker is the only place to officially qualify for Triton events.
Very often in that spot. Like, it's great that they do it, but I would have assumed more times, like, the hands are off.
Mm-hmm.
Every time I look up at Chidwick, I keep thinking it's November. Or Movember, as it were. You know, everybody does the mustache thing, and then here we are in March.
I was not aware of this development. So mustache November, is that what Movember is?
Yeah,
Okay.
really? Well, you've been rocking the stash, kind of goat beard, you know, thing for a minute, so why would you be aware of it? Me, myself as well, by the way. Rabichow, small blind, ace-3.
We're just putting it all in here. There's nothing else to do.
All in?
Looks like 7 blinds.
Now, was it Rabichow who got pulled over to this table during the rebalancing after Mosbach was showered? Forgive me if this is self-evident.
Curious. Queen 5 off. Yeah, it's just a little too little hand, I think. But Stevie wanted to think it over. Would have felt like a pretty light call to me.
Those of you joining us live, whether it be on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or our YouTube channel, welcome. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. And then let us continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment free of charge. But let us also take a moment to ask of you, in return, to click the like button. Click subscribe if you've not already done so to ensure that you never miss action from any given Triton Super High Roller series.
And so we can see that Antonius isn't going ham in a spot where maybe he could have opened pretty light there. Jack 5 off. I mean,
Colin?
he's in the hijack. He's only got really short stacks other than the big blind. Ooh.
Pocket threes for Chidwick.
Yeah.
As he deliberates off of 3.4.
And Saliba covers him to the left.
Pesky.
Pesky, yes. Makes these decisions a little different if Saliba has, say, 1.2 versus covering our 3.4 million stack.
All in?
Does rip it in nevertheless. And, you know, he's deep enough that Saliba's going to be narrow when he comes along. So then...
Oh, that's going to push out some hands that beat him for sure. Like, Saliba's going to fold 4s, 5s, 6s probably. And, you know, starting to think once it gets a little bigger than that. I mean, this is... They have big stacks. Like, him calling that, it's 3/4 of his chips or more. So...
Ace, Jack, 8. And Rabbit Chow connects with the necessary assistance. No heart in hand for Chidwick. No 3 on the turn. And all Kevin needs to do to secure the double now is fade a crab on the river, which he's done as he improves to aces and 6s and to a stack of 2.6 million here. That's worth a swig of the iced coffee.
Yeah, pretty standard shove by Kevin on the button. Was very curious to see how Stevie treats that spot. Again, I think him jamming the 3s there, to me, shows that he does not feel that there is a lot of ICM pressure or a high risk premium on him in that spot. He's playing much closer to chip EV, which again is something I've kind of harped on a little bit in many of these Triton tournaments here when we have these 2 tables left spots and the payouts still haven't started ramping up yet. So again, we see Stevie kind of agreeing with that theoretically and deciding to, you know, try to get a stack going, which I'll tell you, watching people wield big stacks, like Stevie is a hammer. When Stevie's got a big stack, he's a hammer and everyone else at the table is the nail. Okay?
250?
Like, he
Oh, here's a hammer too, though. Kulev, you know, Rast.
Yeah, not shying away from an open here in the hijack.
King 6 suited, the responsible kit as Rabbit Chow now deeper and as such less in love with pocket 4s and the spot.
It's, again, it's a spot that's not absurd to take.
But it would have been one that would have been terrible to take, given that Hobbits has woken up to 2 jacks in the big.
I don't think, I mean, they're playing like 20 bigs here. I don't think he's going to come with a small 3-bet sizing here with jacks. I think it's just all in.
750?
Oh, he is? Okay. So he's going all the way down to jacks for his small 3-bet sizing, which is something you would expect with somebody who is saying, I'm also doing this kind of wide with some bluffs, like ace 4 off, ace 8 off, like these type of hands. I think normally with ICM influenced ranges, you start to find maybe it's only like aces and kings and maybe ace king suited that do the small 3-bet sizing here.
Sorry.
But Robek's saying, I'm going even wider for value because I'm going to maybe bluff a little bit more. to me, that's the implication of what he's doing.
Well, to me, Patrick Antonius isn't ordering Uber Eats. He's grinding the Triton Poker Plus app there on his phone in between hands, as so many do, and you at home can do the same. And truly, the viewing experience is not the same without it. One of the most incredibly robust app ecosystems out there. Player bios, hand tracking, chip graphs, you name it, we got it. Highlight videos, and you can even stream us through the app itself. Don't delay, download today. Ace-Jack suited, Alex Kulev, who has been the V-Pipper here.
Yeah, he's coming very next hand with something significantly stronger than the last. What does Hrabets want to do with fives? They just showed off last hand, hijack versus big blind. Now it's low jack versus small blind.
How weird do these little pairs get out here? Apparently not all that weird, as Hrabets just piles. You know, I wonder, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rasty, if some small bit of this isn't that we've seen the V-pipping from Kulev, we've seen him open and fold to the 3-bets, and we know who he is out there.
Yeah, you know, he has been V-pipping quite a bit. I wonder if that's going to lead him to think maybe Hrabek is pretty wide here. Wide enough that ace-jack suited could be a call. Yes. And so he's going to gamble.
That he is. And Hrabet's in front, but doesn't love to see it, obviously, as the threats loom. Covering stack, also relevant. Oh, look at Kulev, just making a personal adjustment to the holding.
Yeah, he's looking over. He's like, fives. All right, buddy.
Oh, ace of diamonds. All right, buddy, is what he's thinking in this 4.5 million chip pot where Roman needs help. Not there on the turn. Obviously, again, he is the covering stack, so not at risk. Will the ace-jack hold? Indeed. And that's chunky out of Roman's stack, Rast.
Yeah, Hrabets is down to life support right now. Might be under 10 blinds or right around that range. And yeah, Kulev just kind of vaulted up there into those, that group of stacks that are all vying for second place-ish.
Let me ask you this. If you're at the other table, not Kulev's, how keen an eye are you keeping on stack movement and dynamic shifts at the other table?
Yeah, you know, when I'm in these spots in a tournament, I check in now and then, kind of see what's going on, you know, you get an update, but I don't put too much energy into it because I feel like it starts to distract you from the task at hand, which is, you know, this is a crucial part of the tournament. We're playing for big money. The decisions are really important, and I want to be watching every hand. I want to be getting reads. I want to, any little adjustment my opponents are making, I want to catch. And if you're just too engrossed in the chip stack movement hand to hand, I think it distracts you from that. So I check in. I try to stay informed, but don't over-check it. That's my strategy with that.
Conversely, would it be a mistake to try to play your table in a vacuum and be completely unconcerned with what else is developing elsewhere?
Yeah, I think you should be concerned with the chip distribution, but yeah, again, not overly concerned. I mean, your table already has half the players in the tournament at this point, so a few changes at the other table aren't, it makes an impact, but it's a pretty small one.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we're not really at the point of the tournament yet, again, where someone going out makes a really big difference, right? I've kind of made the argument that it's not really until the 10 left that you get a jump every time a person busts. So, and even between now and 10 and 9, it's relatively flat considering how big a gap there is. I mean, let's let's look. Let's talk through it. Right now, 14th, 298K. 13th and 12th, 330K. 11th and 10th, 378K. Right? First place is 4.3 million. Right? So, like, these are really small jumps considering what it takes later at the final table to get up to 4.3 million. So this is why you're actually seeing a lot of these players, they're kind of gambling right now. Like Chidwick,
We saw that.
reshoved the threes.
Yeah.
Right? Brewer went with sixes. You know, Kulev just called off with ace-jack suited. These guys are not playing super tight like they're in ICM jail right now, which is to be expected. These are world-class players who know exactly what I'm talking about. This is, yes, it sucks to go out now, but this is also like, if you go out now and you go out in 10th, it's not that big a difference, really, in your final payday. But if you can get a lot of chips right now and win 1, 2, 3, 4 million, that is a big difference.
Brewer, big difference between King 8 and King Queen, as Yaroshevsky, the opener, suited, got piled on out of Chris's big and did fold. A little infusion for Chris and a big holding for Malinowski. Up front, 2 queens.
And this is something that I think separates.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Not a lot of
I'm
separation
gonna
between
hold that
queens
thought. Let's
and
watch this
jacks.
hand.
And yes, indeed, Rast, we have ourselves the first of what could be explosive collisions here involving JNT.
And if JNT 3-bets this, he's going to get himself in trouble.
Well, there you see it, and one can't necessarily blame him, Rast, for choosing to 3-bet the 2 jacks as the big stack.
No, not necessarily. 30 blinds. I mean, listen, this is one of these spots where I think a lot of ICM ranges have you flat jacks. I literally had this spot the other day, or something pretty similar to it. The whole table behind you. You end up flatting jacks a bit more and like mixing queens, going with kings, aces, ace, king is your value region. And then a lot of ace and king X suited stuff is your bluffs for blockers. And this starts to illustrate some of the reason why that starts happening at final tables.
4s and 3s both into the muck as we await Limitless's decision.
That said, as the big stack, if you want to start 3-betting wide, maybe you go wide for value. And we can see Victor didn't even jam it here, so maybe there'll be some flops which don't get this all in. Stuffs with ace out there.
King out there.
Yeah.
And the choice not to jam it for Malinowski is just mindful of JNT having that big covering stack and some of that ICM pressure as we do see a king roll off here, Rast, or to what do you attribute the conservative approach?
I think he just wants to take a flop off, especially on flops with an ace on it. Maybe figures he can save his stack pretty much.
Okay.
I think with this type of flop, especially like, do you remember how JNT played the 10s yesterday? I mean, if Victor knows about that, remember 10s versus
like
10s
a
all
gangster,
in? Yes.
Rast. Okay.
So I don't think Victor's going anywhere with queens on a king high board. He's going to take his chances. Like maybe JNT has jacks or 10s. Maybe he's bluffing with an ace. You know, if he has a king, I just lose. But I would have lost to some of those hands going all in pre-flop anyways.
Well, let's see just how uncomfortable things are going to get for Malinowski. Playing 3.1, 900 on request, 1 overcard out there. Going to take his time with 2.7 in the middle.
This is a healthy bet. Half pot's very large here, all things considered. I think he's deciding between call and all in. I can't see him folding. Fold would be really, yeah, I just don't see that. My guess is he ends up calling.
But he's got to think his way through what are 2 subsequent streets. The queen of clubs in particular becomes quite relevant.
Oh, wow,
but he
he
does
passed.
lay it down, Rast.
Oh my goodness.
He just check folded in this spot, and one has to imagine it isn't just the king. It's the fact that he expects JNT to be more inclined to barrel away. And where is he going to land? On the river, let's say. He makes this 900 call. He calls the turn. You know, you're very adrift. You're playing quite a guessing game.
Well, you know another thing he might have been thinking. You know how I kind of just said, like, JNT's not, quote-unquote, supposed to have jacks right there?
Right.
He probably didn't even think JNT has jacks. Like, he's got time. You know, he's got limited time.
Speculations, by the way.
See how everyone's saying ace, king, ace 10? No one's saying jacks, right? You got bluffed by jacks. So he probably wasn't even considering JNT can have jacks or maybe tens here.
I believe pocket nines was just submitted. JNT, mum's the word, by the way.
Yeah. Wow, that was a strong fold by queens. I guess he didn't see the tens hand yesterday.
1,025,000.
One never knows. When it comes to JNT, producer James stepping into our headsets to say that was insane. Unexpected for all parties here. And I would imagine many of you at home as well. Not so unexpected, of course, Hajiev off of a sub-10 big blind stack trying to find a spot to take a spin. Ace-10, the hand he's going to go with. Elton, small blind queen jack suited. Lets it go, and Malinowski will be bowing out as well. These are important ones for Hajiev as he seeks to keep his head above water here and not get eaten alive by these blinds.
I don't know this.
No, for me it's like
You have kings, something like this.
You better bluff catcher than kings. 2 sevens.
Of course, Rast, I don't know if you've managed to change your flight yet. We aren't going home from here. You and I will be flying to Baku, right? Taking Hajiev up on his very gracious offer to be our guide out there in Azerbaijan.
I do want to make it there. I'm not sure whether or not I'm going to be able to do
Maybe
it right
you'll
after this stop. But
I was kind of
options
kidding,
are
Rast,
open.
but I love that you actually entertained it.
You know, I've been thinking about this hand a little bit more. It's like, what does it mean?
The
This
Queen's
is like
Jacks?
a really good example. Yeah, the Queen's Jacks. This is a great example of how, like, okay, so Limitless, Malinowski's probably approaching this from a more like GTO-oriented spot where my opponent has aces, kings, ace-king, and some suited ace and x, king-x combos. The king is a very scary card versus that range. Probably not thinking he has hands like jacks or tens, you know.
But
Then
JNT is the big chip leader, and with his reputation,
True.
is he really that narrow, 3-betting us? As an under-the-gun
well,
opener?
yeah, he might have some more bluffs, but he's just then supposed to go ham with ace and king x type hands. Yes, as a 3x. And then he's also responding to the half-pot bet sizing, which even more discounts kind of weird value hands like jacks and tens. Like, why would jacks and tens go half-pot there? Like, you're kind of up against ace-king, aces, you know, king x, or a bluff. And he probably just decided a bluff isn't likely enough. But it just kind of goes to show that once you start making a lot of assumptions about an opponent who's not adhering to the type of range that GTO would have you, you start getting wonky outputs that end up being bad, which is one of the reasons why, like, you know, I mean, solvers are great, but the more that your opponent starts not playing the way, it's not that your response will be bad. That's not what GTO says. It's just that you could do a lot better by realizing how your opponent is not playing the same way as GTO and making proper adjustments to your own ranges and hands as you play them.
GTO is most optimal when everybody's on message. When you get that deviator, it's still, you know, game theory optimal.
Yes.
But like you said, the outputs can be a little bit more funky in those spots.
And you could do a lot better by making adjustments to how you're playing, exploitive adjustments.
Brewer raised and took the last one, opens this one once more. Last time around it was A7 suited, this time King-Queen suited.
And it goes to show the power of how JNT can mess with some of these guys. He's out there doing some different things, and we could just see. I mean, that was pretty wild.
In that London main event where he finished second to Tim Adams, the 2-outer for Adams 8s against 9s, which we showed you during the pregame, our very own Nick Schulman, widely considered to be one of the greats in terms of tournament poker, let alone cash, said JNT gave him fits out there.
Yeah. I mean, that was giving Limitless, a guy who's had a lot of success in the online streets playing like nosebleed poker. I mean, he gave him fits. That was wild. He literally got him off queens with jacks, and no, he didn't have him beat for sub 30 bigs for a C-bet. I mean, that was pretty wild stuff.
Yaroshevsky didn't have Brewer beat. In fact, he was dominated, but now defends the big blind and flops top pair on a 1-diamond board with 675 in the middle. Chris, C-bets. 225.
Yaroshevsky with some decisions here. He has Brewer covered. I mean, this is a hand that, without ICM prison type of perspectives, kind of really likes check raising for value here, but Yaroshevsky does not take that route.
Well, look at this now as the turn provides the diamond draw to Brewer. Igor played check call flop, checks once more here. 1.1 in the middle now. Do we just want to realize equity, or this is too much hand and we continue to apply pressure?
550.
Well,
There's
the
our answer. Yeah, 550 from Chris. You can get behind it?
I can get behind it. You know, it's very interesting because there's a lot of hands you really hate getting raised here as Brewer. It really puts you in a tough spot. And let's see what Yaroshevsky comes with. I mean, if you're Yaroshevsky, you prefer calling when your opponent has low equity continuations, but you prefer raising here if your opponent has hands like what Brewer has. Right? Because,
in the quest for equity denial?
like, let's say he goes all in. Maybe Brewer folds king high with diamonds, right? And now you've denied an opponent with over 25% equity. If Brewer has a hand like king queen off with king of clubs, queen of diamonds, so he's just blocking some flush draws and just barreling here, then you want to keep that hand in. So from an exploitive perspective, what Igor thinks Chris is doing this with matters a lot as to how he should play. He's not folding. That much I can tell you.
So time banks being utilized. These are those situations, Rast, are they not, where if we sense that the vast majority of the time, and I'm not saying this board or plenty of rivers isn't going to create that outcome or situation rather, but if we think that we're going to be calling the third barrel, we then take all of those chips and we play them as a check jam here to utilize some of the fold equity.
Yeah, I mean,
we see Brewer miss, by the way, Igor playing it as a call.
I answered that question with what I said, but
Right.
let me do it again because you just asked it. Like, you want to keep in low equity bluffs and then call them on the river if they fire the third barrel. But if our opponent's doing this with a lot of high equity draws, you want to charge them right now. Many of them have to fold to a jam. Like, they're not calling off 2 million in a decent ICM type spot. So that's really the answer to the question. It's embedded in that analysis.
Well, now
I have the long calls. I really wish I could do something.
Chris says, I really wish I could do something, but after that turn call, he just shuts it down.
Yeah, and it would have been an uncomfortable spot for Igor, but he probably calls the river there.
So damaging exchange there for Brewer as we see activations from Antonius up front, raising to 300,000 with the king 8 suited as the blinds have clicked up to 75, 150. Kulev plays the ace queen directly behind as a flat. Fives now for Ibinger.
Let me just go. This again is the same concept almost of, like, you could put that hand in a solver and get an output for how Igor should play the king 9. But when you're sitting there across from an opponent right there, the more you can guess, how often is he firing the second shell with low equity bluffs, and how often is he doing it with high equity draws? That's really the answer to your question. And you can probably do better than whatever GTO would said, like maybe even GTO mixes, like who knows, right? But so it's pretty close. So, I mean, that's kind of the answer, and that's why I was framing it that way, because as much as it's like we want to go to the Silicon Overlord and just have him like stroke us on the back and tell us like this is the way we should play the hand, it's okay. Like, don't have anxiety. Don't worry about it. Just do what this output tells you. The real truth is that us human beings can do better in these decisions very often against other human beings.
I
and
love
that's just
that.
another example of that.
I love that because I do think that sometimes people sink their teeth a little bit too deeply into all that said Overlord's sense and suggest, as Kulev has a sense that an opportunity is before him, given the lack of the c-bet from Antonius on this 10-7-4 rainbow board. Ibinger did have the best hand with the 5s. Little does he know it, and he has Patrick behind. So failing to connect with the 5, he check folds. Antonius does the same. And nice there from Kulev. We've seen those ace-queens get themselves in so much trouble, in particular up against early position raisers when the 3 bets are espoused.
Ace-queen's a tricky one. I mean, ace-queen is a hand that when you look at different stack sizes, different relative positions, and a lot of the kind of pre-flop ranges, like what you do with it changes quite a lot. Flats, shift a few position arounds, you're 3-betting, going all in, shift them around more, you're 3-bet, you're folding it to a 4-bet. It's a hand that you see a lot of differences based on stack sizes and relative positions and everything. It's a tricky hand.
Kulev made it look easy on that occasion.
Kulev makes a lot of things look easy.
Yeah. And I think, you know, it's fair to say that that perception, which is actually just a reality, is always the product of having command of craft. The more work you put in, the more comfortable you are that you really understand the mechanics of what's taking place out there, the more ease you have. You know, you just feel nice. Like, every now and again you look over, you see a guy really struggling with a spot, you know, and you realize this isn't posturing, this isn't Hollywooding, it's just maybe this hasn't been looked into enough. Maybe the spot itself is just so obscure, of course. But, you know, doing the work when you aren't at the table, as Jonathan Jaffe alluded to, once we get here, you know, it's just a matter of execution for the most part, you know. The preparation is what allows characters such as Kulev to, you know, operate the way that they do.
Again, but I really want to even just tie this into this point that I've kind of been threading through this broadcast so far. Yes, that's true. And the preparation will definitely help you with what GTO says. And you can even do some preparation on how to change your ranges and shift to exploit people as they deviate from perhaps what the optimal play would be.
Like watching a stream and realizing JNT with the 210s did what he did the other day, right?
But then just to simplify that to simply executing, I don't think does justice to the art of what a lot of players are doing out here. Because there's a lot of players who, yes, they've studied, they've seen a lot of different things, but then in real time against opponents who there's like this Bayesian analysis of, okay, what are they doing? I've seen this many hands, I've seen them play before, you know, what's happening here? How are they changing? How can I exploit them? They kind of come up with these exploits in real time. And that's more than executing. That's not necessarily executing a plan. That is, you know, coming up on the spot with your own strategic adjustments. You know, that's like an artistic addition to something that's considered just to be technical.
Fair,
And
yeah.
that's when this becomes absurd and beautiful. And you can sometimes see these amazing hands where, you know, I'll be in the booth and, you know, one that came up the other day was Fedor went a 3-street bluff with queen deuce off and almost caught down, called down by king 7.
I remember that
hand
one.
just so wild.
Yeah. I think it was
My favorite
Nikita
card.
Kuznetsov was on the
Yes.
other end of that one.
7-6 suited.
Meanwhile, Hagiev, 6-7 suited, jammed it. Mustafov, ace-8 from the small, comes over the top of the button. How about this board? A gut shot, straight flush draw for Hagiev with 1.9 in the middle. Plenty of equity. In fact, he is a favorite against the ace-8.
Ooh, but that's a blank.
It was a short-lived lead, though, as now inversion. 3-2 with 1 to come is Mustafov. Can Hagiev find the needed help? No. A second blank. Rolls off on the end. Got himself a real sweat out there when all the chips came forward, but in the end, left to collect a 14th place payout is Ramin Hagiev.
Yeah, nice run. I mean, that was really a case of too many outs if you've ever seen one.
Right?
Ooh. Kulev in trouble here.
Ibinger's ace-queen suited up against the ace-king. We arrive here with Matthias making it 1.4 from the button. Kulev just jamming over the top from the big. And on the end, aces full of queens for Ibinger. Kulev,
But I have with ace queen.
Yeah, better.
a cooler.
Yeah, cooler where the worst hand got there.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Not so
you're-
much a
you're
pre-flop
totally
cooler,
right.
but
Instead of
I
Kulev
didn't
vaulting
see it.
into a solid second place in
Sorry,
chips,
apologize.
we now have him slipping back in Ibinger. But, you know, as you were saying,
scan the code on your screen, by the way, if you want to download the Triton Poker Plus app. Go on, Rasty.
as you were saying, it is a one thing you were definitely spot on, though, is that is a product of time spent studying as well as time at the table. It's both.
Yeah,
But yeah.
with regard to Kulev seeming so comfortable out there.
And just
Or
these,
anyone for
these
that matter.
guys on the spot making some of these exploitive adjustments, not always just executing kind of, you know, the GTO play, but doing that, sure, but then sometimes doing something different, doing
Right.
something special.
Right.
And that is a product, though. Like, you don't get there without studying and putting your time in at the table, you know, getting used to doing that. And, you know, that we're seeing the product of this thousands, tens of thousands of hours of these guys doing all of that.
I used to liken it to the analogy of everybody has a solid foundation in their poker house, but not all the homes are decorated the same. There is still some stylistic variation, and also, every now and again, on the fly, as you mentioned, we change things up. We move a chair over here, you know, all of a sudden the couch gets flipped around, you know, and it happens in real time. And therein lies, and I love that you point this out, because I do think in some sense, a lot of times we are too tempted to distill this to the exercises. I think that kind of came off when I said what I said, of just regurgitation of knowledge,
that happen to me
right?
yesterday.
Simply, I looked at a computer program, I remembered more than the next guy, then I went out there and I spit it out better than he did, or she did, right? And that there's so much more to it. And these guys, it's not like there's a big neon billboard over their, you know, seat that points it out when it's happening. And, you know, this is why we have you and Shulman and the like in the booth kind of touching on those things, as we see Chidwick touching on 750 to go with the ace-jack. Pardon me, Rast, go on.
Yeah, there is some of that happening, the regurgitation. And for some guys, especially maybe younger guys that are locked in the Silicon Overlord, sure, they're doing that. But, you know, some of the very best, some of these guys who have tens of millions of winnings, like, they're going beyond that. They're rearranging the furniture in the house and doing more than regurgitation. Like, they're going from replicating and executing GTO to really deviating to max exploit some of their opponents who, you know, are exploitable. Even some very good players are exploitable.
Antonius releasing another ace-jack here in the face of that open sizing from Chidwick, who's among those that we're talking about in terms of having the ability to make those adjustments.
Yeah, 100%.
One of
You
the
know.
winningest players to ever do it.
And I think that becomes very attractive to almost like write it off sometimes as, oh yeah, these guys are just like regurgitating GTO, and they're not.
No, it's
Like,
unfair.
they have a great foundation, no doubt, but they're doing a lot more than that. The very top guys.
And what a treat it is to have the opportunity to observe them in situations such as this, where it's all out there. Nothing being held back.
I think he's just got to go with it here.
We're referring to Fabets with the ace-9 offsuit, of course, and this sub-10 BB stack coming in. Just 7 BBs.
From
It's
the
over
low
half a
jack, you're
stack.
just hoping to get this one through.
They're putting over half his stack out there.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
bad news bears. Not getting this one through, I don't think.
Small blind, not big for Rabbit Chow, but is the ace-jack offsuit enough?
Yeah. Hrabets is going to see the bad news here. He's not in good shape.
Well, I don't know whether or not Kevin gets the tangerine or orange if he wins this one.
Closer to
But he's
Hrabets
obviously
is
poised to
definitely
do so.
implying that he is. He's
Yeah.
pushing the orange and like, I'm paying
That-
you with this as well. Or maybe he's hoping the orange will help him win the pot because he looks like he wants to keep the chips. Oh, maybe there's something to that orange.
Listen, right about now, things are feeling very citrusy for Roman Hrabets. Finds both the ace and the 9 on this flop. Only needs to fade the jack on the end to snack on some of Rabichow's chips. And he's done just that.
And look, we can see two gentlemen in orange right there who
Sorry
just
for the
laid down
25
bad
pitch
beats
hit.
in all-in
I
pots.
absolutely
Ace 9 to
didn't
ace
see it.
jack. And Matthias just did ace queen to ace king. So maybe there's something to orange.
This is the analysis I'm here for, Rasty. Let's expound.
The color orange helps you win from behind.
OTO, Rast, Orange Theory Optimal, one of the lesser studied parts of the game.
Yes, clearly. These guys, they've done it the next level of study, OTO. I mean, we're really getting into obscure parts of the game tree here.
I feel like this is the point at which I need to make a disclaimer before some hapless soul listening in decides that they need to explore this concept. I can't find anything anywhere on it. That's because it's not a thing. But for Roman Hrabets,
That's what you think. I've got some secret guys. They've done the math on it, okay?
you just want to live rent-free in some poor guy's head. So Roman now 17 big blinds moving forward. Rabichow on the other end, 10 bigs. King 6 off on the button, not interested. Stevie, King 3 off, small blind.
He's got 12 blinds, 12 and a half. So he's
375.
decided to go raise fold with this. It's a curious combo. It's always scary doing this in spots where a guy who has a lot more chips than you is in the big blind. How is he going to respond? Let's see what Saliba does. It's kind of uncomfortable hand, 9-7 off. Getting a decent price. It's only 2.5x. He's in position. Comes with fold, and Stevie gets it done with a pretty dusty combo. Very, very nice pickup.
Chidwick now on the button, 2.1 million
How much is
in
that,
front
Ron?
of him.
How much do you have?
14 bigs as he continues to try to chisel his way through that featured table. Saliba 27 bigs, Ibinger 27 bigs as well. Flipping it over.
Would have been tempted to defend the 9-7 off. It plays pretty well against the bluff regions of Stevie's range, but it is tricky.
PLO games coming up now.
We tried to start just the last couple days, maybe tonight.
I bet those are fun.
Now
So I bet
then,
those are fun. Anson was
Igor.
trying to play short deck PLO, I think, but I don't know.
Suited
Deck PLO.
I don't like that game.
gapper.
And these are two of the mid
Flopping the
stacks
nuts and
here,
having a fold is not
both
for me.
slightly above average, well behind J&T,
Never played that
whose
before.
lead has increased. He's almost at 13 million.
You're gonna hit the road every time.
Yeah, it's you just like if you flop a
7-4-3,
straight,
all diamond
like
board. This is really
a pretty big
poor
dog against a lot of
for
hands.
10-8 of spades, evidenced by the check.
Maybe you have like
For
Jack 10
Mustafa,
9 8 and it comes like Ace
gutter,
King Queen 2 spades.
and the Jack of Diamonds both working, but he does check it back.
Yeah, definitely a hand he could have stabbed with. Maybe wants to include
175.
this type of hand in his check back range. Can comfortably call a bet here. wants to have some kind of stronger no pair diamond hands that he's checking back with. Ooh, what a card for Faradine. Igor definitely might bluff this. He's going to probably have a little bit more Jack X than Faradine here, bluffing with some Jack X's on the turn. Faradine's not going to have very many Jack X. Yeah, and he's going to bluff because of that, and super easy call.
So Mustafov didn't improve in the manner that he likely had in mind, but did find second pair effective on the river as Jaroszewski, understandably, with so little showdown value, took his shot for the 275.
And Brewer gave him a little compliment there, blind on blind specialist.
Yeah, but if I'm the guy in the small blind there, I know sometimes he's blind on blind versus Brewer, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you trying to say? I'm making him look good out here from the small. Igor's an interesting character out there. Does run with a crew of sorts. Seen him on multiple occasions here on the island, talking shop with his committee. Over $1 million in career Triton earnings. This will be his 6th career Triton cash, his 2nd in Jeju. First came in the 30K 8 max, where he finished 10th for 100,000. Mustafov, we touched on.
I'm very good at full.
Who's in Igor's crew that you alluded to? Is there any names that stand out?
It's interesting. I want to say that I saw Shinhwa Satibayev of Kazakhstan involved, perhaps. It's some of the newer guys' names that escape me, but low pro, he's out there. Malinowski, look at this, Rasty. Hijack flat.
Yeah, off of like just over 15 bigs.
Limp, I should say.
Yeah, these type of stack sizes, once you get down to 15, 12 and a half especially, they really like limping because raise fold starts committing a lot of your chips. So he's taking a real strong hand, threading it in there. And, oh my goodness.
Brewer in the big blind was not required to invest any more chips to look up at trip deuces on this flop. A disaster for Malinowski. Little does he know it was 600,000 in the middle. These, obviously, the risks of the limp. We're not criticizing by any stretch, but pointing out that you must be prepared for these sorts of outcomes on occasion, but the outcome not predetermined, as a cowboy would do the trick for Malinowski. One busy, unfortunately, in Mustafov's hand. So he does check it back.
Yeah, and Victor checks, which makes sense because given the lack of raise from the small and big blind, they can have ace-x, but it definitely limits the amount of ace-x they have. Some of the best ones raise, some other ones might bluff. So realistically speaking, there aren't a lot of overcards. So kings might check back here just the way you see aces do in a lot of these spots. You don't really need to start betting. You don't need to bet 3 streets to get in a lot of money with these shorter stack depths. So he checks kings back. And, now his opponent's betting. He has to decide. The board's not that draw heavy. Call versus raise.
Merci.
Both have merit. But, yeah, call. Right after calling on the river, there's only a little bit more than a pot-sized bet. Let's keep in our opponent's bluffs. We can see Brewer is not bluffing, however. He's got 3 deuces. So now, really the question, Brewer can get it all if he goes for the overbet jam.
$400 ahead, slid in on the turn. Brewer, the attacker. And credit, by the way, to Malinowski for just treading lightly on this one. After choosing to limp it pre on this particular board texture.
Yeah, he's in position. There's a pot-sized bet. If he checks here, Richter's going to make a large value bet. Yeah. And I don't see how Victor can really fold this as played. Yeah, I don't even think he's going to think too long. I mean,
Brewer's the covering stack, by the way, here. So this is click, call, and get showered.
you know, you do have to start worrying that a bet this big, maybe you're not beating too much value, but
He have less size.
Huh? GG.
I wasn't sure.
I'm specialist, huh? Big blind.
I have less, right?
And you can really get a sense of how discombobulating that spot was there for Malinowski. So disappointed, of course, to be headed for the exit.
Game Victor.
who knows? Maybe by now he also found out he folded queens incorrectly. So,
You know, that's interesting because if
yeah.
word does come down, I would almost, if I was in his
Pretty ideal
camp,
flop.
not
Yeah.
want to necessarily let him
Especially when
know.
the chat
You know what I mean? Not because I don't think it's important for him to log that data point.
but not
But
like
because,
mid-playing. Like
you know,
if it tilts him.
exactly. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? There's the downside of like really
he landed.
just leaving someone shaken a bit. But for Malinowski, he will collect the 13th place payout of $330,000. One more of those remain as 12 are left here in the main. Now then, other feature. Kulev raised it to 350 pre-flop. Saliba flatted. Antonius came along from the big. On the king 6-4 board, it was a round of checks. Saliba in front the turn, despite Kulev picking up the nut flush draw and an open ender. It was checked around again. Now a second 7 hits this river, and this is the street where Alex activates post.
My guess is Kulev was going for check jam on the turn against what might be a capped or delay c-bet, a kind of cap delay c-bet range from Saliba. And now he's just knows ace high is, and especially an ace high with a bad kicker like a 5, is never winning at showdown. And he's going to try to bluff to win. I think versus a sizing this big, Saliba's not beating any value. But he is beating all the bluffs. And Kulev is a tricky customer.
Well, it looks like Saliba wants to make the call. That was a bit wily there, Rast. Grabbed the black chips. Seemed like they were coming forward just for a moment, then pulled back, shot a glance. This is old school live pro stuff.
This would be
Has made the call.
a wild overcall here, in my opinion. I mean, Saliba can have a bunch of hands like ace-4 suited, 6-4 suited, pocket pairs. I mean, in order for him to overcall, he basically has to put Kulev on a bluff, and Saliba making a big call with like ace-queen, which seems like way too much to go right on that parlay.
So credit to Justin Saliba for finding the call here. And also, by the way, for showing the restraint on the turn, which, as you speculated, Rast, may have cost him dearly in the face of check jam
Oh, yeah.
from Kulev.
I think Kulev, if he's checking the turn there, it's check jam that's coming. Given his stack size relative to the pot and just how strong his draw was.
So with that one, Saliba will climb closer toward the overall average stack. 782,000 plus in career Triton earnings for Saliba. 29th in the 25K GG Millions. 25th in the 40K Mystery Bounty.
Look.
And it looks like Kulev is being yanked over to the other table. No one is going to miss him, and it isn't personal.
No, he won't be missed, and he probably is going to enjoy this table
Right,
switch.
right. I don't think he's going to miss them in turn. perhaps even green with envy, or his now former co-combatants.
You know, J&T's just over there doing work. We're not really catching what he's doing.
Listen, it isn't just me and you that aren't catching what he's doing. There's been quite a few people who haven't necessarily been able to decrypt what's afoot over there for the Frenchman, who is up from what he brought into the day, 12.7 million at present. Saliba actually, that last exchange puts him into second with 5.5 million. I was looking at a stack going into the exchange when I mentioned that he was creeping closer toward the average. So that's a development. Mustafov in third, Brewer in fourth, Elton Sang fifth, Patrick Antonius in sixth. Those are the guys above the 4.5 million, 30 big blind average stack at present. Here in the 100K main, where 12 players remain, and we play 6 and 6. We play ace-jack off suit if we're Yaroshevsky, and Kulev, somewhat of an unwelcome situation, sliding into the big.
This is a hand that it wouldn't be absurd versus a hijack open to rejam, but I wonder if he is going to take a lower variance approach here. We just got moved to a new table. We have an amateur with the chip lead.
Call.
Yeah. I kind of like this. You know, I also think it's one of these spots where you don't really get better to fold. Like, you kind of like doing these sometimes where hands that dominate you fold, but like I don't think ace-jack or king-queen folds, so.
And look at this. Kulev taking that lower variance approach and connecting with the king. That's how he had to do things.
Yeah, and a flop that favors Igor a bit. King X a strong part of his range. You end up seeing a lot of kind of smallish c-bet sizes here. He's coming with just over quarter pot. And now Kulev. How is he going to play it? His hand is just getting strong enough that he can check raise for value. We're not at 15 players anymore. We're down to 12. ICM creeping up. Gonna play less of your range like that. But Kulev never sneaks away from the chip EV lines.
Raising the extra 500. And for Yaroshevsky, the jack of diamonds. Backdoor Broadway.
Feels like you just let this one go, but does he have designs on floating somehow, or no? Yeah.
If Kulev were deeper, would we be more inclined?
Yeah.
I mean,
or just no circumstance?
I've seen people continue in that spot, whether it be call or re-raise back.
Please?
But
Menu?
Independent of stack depth across the way?
That stack depth is a little kind of, yeah. I've seen it that short or with more chips. I mean, a lot of it has to do with what you think your opponent is doing. I mean, there's some people that wouldn't check raise king jack for value at this stage of the tournament. So then their value range becomes very small.
Yeah.
Right? So then it's like.
In fact, fewer and further between, dare I say, are those sorts of lines.
Yeah.
Rast, even, you know, amongst all of these world-beating top-level pros, a lot of sort of passive approaches in situations such as this. Not a critique, just an observation.
Yeah. Yeah, and we can see Kulev philosophically is a little bit different in some of those spots.
Right. Mustafov, meanwhile, ace-9 off, hijack open. No takers. I got started on Mustafov briefly after he showered. Who was it that he showered? I've got the memory of a goldfish right now. It was Hajiev in 14th. And I was going to look at how this particular festival has been treating him. And in terms of cashes, this will be his second in 9 efforts. Did cash the 15K 8 max, the very first event, then an absolute stone cold dry spell. No cashes until this event here. King 10 suited then for Chris Brewer. Raised to 300,000. Yaroshevsky. Queen 6 off. Will defend. Paired rainbow board here. Neither player connecting.
And this is an interesting board in that Brewer has an equity advantage because he has so many more of the big pair, all the pairs, and especially the largest ones that Igor would 3-bet. That said, Igor has a nut advantage having more 4x and potentially being the only player that has deuces. Unclear if Brewer would open deuces there.
C-bet and take it.
So that's the type of board where you see a lot of kind of C-bet and a decent amount of check raise because of that dynamic.
Sure. Updating you on the overall landscape right now. Kevin Rabichow, sub 10 big blinds, 1.12 million, shortest stack in the room. Chidwick, second shortest stack, 2.1 million, 14 bigs. Roberts, 2.5 million, 17 bigs. Up at the top, of course, JNT, and at top of range, Alex Kulev, 2 aces in the cutoff. And these are the guys that are most dangerous when they actually end up loaded for bear, Rast, because you assign broader ranges just in general at times to them than your typical actor.
Yeah, slightly. I mean, Kulev, he hasn't been getting out of line.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
saying that we've looked upon
but
him in this, particular event and now all of a sudden he feels like, Wild Bill Hickok out there, but JNT picking the worst of all times. And note, Queen 8 offsuit plus the button, that which is responsible for the frisk. And neither you nor I know truly what has motivated this activation from JNT, but it is poorly timed.
Well, Kulev has interesting decision. I mean, if you think your opponent doesn't have many bluffs, then you just go all in. But if you think has bluffs here, you just call because you don't want those bluffs to fold with aces. So Kulev sniffs out correctly that JNT might be bluffing a decent amount here. So we're just going to call and keep those in. And in fact, JNT is bluffing with a dusty one. A dusty one that picked up some equity on this. And JNT, let's see, he's probably just going to bet big and get it in based on his style so far.
Open ender, 1.5 million.
And Kulev has nowhere to go. This is it. We trapped pre-flop. Now we go with the hand. And he'd love to see that his opponent has less than 33% equity, but that is what it is.
Why hasn't he snapped, Rast? I know he's not going to fold, but is it just the...
Maybe just the weight of the moment.
Maybe.
Can't imagine it's acting to get JNT to put in the last 675.
You see a moment of hesitation there for Kulev. I have aces. I mean, we're not always positive. He does check jam, get the rest in. And he can see the threats. Open ender versus aces. Alex needs to fade the 6 or jack. A safe turn. And the exhalation process begins for the Bulgarian, and it ends as well.
And the best hand holds.
For JNT, a not insignificant 3 million lost. And the one player that nobody in the room wanted to see you pump up on arrival here.
I thought the police was taking him out.
I was ready to say good point. I prepared the speech.
Oh, that was what he was thinking about, his speech, the words he was leaving the table with.
I really I thought you had like 7% equity.
Well, for those of you that have been joining us for the run here in Jeju, there are other ways in which to get your enjoyment, and they are fiscal in nature. The good folks over at PokerStake, our exclusive staking partners, offer you the opportunity to buy a piece of many of the pros that are out here in these Triton Super High Roller Series events competing. Scan the QR code on your screen or head over to PokerStake.com and enjoy a taste, rake and transaction fee free with guaranteed winnings.
I know.
Yeah, JNT still got a solid chip lead, but the first kind of difficulty or obstacle now, so.
I would love to ask JNT why he decided in that particular moment with the Queen-8 offsuit to 3-bet from the button. Only he knows, obviously, because we've seen plenty of those Queen-8s find the muck in those situations. 6 is here for Kulev, the newly minted man, up into second behind JNT.
This new guy just got moved to my table. He's only got 3
like
million
5
in chips.
points.
He's going to open my button on the very first hand.
It very well might have something to do with that. As we see Brewer defending a pretty one, which loses its luster on the ace-4 deuce monotone board. Kulev 6 is in front, diamondless.
I don't think this is a board he's 100% c-betting, but 6s is a hand that has a lot of value doing it as protection.
Not the one. King, queen, and clubs.
So, yeah, a lot of value getting a hand like king, queen to fold there. 2 overcards twice. A lot of equity. So... So yeah, I think Kulev will not 100% c-bet that. Probably mix in some checks, but not with low pairs. JNT, after losing back 3 million in chips, is back in the saddle. Raising it up with queen 10.
325,000. Brewer, Jack 9 suited, thought about it. Passes now over to Elton. He's not afraid of a fight. Sub premium, but in there. Second pair on an ace-high board. Let's see how murky the water will get for Elton. JNT really showing us what seems to be a shift of gears perhaps here, Rast.
Yeah.
Slightly aggro.
He's got the chip lead and he wants to wield it. Can't blame him, but I mean, so far this hand's very normal. Queen 8 was a bit off script, but
nevertheless, Elton making the call, picking up a gutter here. Just air still So JNT, second check in front of him.
Yeah, and we can see there he showed some restraint.
Now 2 pair for Elton. 4-liner comes in. Not sure how much 7X he thinks is across the way.
Probably very little.
Hence the lead for 450.
JNT hasn't folded yet.
There it is. He does keep us on our toes out there.
Yeah.
We do hold our breath at times.
So you can't imagine call was coming.
No.
So
No. But expect the unexpected when it comes to JNT. That much is for sure. And this is in part why it is that he's one of those characters out there deep in this main that could drop some guys in a blender. And in a very different manner, Kulev, tactical about it, but he'll put you in a blender as well. Touched on that earlier. So, hazardous little table here. Red jacks for Brewer. On the button, no less.
yeah, and this table chipped up. I mean, I'm just looking at the 2 tables now, and I mean, this table has all the chips. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, 5. Okay, we have 12 left. 6 stacks are above average, and 6 are below. 5 of the 6 above average stacks are at this table. The other table is very short, so this table's where all the chips are right now. And they've redistributed some as JNT has lost his massive chip lead. Still chip leading, but only by like less than 2.5 million now.
Yeah, remember he had a better than 2-to-1 chip lead over second coming into the day as Brewer fails to get action with those jacks. And now Kulev having narrowed the gap considerably.
Yeah, at one point it was starting to push towards 3-to-1 chip lead. He was up to 13 million and second was still around like 5, but not anymore.
That said, he's still sitting very pretty.
Yeah, no doubt.
Ace-king now for Kulev. Plays it as a limp. 8-5 off for JNT.
Uh-oh. This is coming with limp re-race here for Kulev. This is what he was looking for.
3x. JNT running into a strong one again. How will Alex play it?
1.8 million.
There it is, the limp 3-bet to 1.8.
And he's not making it small. This is a pretty big one. I don't think there's anywhere to go except in the muck with the
Yeah.
8-5.
I gotta tell you something.
Police is me.
Second police is here.
I think JNT really is in character in a way, and I don't think that he enjoys
How's police in
Kulev
Bulgarian?
behaving
Policia.
Policia.
Police
As
seems
the-
like a
you
pretty,
know-
like every language, I feel like just uses police.
as the cop
Wonder
out
if
there.
must
I think
have
he
some
very
Latin
much
to it.
wants.
Yeah, you know, in Italian, carabiniere.
Oh.
Carabiniere.
Yeah.
In France, it's like gendarme.
Gendarme.
I thought it was still police, and it says police on the in Pale still.
Yeah, it's like police and law.
Yeah, they might, but it definitely says police.
I was going to say, I think JNT very much wants to be the man who's the enforcer out there. And to that effect, I'm not going to lie, Rusty, I
5.5.
thought there was some weird world in which maybe he just piled on Kulev in the face of that limp 3-bet. Just as like the gangster take it to the streets, this has nothing to do with the hand. You know what I mean? He leaves me breathless sometimes, JNT. I'm just telling you.
I mean, he's made some. That would have been the wildest play. I mean, just 4-bet piling the 8-5 off. I mean,
here he is. Hang on, Rasty. 2 5s in the face of the Brewer. Ace-10. Min-raise open and a 3-bet from Elton to 850.
This one finds the muck. Oh. He's going into a time bank with it. This, if he piles this puts Elton in a really rough spot. I'm really curious to see what Elton decides, because you're just sick about 9s. But Elton isn't scared to gamble if he thinks he has the best of it.
You're not wrong about that.
Yeah.
4 point something plus this.
They share some DNA in that respect.
Oh, wow.
1.8.
Okay, so it isn't a pile. It is 1.8 though. And more importantly, a 4-bet.
For about $1 million more. Elton, kind of all the options are on the table. I'm really curious what he decides.
1.8.
I mean, I
How
think
much more is that?
3-betting 9s as it is already a very interesting decision from Elton. I think most of the time GTO ranges flat that. So he's kind of playing it for value in a spot where ICM would usually have it call. And now he's 3-bet. Now he's come across a 4-bet. Does he call in position? Does he let it go, find another spot? Those seem like the most likely options. He's going to let this go, it looks like.
Yeah.
There it is, J&T.
and he was a little bit sick about it. You could tell, Rast, when he laid it down. But I think Elton also recognizing that perhaps there will be lower variance spots. Not that he is afraid of taking the high variance.
This goes to show why, when I say, oh, with ICM ranges, normally 9s is a call there, that's part of the reason why. All of a sudden, you've taken a 3-bet, a pretty good hand. You can't even continue to a pretty small 4-bet in position.
No.
Right?
So there is a look at our final 12 here in the 100K main. Blinds will be going up to 100, 200, 500,000 in orbit. The cost. And that peek brought to you by Poker Steak as we give you another peek back at the desk here. Zar Rast, Ali Najad here with you. Glad to have you with us as we work our way toward this champion and awarding $4.3 million. The story of the frame, of course, is JNT Rast. We just don't really know what to expect with him. And if you think it's tough for us, imagine being out there playing for 4.3 up top and never quite knowing what's going on.
100%. I mean, he's just had some wild frames in his hand. Sorry, excuse me, wild hands in this very last frame. Look at the Queen-8 offsuit where he ended up doubling up Kulev, who had aces.
Right.
Really interesting hand to choose to 3-bet. Flopped a pretty good one. And then just now cold 4-ing 5s.
Yeah.
Out of the small blind and getting 9s to fold. I mean, even the other hand with jacks where he bet half pot and got limitless to fold queens. So it's like he's out there mixing it up. And, yeah, it's pretty clear that a lot of the other, players out there don't really understand exactly what he's doing.
For us, a little bit exciting, a little bit entertaining. But for those out there trying to win this main, it's a little bit less enjoyable. But nevertheless, they fight on, and they're going to do so. With Rast here in the booth, I'm going to step aside, but continuing coverage on the back end of this break of this 100K main comes your way from Jeju. Keep it close.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You're playing an 8 max MTT, first to act under the gun. At what stack depth should you consider opening low pocket pairs like 4-4? A. Always open these hands. B. Only open them below 20 big blinds. C. Below 30 big blinds. Or D. Below 50 big blinds. Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Pocket sixes here for Brewer. He's only got 1.2 million of his own.
Okay.
Now we saw Ibinger Rast fold those 2 sixes to an upfront raise moments ago. A little bit of a different scenario on our hands, and you see Brewer accordingly chewing on it. Time bank used.
Yeah, here he has 9 blinds, which is basically the same thing Brewer has. So Brewer doesn't really have to worry about committing more chips to the pot. He does have to worry about 3 more players coming in behind. This would be, I'm pretty certain he would like call this out of the big blind.
Right, the fewer the players behind him are, then the more cozy the decision.
Because you're kind of fading a spot where, I mean, pretty much if someone has a bigger pair than this behind you, they're probably coming in, like maybe 7s fold, but you know, 9s or better is probably calling. I kind of think he's going to end up folding this, but it's pretty close. Like maybe he goes with 7s or 8s here. It's like Mario under the gun 8 probably isn't shoving deuces.
Brewer, by the way, has just 1 cash in 8 attempts coming into this, his second cash.
It's
and that lone
close.
cash, by the way, came in the 40K mystery bounty, 6th for 186,000. Apologies, Rasty. How close is it? Apparently close, but good enough.
Yeah, so I think Brewer is probably decided that this is the worst pair. You know, is it 6s? Is it 7s? It's probably right around there. I mean, this is pretty uncomfortable for him. Like, you don't really want to put it in. You don't love putting it in and flipping here, right? There is the, does Mario Mosback have the suited wheel aces? That is a question that really Sixes starts to like, because now you're a solid favorite against those hands.
Right.
He probably does have them.
Undercard to the 6 would be a delightful thing to look over at, and also delightful an ace and jack free flop if you're Chris Brewer. Far different sentiments, of course, for the Austrian, who now needs to connect. Hearts would have worked. Instead, a spade peels off, and it is just 6 outs once for Mario Mosbach, and that is not among them, as Brewer makes the set of 6s. The GGs and the love being shown for Mario, well liked.
We have the exact same stack.
At any given table.
I was thinking about this a little more. So this goes, how one of the things I mentioned is, how are the pros going to act right now? With some time left before the final tables, some time left without jumps. And Chris decided, let's gamble.
Let us know who you're rooting for, and then let us continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment free of charge. But let us also take a moment to ask of you, in return, to click the like button. Click subscribe if you've not already done so to ensure that you never miss action from any given Triton Super High Roller Series.
And so we can see that Antonius isn't going ham in a spot where maybe he could have opened pretty light there. Jack 5 off. I mean, he's in the hijack. He's only got really short stacks other than the big blind. Ooh.
Pocket threes for Chidwick.
Yeah.
As he deliberates off of 3.4.
And Saliba covers him to the left.
Pesky.
Pesky, yes. Makes these decisions a little different if Saliba has, say, 1.2 versus covering our 3.4 million stack.
All in.
Does rip it in nevertheless. And, he's deep enough that Saliba's going to be narrow when he comes along, so then...
Oh, that's going to push out some hands that beat him for sure. Like, Saliba's going to fold 4s, 5s, 6s probably, and, starting to think once it gets a little bigger than that. I mean, this is... They have big stacks. Like, him calling that, it's 3/4 of his chips or more. So...
Ace, Jack, 8, and Rabbit Chow connects with the necessary assistance. No heart in hand for Chidwick, no 3 on the turn. And all Kevin needs to do to secure the double now is fade a crab on the river, which he's done as he improves to aces and 6s and to a stack of 2.6 million here. That's worth a swig of the iced coffee.
Yeah, pretty standard shove by Kevin on the button.
Chip graphs, you name it, we got it. Highlight videos. And you can even stream us through the app itself. Don't delay, download today. Ace Jack suited, Alex Kulev, who has been the V-pipper here.
Yeah, he's coming very next hand with something significantly stronger than the last. What does Frobets want to do with 5s? They just showed off last hand, hijack versus big blind. Now it's low jack versus small blind.
How weird did these little pairs get out here? Apparently not all that weird, as Frobets just piles. I wonder, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rasty, if some small bit of this isn't that we've seen the V-pipping from Kulev, we've seen him open and fold to the 3 bets, and we know who he is out there.
Yeah, he has been V-pipping quite a bit. I wonder if that's going to lead him to think maybe Hrabek is pretty wide here. Wide enough that ace-jack suited could be a call. Yes. And so he's going to gamble.
That he is. And Hrabet's in front, but doesn't love to see it, obviously, as the threats loom. Covering stack, also relevant. Oh, look at Kulev, just making a personal adjustment to the holding.
Yeah, he's looking over. He's like, 5's all right, buddy.
Oh, ace of diamonds, all right, buddy, is what he's thinking in this $4.5 million chip pot where Roman needs help. Not there on the turn. Obviously, again,
hello and welcome back to the biggest $100,000 buy-in ever here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, Jeju Shinhwa World. Will Jaffe here with Brian Rast. I mean, a lot of great stories. Jean-Noel Thorel looking for some redemption after getting rivered at a main event last year to get second place in brutal fashion. Patrick Antoni is still in the mix. Alex Kulev, I felt certainly one of the best tournament players out there. Stephen Chidwick. I mean, is there anything in particular, Brian, that stands out to you?
Excuse me, there are technical difficulties. Yes. What stood out the most has been the play of JNT. He's been in there. He's mixing it up. He's definitely doing some things that some of these pros don't really know what's going on. With jacks, he got queens to fold for a C-bet post-flop on a king-high board. How about that in a 3-bet pot? He just got 9s to fold by 4-betting 5s. You know, he went for it with queen 8 off, didn't get aces to fold, didn't get there. But the point is that he's in there really mixing it up. That's by far, in my opinion, storyline number 1. Storyline number 2 would be, and you have great respect for his game, I've already seen that in the booth, kind of the rise of Kulev here. Kulev has now taken a place as number 2 in chips. He's directly to the right of JNT and making a run for it.
Yeah, I also should mention, I forgot Elton Sang, fresh off that $4.2 million win in the 150K buy-in. Still very much alive here for $4.3 million up top. And yeah, I've been super impressed with Kulev. And going back a little to JNT, obviously these guys all study. They're all up on their theory. How much does having a player as wild and crazy as JNT in the mix make all that stuff go out the window?
Yeah, you know, Ali and I really touched on that in the first frame. And, you know, I was kind of making the point with him that there's this mix of, you know your spots, you study GTO, but then one of the ways you really make money in a lot of these spots is adjusting, right? Going for exploitive lines. And he's throwing some of them off because they're not making the right exploitive adjustments.
Yeah, well, it'll be very interesting to see how this goes. JNT still the chip leader here. Kulev has chipped up. Obviously, his countryman Ferdi Mustafov still in the mix. Chris Brewer, another one of these storylines. Cut that mullet, really changed the math for him. He's been on a nice tear. Elton Sang and Igor Yaroshevsky, very good player in his own right. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, and we got to watch out. Both of these guys have gotten it in bad for their tournament life with a dominated ace and doubled up, and that's now Orange Theory optimal. So we got to, that's another storyline, maybe number 3.
Well, that's OTO, right?
Yeah, OTO.
Yeah, everybody knows about that. Kevin Rabichow, one of the best heads-up players in the world, and obviously Stevie, still in the mix.
Ice Americano, please.
Yeah, 3 shots in 1 cup.
12 players left here.
Yeah, Stevie's just been kind of gliding up. This whole tournament, he's never had a big stack. He's been under average the whole time, but here he is, 12 left.
Look at this. Disaster for Saliba, who puts Rabikin in the orange, Brian. OTO wakes up with the jacks and and Saliba with a potentially extremely costly misstep here.
I mean, maybe we can just throw those percentages out. OTO's probably 100% here to win.
It's never easy, is it, Brian? Gut shot for Saliba.
Wow, the equity is like the exact same as it was pre-flop.
Needs to fade a 6 for Hrabek, and he'll double up here. Wow. And just like that, fireworks off the bat. Massive pot for Hrabek.
Yeah, Saliba trying to lay down the ICM hammer and just runs into it on really like the first time we've seen him get an opportunity to do it.
Yeah, and you can see the look on his face. All of those big chips going over to Hrabec.
Yeah, there was a little frustration on that final chip toss. You could feel it.
I mean, these are big moments. Final table looming.
No, that pot was worth a lot of real world dollars. So, like, I mean, I'm just trying to think, what is $3.5 million in chips worth right now in real world money?
Easily a six-figure result there.
Easily. I mean, an average stack is $4.5 million, and yeah, it's probably worth high six figures. No big deal.
Yeah, and it's been interesting watching these pay jumps. It feels like it's kind of ramping up towards the final table. We had a lot of players getting 151,000. Still, the next player out will get 330, then 378, but then it really starts to get meaty when we get into the top 7 with that 4.33 million up top.
Patrick's been relatively quiet today. Haven't seen too many hands with him so far.
Yeah, we saw the big hand versus him to eliminate Aaron Sang on the bubble. The ace-queen versus ace-king got the queen-queen-8 flop, but it feels like he's kind of been coasting since then.
Yeah, and it's not the... We also saw ace-queen take out ace-king there. Ibinger. I mean, that was just OTO, though, that time.
Stevie has aces. How does he want to play with just 10 big blinds?
Yeah, he might limp here.
I could see limp. I could also see min raise.
Yeah. Jam, I can't really see.
400?
Does come with the min raise.
Who's blind? It's Ibinger's big blind. Hrabet's small blind. Oh, and that's a dusty one.
Yeah.
Don't see this getting defended.
That's going to be frustrating. Rabbit our short stack here.
Yeah, this is the table that has no chips. It's the other table has all the chips. So only one. There are 2 stacks technically here that are above average, but all the shortest stacks. I mean, Rabbit Chow really on fumes now. Less than 4 big blinds, and he's under the gun, so. Tough spot. Next hand, he's got to put in half his chips.
You can kind of see it in Saliba's body language, just a complete deflation after running into jacks there.
Yeah, that really changed his tournament perspective drastically.
And Hrabec cashed the first 5 events here, brick the last 2, misses 2 cashes, and starts going with the orange hat, the orange at the table, and clearly a very good decision.
Yeah, he just recently became a convert to OTO and obviously made the right decision there.
Oranges are very good here in Jeju. Antonius going to defend with Queen 7, the computer hand.
Hrabet's with some chips now for the first time, turning on the pressure.
And a flop that connects with both. Gutter for Patrick and open ender for Hrabec.
Yeah, we could see a pretty interesting pot here with neither player having a pair. Hrabet's having a nice semi-bluff candidate in position versus Patrick, sometimes known as a pretty sticky player, out of position. Let's see how big this one gets.
Very scary player to bluff, Patrick Antonius.
So scary. Roberts checks it back. Oh.
And binks the 7 on the turn. Terrible card for Patrick. And this is a really sneaky check back from Roman because would imagine Patrick's thinking he's betting a fair amount of fives on the flop.
Yeah, you would think so. So Patrick is checking. Can't imagine he's going to fold here. So let's see what size Hrabets comes with. Wow, checks it back again.
And look at that. Patrick slides into top 2, which he has to think is good now.
The crazy thing is this pot could be so much bigger. Just
Yeah.
think if it wasn't checked the whole way, and then, you know, Roman's betting, and then Patrick just backs into top 2 pair.
Yeah.
And this pot could end up being
And
quite a bit
Antonius
smaller.
checks. I don't know if the spidey senses are on or something, or he's trying to induce a bluff, but checks the top 2. Just Hrabets obviously going to bet now. The question is how much. He's going to go big.
Yeah, pretty big, like 3/4 pot, which isn't super big. I mean, Patrick has to think he's beating some value here, right,
But
with top 2.
it's big enough it might save Patrick from a raise.
Exactly. Hrabets might have actually found the way where he can win the absolute least amount of money on this run out.
And in credit to Patrick, he's potentially lost the least amount of money.
Yeah.
1.8.
Oh.
Never mind.
we take that back.
Wow, Antonius raises to 1.8. Disaster for Patrick, who understandably thinks he has the best hand after the way Hrabets has played this.
Yeah, I'm very curious because, I mean, if you're Hrabets, you got to think, how often does my opponent really ever have 5-8 here with a check raise this small? Can I re-raise? He does have more than Patrick.
Just going to call, and he's going to win another massive pot. And just like that, Roman Hrabets right on JNT's tail for the chip lead. I mean, he was down to vapors earlier, Patrick.
Yeah.
Got all in with Rabichow with ace-9 off against Rabichow's ace-jack, doubled up, and now look at this. The citrus.
I mean, he did win 1.8 on the river there with like whatever 1.1, so more than pot on the river. That said, pretty sure he wins more than that if he starts just betting multiple streets. He might have been able to almost bust Patrick in that hand.
Yeah, very interesting hand. Hrabets, a very unconventional player. $12 left in the biggest 100K ever, the Triton Super High Roller Series main event here in Jeju. And for Saliba, the snowman.
Yeah, definitely good enough to just stick it in. We're talking 7 big blinds here, folks.
We are on a pay jump here.
750.
Hrabets will be looking to melt those snowmen with the ace-queen.
So Hrabets with a decision here about whether he just re-raises or calls. As he's definitely playing this. I mean, Saliba can have a bunch of weaker ace-x that he's just dominating, so he's doing pretty well against this range. You're going to look around at the stacks. Bunch of 2 million or less behind, so yeah, jam. Super reasonable. Again, Hrabets is the only person with any chips at this table. So, ace-8, very interesting combo, just got folded.
And what a start to this frame for Roman. And Saliba could be out
They make
here.
sure hands are even, right?
I've been told they do.
It's fine.
In case someone
Yeah.
busts.
Oh, good.
Justin Saliba needs to hold or he's going to be out in 12th place. And Hrabets will be our chip leader. And there goes the orange, even though he's not in.
That's what he did with the ace-9 versus, I think it was ace-jack earlier, and the flop came ace-9-3, and ace-9 held. So this is, he's showing some superstitious patterns at this point.
So far, so good. Hearts working for Roman. Another 6. Great card for Saliba. Just needs to fade an ace or a queen, and he'll double up.
Or the pesky 6. Quads with an ace kicker. Oh!
Wow. Death by quads for Justin Saliba. And just like that. I didn't even realize that was an out, Brian.
You thought about
There it
that?
is.
What a brutal turn of events.
When it hit, yes.
I'm on the turn.
Justin Saliba out in 12th. Good game, sir, but man, he's going to need some time to get over this one.
You got your answer. You got your answer in the universe.
Something about that orange. Roman is our new chip leader.
Yeah, he's gone full OTO, and it's paying off.
Unreal run out there.
Yeah. Maybe there's something about sliding this orange into the middle here, just like the really good oranges in Korea here on Jeju. Roman's gone really deep into the obscure superstition streets and figured it out. And he's not losing any more all-ins on his way to crushing this tournament.
Yeah, I thought the orange would just go in if he was all in, but it goes
No, now
in.
he's just every time. He's like, well, let's keep going.
It's not broke, don't fix it. And how about pocket kings now for Roman? This is just getting absurd.
400.
And I mean, he can really lean on this table. Like this table, nobody has over 15 big blinds, folks. So the truth is, Frabet's range here is actually kind of polar when he min raises because he's going to have a lot of open jam spots. Like a bunch of hands want to open jam, but not kings, though. Kings want some action. Like, please, somebody find something good enough to put your money in the pot.
Well, Rabichow did just ladder, but now only has 250,000 behind, has 100 in the small. He might want to gamble here. It looks like he does. Just going to call, so, oh no, he's all in by the call. Wow. And Stevie with the king. Can he avoid disaster?
It's hard for him to win this one. King 4 off.
Yeah, wait. I'm going to take a break from the analysis.
I mean, these are the type of spots that get really tricky.
He does call. Stevie's not afraid of these spots at all.
No. Just in terms of, you know, Roman's going to have a lot of weak hands. So Stevie's going to be kind of saved from the fact that he can't really flop a king. That would be disastrous for him. Oh, 1-4. Two fours.
How about trips for Steven Chidwick? And now we'll see how real the orange is here, Brian, because this is disaster for Roman.
Does Roman want to check this one back? No side pot. There's really no overcards almost. A lot of Stevie's ace-x jam pre. I mean, he can have some, but not that much. Checking would be reasonable, but Roman just bets.
And Stevie now, does he want to set the trap?
Or just go ahead and raise right here. We're out of position. How's he going to play it? An 8 has some incentive to raise here for sure. Doesn't make a ton of sense with the all-in player and no side pot, raising with bluff hands too much. So yeah, he decides just to call, and that, I think, is at least in part a function of Rabichow being all in.
Deuce on the turn, a total brick. Robich is definitely going to think his kings are good here.
Yeah, Rabichow is a dead man walking. He's got the 0. And Hrabets has to like his hand, but he only has 1 out.
He's going to bet small here, thinking he's stringing Stevie along with an 8.
Yeah, an 8. He's charging hands with the gutter like 6-7, 7-5. 6-5's now open-ended. Let's see what Stevie does here. I think if he knows Frabetz has kings, you just just call, that hand's probably going to value bet river, but he can't know that. Might want to deny equity to some like spade type hands. Okay, just calls.
Yeah, just keep stringing Robic along.
It's hard to imagine what river comes that Roberts doesn't value bet. Like maybe an 8 is the only one.
Maybe an ace?
Well, now we get to find out on an ace. I mean, I think he probably value bets on the ace.
This is one of the only rivers that could save him, though, right? He does check.
Snap checks.
Wow. And Robic gets saved there.
Yeah.
Really good check on his part. Stevie is going to win a nice pot, but there's a lot more he could have had. And Kevin Rabichow is going to hit the showers in 11th place. Good game, sir. 378,000 for his troubles. That was a weird hand. Rabichow did get unlucky to double Roman earlier. Very good heads-up player.
You're playing 400? 400 as well?
The blood is being spilled here. Down to 10.
Yeah, I mean, another thing Stevie's thinking when he's calling is my opponent might have 0 equity.
Yeah, he might just have dust.
Yeah, like.
And if he raises,
Queen,
obviously,
Jack,
those hands
those
just
hands
fold.
are gone, and he's probably thinking, well, if my opponent really has it, I'm winning it all on the river most of the time anyway.
And with Rabichow being so short, Roman is somewhat incentivized to bluff for that pot, because he can have Queen Jack can beat Rabichow,
and that's why Ace-X type hands make a lot of sense for him to keep firing, because like Ace or maybe even Queen High, King High, like those might win versus Rabichow, right? You get Stevie to fold, and then you just win with Ace, King, or Queen High, right?
Still very healthy.
Sorry, I mean you get Chidwick to fold, and then you beat Rabichow with Ace,
Exactly.
King, or Queen High. Excuse me.
Patrick now in that 14 big blind range, and kings for Stevie now. Wow. Starting the spin. My guess is he'll limp here against Robic, but never know with Stevie.
20 big blinds. His stack has a lot of ICM pressure here. Yeah, I think he's range is majority limping, but this is one of his premiums. Let's see what he does. If you think your opponent jams over raises a lot, then going like 2.5x to 500K makes sense.
He's going to raise.
650?
And Roman has an ace. And we do have a fair amount of ICM now. Next player out gets 378, but then up to 451.
So against a hand like this, like if we think Roman's jamming with a lot of these ace-x hands to get us to fold our garbage part of our range. Okay, and Roman just calls, so avoids disaster
for now.
For now. This is a hand, though, where he might not get into a lot of trouble unless he hits the 6. I mean, an ace, he beats kings.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Disaster for Stevie. And this is really rough, Brian, because like we said, a lot of aces are just going to rip on him.
Yeah, some of them definitely will. So Roman can have ace-x, but you know, doesn't have a lot of it. Chidwick definitely has more. He's probably going to come with a smallish range bet here. Yeah, he's kind of saying I'm betting range, given my range advantage. And Roberts just has a pretty good hand. I think there isn't much to do here, but besides call in position and just see what happens on the next street. And the next street is when this hand starts to become really tricky for Chidwick to play, in my opinion, in kings. Like, I want to see what he does because these spots are brutal.
Robic does just call, yeah. You have pocket kings blind versus blind. The ace comes. What do you do now?
You know, you barely have more than a 1 SPR. We've got 2 flush draws on the board, right? It's hard to have a made hand, right? You need like 4 or 5, which isn't that likely. But there's double flush draws. So a lot of, you know, our opponent doesn't have an ace very often. So our hand is good quite a bit, and we want to charge our opponent to draw to a flush. He probably bets again here. But it's not comfy. Okay, he comes with check, which also can make sense. Want to keep the pot small. Yes, draws have some equity, but they probably only have like 9 outs. We don't really want to play for stacks with kings here. If Roman bets, he's pretty much committing to going with this hand. There's no bet fold. So he checks back. And that's not a good card for Chidwick, if you think about it, in the sense of, okay, my opponent called flop, checked back turn, a lot of 9x and deuce x in that range. Deuce x is now beating me.
Yeah, so Stevie now only beating a 9 or basically pure floats.
Yes, or or missed draws, and the backdoor club's got there. If he bets here, he might go block. Yeah, he's blocking as a way to set the price, which is a concept you and I love, and to get value from a 9.
Yeah, he's setting the price, but does Roman want to reset the price here?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. He doesn't really have ICM pressure on a raise.
No,
he doesn't. So he can charge Stevie. Let's see if he finds it. I bet this...
No, he's just going to call, which is understandable. Stevie going to lose almost all those chips he just won back.
You know what? I know Steven Chidwick lost this hand, but let's be real, he played it pretty awesome.
This is a win, yeah.
Overall,
this is a win. Mentally, like...
I mean... Starting on the turn with double flush draw on there, he got check and only lost a 10% bet on the river. If he checks, Roman's probably betting more than that.
And this is why we talk about the power of setting the price. If he checks on the river, like you said, Roman could bet 800 there.
Yeah.
He bet $1 million.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
It's pretty tough. Like hearts missed.
And this is why a lot of these guys think that Stevie is the best.
I mean, that was impressive. Like, going into the turn, I said, here, let's see what Stevie does. This is a brutal spot. Stevie crushed it.
Stevie now tied with Patrick. And you see all these stacks clustered together in the 14 big blind range. Hrabic with a massive chip lead on them, 12 million. He's the overall leader now.
2.3.
Thank you.
And is this just any 2 time for him?
What's Ibinger got here? Yeah, any 2. Although this hand, he's going all in. He could have also gone for min-raise fold. This hand is so bad.
And Ibinger has a suited ace. And this is actually really interesting with the ICM. He's going to go with it. It's just too strong.
Yeah, with 10 left. And this is also part of the reason why maybe as raw bets you want to go with min-raise fold here. But ICM's not so strong we're getting our opponents to fold anything good. As we can see, ace-5 suited called. Like he could have came with 2.5 or 3x and just folded to a jam.
But he's got the orange in the middle, Brian, and he's got plenty of equity here to bust Matthias.
He hasn't lost so far when that orange has come out in front of some very not strong holdings in the center. Oh, but this is going to be a tall order.
Great flop for Ibinger. Roman now can't hit a 4 and 8 of spades. One more card for Matthias for a very big double.
But see, this is the problem. Yeah, he was trying OTO against a guy who has even more orange going for him.
Well, I think Matthias might have invented OTO. Yeah. He's worn that orange hoodie for a long time. Huge double for Ibinger here. And a learning experience, you're on a massive final table bubble. That may seem like an easy call, but you got to make that call, right? You got to sack up and just put the chips in the middle. You can't be afraid there.
Yeah, I think so. With 10 left, we want to try to get some chips and make a run at this tournament. I like the call.
Well, if they had 5.
ICM is ramped up. It's pretty strong, but not at the point where it's going to be with 6 or 5 left.
Check out Jacob & Co. Beautiful watches. The official timekeeper, and the winner here will get a custom timepiece. All of these main event winners get a Jacob & Co. watch. Check out this cool watch with the roulette table built inside. I mean, way better than just playing roulette, which I've done. And Eyebringer, Brian, last 2 events, 50K, 19th place, 150K, 12th place. He'll do better than that here with 10 left. Playing for the win, and no stranger to main events because last stop, Monte Carlo, he won the main event for $3.5 million. So Matthias Eyebringer making a big push here for that Jacob & Co. watch. He doesn't even need the money. He just wants the watch, doesn't he, Brian?
Of course. Take a look at them. You know, off screen at the other table, JNT's won some back, doing his work. You know, real G's move in silence like lasagna.
Who's that quote by?
I think it's by a rapper. But
see if our producers can get us that quote. Very powerful quote.
And there he is off camera right now doing his work. He's back up over 11 million, 11.5 million. So Robets is no longer the chip leader. It's JNT.
God knows what he's done to get those chips, Brian. Chris Brewer now, welcome to the table. Well, that's a silent G in lasagna, right?
Well, I'll tell you what, there was a 4-bet. There was a 4-bet.
Taking a second.
Do we have whole cards?
No, we saw that one. That was the one where he 4-bet 5s. But he then did 3-bet Elton Sang raising. He 3-bet him from the dealer button. We don't know that one. That one wasn't on stream. We missed that one. And Elton folded. So
orange on orange violence here in Jeju.
All in.
There it goes again.
Just
Big rip
shipping
here.
it. Again, like I said, he's got the stack, and these guys are all short enough where he can really put pressure. I've been here with an easy fold.
Thus for Patrick.
No need to be tilted. You have no need.
The orange has had a good run.
I'm not tilted.
But I feel like he might be running out of juice. He lost the last one, so.
I see what you did there.
See, Stevie picked up on something. I was going to say this, but you got to be careful when you put the orange out. You got to know, maybe I don't put the orange out when I'm going up against Eyebringer with the all-orange hoodie. Gotta save it, because now Stevie sees it's running out of juice. It didn't work once.
The orange is getting squeezed heavily by Hrabik. $10 left here, inching closer to that massive final table where 6 players will take home over $1 million. And
Jack 4 off. Do we min raise it up here?
I mean, it's the Robbie.
I think he might.
I've seen Hrabik be incredibly aggressive, in situations where he wasn't, chip leader with ICM. So Matthias, though, with the Jack 10, this might just go in. Although Brewer does have 21 bigs. So I guess, we might have to min raise.
Probably min raise. Ooh, Patrick with the ducks. Is he going to put it on the line against the button open? We can get a lot of hands that have a lot of equity versus us to fold. Not doing so well when we're called.
He's just going to fold him, though.
He was thinking about it.
And Brewer with the Jack 6 of clubs. Would imagine he's always defending.
Yeah. One Jack's out of there, so probably no Jack coming. Great flop for Brewer, and I wonder if we see any leads here. He kind of smashes this versus Eyebringer in terms of ranges. Like Eyebringer might not have any straights, maybe 6-5 suited. Brewer has, Eyebringer definitely doesn't have 2 pair. Brewer can. Doesn't lead though. Now we're going to play some poker on the turn. I expect Brewer to bet, and if he doesn't, I kind of expect Ibinger to go delayed c-bet bluff here with Jack high. And it's kind of a gross spot to check call if you're Brewer, so maybe we bet ourselves, little semi-bluff. Let's try to get king high to fold, maybe a better Jack high, maybe even ace high. Yeah, and he comes big. I don't think there's anything Matthias can do versus this sizing. Just let it go.
Chris Brewer had a great year last year. Looking to build on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Robick still out in pole position. Patrick now our short stack here. Stevie, Matthias, and Chris Brewer.
We have 10 left. And since this is an 8-handed tournament, the next person that's out, I think we're combining to a final table. So we're on the FT bubble.
We are. Our other table, Igor's our short stack, followed by Faradine, then Elton and Alex Kulev tied with 28 bigs, and JNT well out in front here with 60.
And you know what? As a poker nerd, I can't wait for that because I'm getting sick of missing hands on the table we're not watching. Like, what did JNT have when he 3-bet Elton to 900K like a few hands ago off table? Did he have like queen 8 off again? Did he have queens? We'll never know.
Kulev going to step into the lion's den. Here comes JNT. Hits him with the min raise.
the min raise. And this is the normal JNT stuff where it's really off book.
Yeah, you just have no idea what this guy is doing.
Yeah. Because this is not really a thing. Normally you go like at least 3x here. You kind of want bad. Whoa.
And Kulev picks up on it. And this is what I mean with Kulev, man. Just the spidey senses.
Yeah, this is a really strong spidey sense spot.
4 million.
JNT hasn't folded yet, Brian.
How much? 4 million? Oh, you think that's a lot? I don't know if you can put it in here.
Kulev gets the best hand to fold.
Pair of balls on that guy, huh?
Always again.
Absolutely fearless.
S. Always.
Always?
Each time.
And queen 8.
And Stevie here outflops Patrick. Patrick raised the button. Stevie defended the big.
This is a flop that super favors Patrick, given no 3-bet from Stevie.
He's going to bet it very small.
When called, will Patrick pick this as a barrel-off combo, right? We're blocking the Jack-10, and Chidwick probably just calls and traps with Jack-10, since in general he's not check-raising this flop ever. I mean, he never has queens. He might have aces, can never have 2-pair, can never really have sets other than aces. So Patrick just has a massive equity advantage, and this is one of the bluffs he can find that actually has equity. Has equity, and unlike hearts, actually blocks a good hand Chidwick can have that traps Jack-10 again. So would not be surprised at all if Antonius 3-barrels this, but he doesn't. He gives up. That is music to Chidwick's ears, who's just going to be very happy to show this down. Probably folds queen 5 to a turn barrel, by the way.
Yeah, I think the fact that the SPR is 1 for Antonius might have deterred him there.
He can find 3 street sizing though. You bet like 500-600 again, leave $1 million back. You don't have to fire the last barrel on the river, by the way. We saw Stevie do that with Queen 10 off in a very interesting blind versus blind hand earlier, where again he showed why he's Stevie and got Ace Queen to fold. So I actually almost sort of expected Patrick to bet that again. I would guess the Silicon Overlord is bluffing that combo like 100%. So it's a give up for sure. And we can see looking at Stevie's hand, it probably works. Like, it'd be a pretty sick call if Stevie continued with Queen no draw against a double barrel.
Does Stevie want to come with a block here?
There isn't too much value in blocking. Yeah.
Oh, he's just going to check, and Patrick's going to knuckle and not be happy to see this. Big pot for Stevie. See the stacks shift. Patrick now our short stack, less than 10 big blinds. Stevie almost up to 20.
And I'll say in my coverage here in the booth of watching this, I've been super impressed with how Stevie's played like a bunch of hands, which is that's not a shocker. But I would say in this tournament, I've not going to name names, but I've seen a number of people kind of maybe make a few missteps on what I would consider to be the best play. You know, lights are bright. This is a big spot, right? I mean, guys probably have a lot more of themselves in a 100K than they do in like a 500K, right? Or, you know, 250 or $1 million buy-in. So some of these guys probably have really big pieces of themselves. They're playing for a lot of money. And, you know, I've seen some plays I'm not so sure about, but definitely not from Stevie. Guys crushing the spots, in my opinion.
Stephen Chidwick, widely considered the best by his peers. Giving you a little glimpse of why.
What does he want to do here? Again, out of position to the table chip leader. Hand's good enough to continue with, comes with limp. Hrabek didn't attack his limp last time, if I remember, but this is a pretty interesting hand. We definitely might see Hrabek attack with this. We got the queen blocker. It's kind of dusty, offsuit. We like attacking these shorter stacks here with these kind of big little offsuit paint little cards.
Does exactly that. Also, as Patrick stack gets shorter, the incentive increases, right, for Hrabek to attack.
What did you say?
No orange.
Yeah.
No orange? No, it's...
So it was a trash hand or what?
Didn't use the orange there, so maybe saving the juice a little.
Must have been a big hand, you know?
No, I knew I wasn't getting called. So.
Ah, that makes sense. You don't want to waste it.
Oh, yeah. No,
It's like a
can't waste all the juice, you know?
Yeah. It's like a power up.
He's explaining some of the orange theory optimal.
And this is what you
findings.
expect, right, at 100K final table, the biggest 100K ever, this type of strategy, Rast?
Well, this is the strategy they're most likely to talk.
Antonius now looking up to the gods.
For pseudo strategy.
For some favor. Yeah. Put that in your solver. Patrick, our short stack, with the blinds approaching. Looks like he might be thinking about those 10s still.
Yeah. I think I would have liked to see a barrel there on the turn. But it is what it is. Under the gun, next hand, Patrick's got to put in a quarter of his chips. Is he going to take this ace-5 off? I think this is a play here. They're only 5-handed. So it says it's hijack.
We've also seen people min-raise in these spots before.
Yeah, min-raise is so dicey. What do? You get 3-bet. I guess you're folding.
Patrick's going for it all.
I mean, if he wins the pot, he adds like 30% to his chip stack.
Just needs to get through Highbringer.
Oh. This would probably not work out well unless OTO's like a real thing.
Heibinger with the suited king is dominated. Looks like he's going to let it go, though.
Yeah.
Nice pickup for Patrick there. Always feels good with those blinds approaching.
Yeah, now he just picked up what he's going to have to pay if he doesn't play.
Let us know where you guys are watching from in chat. Thank you for sweating with us. Really good sweat here on this massive final table bubble.
All right. Chidwick looks like 16.5 blinds. Pocket tens cut off. Probably coming min raise and deuce. We can maybe get some smaller pairs to jam over, especially considering Robets is there.
500.
Interesting. Goes for the 2.5x.
And I think the idea with that is Patrick is pretty short in the big blind, and we want to move up the raise size to discourage him calling and realizing equity. So he's probably doing that more as a range play rather than something he maybe specifically wanted to do with tens.
Got Indiana, Berlin, Wales, Utah, New Jersey, Finland, Oregon, Switzerland, Denver, Asheville, Chicago, Canada, Vietnam. We also have JTO. Jean-Noel Theory Optimal.
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
A lot of different strategies in play here.
Yeah. I guess we're just running an experiment to see which one of them comes out on top.
It's all a simulation, Rast. You know this. Stevie now starting to pick up some hands.
Yeah, we got a different big blind now, so let's see if that affects his open raise sizing.
Goes for 450 here. And Robic with the ace-4 of hearts.
This is a hand that might get him in trouble.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked to just see him rip here, Brian.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. But I don't think Chidwick is folding his hand. So.
No, but he would have some hands he would fold, and even when called, ace-4 of hearts always has equity.
Yes.
Hold on.
He's going for it.
The orange goes in this time.
And I think that's because he knows he's getting called. Because last time he said he isn't.
Stevie's going to double check. Makes the call, and we have a massive pot here. Steven Chidwick, who's played perfectly, is a big favorite to double up and have 8 million chips here.
We're going to put the orange to the test.
Yeah, we're really going to see here, Brian. Hasn't failed yet.
Shrug call. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody a little bit less joking around on this one. Everybody feels the weight.
Yeah, cards aren't turned over. And we can see Stevie has ace-queen, but this is, I think, a very kind of mandatory play with Robic's hand, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty standard kind of rebluff, put the pressure on candidate. Mandatory, I do think there's some wiggle room there to make decisions on how strong my opponent is, but yeah, pretty standard.
We'll get back there. We got some outer table action with JNT. Yeah, just
JTO doing his thing.
Taking it down. Increases that chip lead, 13.4 million now. And looks like these cards will be tabled shortly.
We good?
And here's Chidwick. He's been playing great. Now he's got a chance for a big double to launch him. If he wins this, he'll overtake Robets and actually be second in chips with over 7 million, almost 8 million. Actually, there it is, 8.1. So he would be second in chips. Raw bets would be down to
There's
about
a heart.
average.
Great flop for Stevie. Robic basically just with the hearts working.
Yeah, 4 no good, right?
There's a heart, though. Stevie just needs to fade a heart here. Oh!
Look.
Queen of hearts, and Robic makes the nut flush. Squeezing the juice dry here. And Stevie's going to bubble our final table in just disgusting fashion.
He got out of good luck, but it sounded like it hurt a
I
little
don't
bit
believe in
on
the
that.
power of the orange.
I mean, how can we doubt it now? All
I
hail
think-
the orange, Brian.
Everybody was joking about it, but I think now some people might be wondering if there's something to it.
Roman Robic takes out Stevie and is going to go into this final table with a mountain of chips.
You won. Actually.
Yeah, it doesn't work against me, you're right.
You know, you're like shooting back with your orange color.
See, they figured it out
That's
there.
the connection. I like
We were already on that here in the commentary booth for a long, long time, but these guys at the table now understand as well that Ibinger knows he's protected because he's got all that orange on.
Robic, our chip leader with 14 million, absolutely sick. Patrick sneaks into the final table with 8 bigs. Igor happy to do the same. Matthias, Chris Brewer, Alex Kulev, his countryman Faradin Mustafov, and the winner of the 100K, 150K, Elton Sang. Stack final table in the biggest 100K ever, and I mean, I don't know what to say after that, Brian.
That was a dirty one for Stevie. I mean, let's be real. I mean, a big pot right here on the cusp of the final table, and he just kind of eats it as a massive favorite, really, going all in. And, you know, now we only have 2 stacks that are above average, and they're both over double average. Average is 6 million chips, 30 big blinds. Both these stacks have 13 and 14 million. So it's really a case of the haves and the have-nots.
Yeah, everyone guaranteed, sorry for the scroll there, guys. Everyone guaranteed 450,000, but they'll be looking to 10x that with the 4.3 million up top. I mean, insane final table, crazy action. We're going to take about a 25-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the final table of this record-breaking 100K here at Jeju.
This is going to be an exciting one, guys. You should stay tuned. There's going to be some crazy action at this final table, almost guaranteed based on who has the chips, how they've made it.
I mean, Robic and J&T are the chip leaders. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 25.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Now we saw Ibinger Rast fold those 2 6s to an upfront raise moments ago. A little bit of a different scenario on our hands, and you see Brewer accordingly chewing on it. Time bank used.
Yeah, here he has 9 blinds, which is basically the same thing Brewer has. So Brewer doesn't really have to worry about committing more chips to the pot. He does have to worry about 3 more players coming in behind. This would be, I'm pretty certain he would like call this out of the big blind.
Right, the fewer the players behind him are,
Yeah.
then the more cozy the decision.
Because you're kind of fading a spot where, I mean, pretty much if someone has a bigger pair than this behind you, they're probably coming in, like maybe 7s fold, but, you know, 9s or better is probably calling. I kind of think he's going to end up folding this, but it's pretty close. Like maybe he goes with 7s or 8s here. It's like Mario under the gun 8 probably isn't shoving deuces.
Brewer, by the way, has just 1 cash in 8 attempts coming into this, his second cash.
It's
And that lone cash, by
close.
the way, came in the 40K Mystery Bounty, 6th for 186,000. Apologies, Rasty. How close is it? Apparently close, but good enough.
Yeah, so I think Brewer is probably decided that this is the worst pair. You know, is it 6s? Is it 7s? It's probably right around there. I mean, this is pretty uncomfortable for him. Like, you don't really want to put it in. You don't love putting it in and flipping here, right? There is the, you know, does Mario Mosbeck have the suited wheel aces? That is a question that really 6s starts to like, because now you're a solid favorite against those hands.
Right.
He probably does have them.
Undercard to the 6 would be a delightful thing to look over at, and also delightful an ace and jack free flop if you're Chris Brewer. Far different sentiments, of course, for the Austrian, who now needs to connect. Hearts would have worked. Instead, a spade peels off, and it is just 6 outs once for Mario Mosbach, and that is not among them, as Brewer makes the set of 6s. The GGs and the love being shown for Mario, well liked.
We have the exact same stack.
At any given table.
You know, I was thinking about this a little more. So this goes, you know how one of the things I mentioned is how are the pros going to act right now with some time left before the final tables, some time left without jumps? And Chris decided, let's gamble. Like,
Let us know who you're rooting for, and then let us continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment free of charge. But let us also take a moment to ask of you, in return, to click the like button. Click subscribe if you've not already done so to ensure that you never miss action from any given Triton Super High Roller series.
And so we can see that Antonius isn't going ham in a spot where maybe he could have opened pretty light there. Jack 5 off. I mean, he's in the hijack. He's only got really short stacks other than the big blind. Ooh.
Pocket 3s for Chidwick.
Yeah.
As he deliberates off of 3.4.
And Saliba covers him to the left.
Pesky.
Pesky, yes. Makes these decisions a little different if Saliba has, say, 1.2 versus covering our 3.4 million stack.
All in.
Does rip it in nevertheless. And, you know, he's deep enough that Saliba's going to be narrow when he comes along, so then...
Oh, that's going to push out some hands that beat him for sure. Like, Saliba's going to fold 4s, 5s, 6s probably, and, you know, starting to think once it gets a little bigger than that. I mean, this is... They have big stacks. Like, him calling that, it's 3/4 of his chips or more. So...
Ace, Jack, 8, and Rabbit Chow connects with the necessary assistance. No heart in hand for Chidwick, no 3 on the turn. And all Kevin needs to do to secure the double now is fade a crab on the river, which he's done as he improves to aces and 6s and to a stack of 2.6 million here. That's worth a swig of the iced coffee.
Yeah, pretty standard shove by Kevin on the button.
chip graphs, you name it, we got it. Highlight videos. And you can even stream us through the app itself. Don't delay, download today. Ace-Jack suited, Alex Kulev, who has been the V-Pipper here.
Yeah, he's coming very next hand with something significantly stronger than the last. What does Hrabets want to do with fives? They just showed off last hand, hijack versus big blind. Now it's low jack versus small blind.
How weird did these little pairs get out here? Apparently not all that weird, as Hrabets just piles. You know, I wonder, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rasty, if some small bit of this isn't that we've seen the V-pipping from Kulev, we've seen him open and fold to the 3-bets, and we know who he is out there.
Yeah, you know, he has been V-pipping quite a bit. I wonder if that's going to lead him to think maybe Hrabek is pretty wide here. Wide enough that ace-jack suited could be a call. Yes. So he's going to gamble.
That he is. And Hrabet's in front, but doesn't love to see it, obviously, as the threats loom. Covering stack, also relevant. Oh, look at Kulev, just making a personal adjustment to the holding.
Yeah, he's looking over. He's like, fives. All right, buddy.
Oh, ace of diamonds. All right, buddy, is what he's thinking in this 4.5 million chip pot where Roman needs help. Not there on the turn. Obviously, again, he is the covering stack, so not at risk. Will the ace-jack hold? Indeed. And that's chunky out of Roman's stack, Rast.
Yeah, Hrabets is down to life support right now. Might be under 10 blinds or right around that range. And yeah, Kulev just kind of vaulted up there into those, that group of stacks that are all vying.
Infusion for Chris and a big holding for Malinowski. Up front, 2 queens.
And this is something that I think separates.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Not a lot of separation between queens and jacks. And yes, indeed, Rast, we have ourselves the first of what could be explosive collisions here involving JNT.
And if JNT 3-bets this, he's going to get himself in trouble.
Well, there you see it, and one can't necessarily blame him, Rast, for choosing to 3-bet the 2 jacks as the big stack.
No, not necessarily. 30 blinds. I mean, listen, this is one of these spots where I think a lot of ICM ranges have you flat jacks. I literally had this spot the other day, or something pretty similar to it. The whole table behind you. You end up flatting jacks a bit more and like mixing queens, going with kings, aces, ace, king is your value region. And then a lot of ace and king X suited stuff is your bluffs for blockers. And this starts to illustrate some of the reason why that starts happening at final tables.
4s and 3s both into the muck as we await Limitless's decision.
That said, as the big stack, if you want to start 3-betting wide, maybe you go wide for value. And we can see Victor didn't even jam it here, so maybe there'll be some flops which don't get this all in. Stuffs with ace out there.
King out there.
Yeah.
And the choice not to jam it for Malinowski is just mindful of JNT having that big covering stack and some of that ICM pressure, as we do see a king roll off here, Rast, or to what do you attribute the conservative approach?
I think he just wants to take a flop off, especially on flops with an ace on it. Maybe figures he can save his stack pretty much.
Okay.
I think with this type of flop, especially like, do you remember how JNT played the 10s yesterday? I mean, if Victor knows about that, remember 10s versus
like
10s all in?
Like a gangster,
yes.
Rast, okay.
So I don't think Victor's going anywhere with queens on a king high board. He's going to take his chances. Like maybe JNT has jacks or 10s. Maybe he's bluffing with an ace. You know, if he has a king, I just lose. But I would have lost to some of those hands going all in pre-flop anyways.
Well, let's see just how uncomfortable things are going to get for Malinowski. playing 3.1, 900 on request, 1 overcard out there, gonna take his time with 2.7 in the middle.
This is a healthy bet. Half pot's very large here, all things considered. I think he's deciding between call and all in. I can't see him folding. Fold would be really, yeah, I just don't see that. My guess is he ends up calling.
But he's got to think his way through what are 2 subsequent streets. The queen of clubs in particular becomes quite relevant.
Oh, wow,
but he does
passed.
lay it down, Rast.
Oh, my goodness.
He just check-folded in this spot, and one has to imagine it isn't just the king. It's the fact that he expects JNT to be more inclined to barrel away.
A lot of different things. But then in real time against opponents who there's like this Bayesian analysis of, okay, what are they doing? I've seen this many hands. I've seen them play before. You know, what's happening here? How are they changing? How can I exploit them? They kind of come up with these exploits in real time. And that's more than executing. That's not necessarily executing a plan. That is, you know, coming up on the spot with your own strategic adjustments. You know, that's like an artistic addition to something that's considered just to be technical.
Fair,
and
yeah.
that's when this becomes absurd and beautiful. And you can sometimes see these amazing hands where, you know, I'll be in the booth and, you know, one that came up the other day was Fedor went a 3-street bluff with queen deuce off and almost caught down, called down by king 7.
I remember that
hand
one.
Just so wild.
Yeah. I think it was
my favorite
Nikita Kuznetsov was on the other end of that one.
6 suited.
Meanwhile, Hagiev, 6-7 suited, jammed it. Mustafov, ace-8 from the small, comes over the top of the button. How about this board? A gut shot, straight flush draw for Hagiev with 1.9 in the middle. Plenty of equity. In fact, he is a favorite against the ace-8.
Ooh, but that's a blank.
It was a short-lived lead, though, as now inversion. 3-2 with 1 to come is Mustafov. Can Hagiev find the needed help? No. A second blank. Rolls off on the end. Got himself a real sweat out there when all the chips came forward, but in the end, left to collect a 14th place payout is Ramin Hagiev.
Yeah, nice run. I mean, that was really a case of too many outs if you've ever seen one.
Right.
Ooh. Kulev in trouble here.
Eibinger's ace-queen suited up against the ace-king. We arrive here with Matthias making it 1.4 from the button. Kulev just jamming over the top from the big. And on the end, aces full of queens for Eibinger. Kulev.
But I have with ace queen.
Yeah, better.
A cooler.
Yeah, cooler where the worst hand got there.
Treat it is to have the opportunity to observe them in situations such as this, where it's all out there. Nothing being held back.
I think he's just got to go with it here.
We're referring to Hrabets with the ace-9 offsuit, of course, and this sub-10 BB stack coming in. Just 7 BBs.
From
It's
the
over
low
half
jack,
his
you're
stack.
just hoping to get this one through.
They're putting over half his stack out there.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Bad news bears. Not getting this one through, I don't think.
Small blind, not big for Rabbit Chow, but is the ace-jack offsuit enough?
Yeah. Hrabets is going to see the bad news here. He's not in good shape.
Well, I don't know whether or not Kevin gets the tangerine or orange if he wins this one.
Closer to
But he's obviously poised to
definitely
do so.
implying that he is. He's
Yeah.
pushing the orange and like, I'm paying you with this as well. Or maybe he's hoping the orange will help him win the pot because he looks like he wants to keep the chips. Oh, maybe there's something to that orange.
Listen, right about now, things are feeling very citrusy for Roman Hrabets. Finds both the ace and the 9 on this flop. Only needs to fade the jack on the end to snack on some of Rabichow's chips. And he's done just that.
And look, we can see 2 gentlemen in orange right there who just laid down bad beats in all-in pots. Ace-9 to ace-jack, and Matthias just did ace-queen to ace-king, so maybe there's something to orange.
This is the analysis I'm here for, Rasty. Let's expound.
The color orange helps you win from behind.
OTO, Rast, or seen him on multiple occasions here on the island, talking shop with his committee, over $1 million in career Triton earnings. This will be his 6th career Triton cash, his 2nd in Jeju. First came in the 30K 8 max, where he finished 10th for 100,000. Mustafov, we touched on.
I'm very good at full.
Who's in Igor's crew that you alluded to? Is there any names that stand out?
It's interesting. I want to say that I saw Shinhwa Sakibayev of Kazakhstan involved, perhaps. You know, it's some of the newer guys, names that escape me. But, you know, low pro, he's out there. Malinowski, look at this, Rasty. Hijack flat.
Yeah, off of like just over 15 bigs.
Limp, I should say.
Yeah, these type of stack sizes, once you get down to 15, 12 and a half especially, they really like limping because raise fold starts committing a lot of your chips. So he's taking a real strong hand, threading it in there. And oh my goodness.
Brewer in the big blind was not required to invest any more chips to look up at trip deuces on this flop. A disaster for Malinowski. Little does he know it was 600,000 in the middle. These obviously the risks of the limp. We're not criticizing by any stretch, but pointing out that you must be prepared for these sorts of outcomes on occasion, but the outcome not predetermined, as a cowboy would do the trick for Malinowski. One busy, unfortunately, in Mustafov's hand. So he does check it back.
Yeah, and Victor checks, which makes sense because given the lack of raise from the small and big blind, they can have ace-x, but it definitely limits the amount of ace-x they have. Some of the best ones raise, some other ones might bluff. So realistically speaking, there aren't a lot of overcards. So kings might check back here just the way you see aces do in a lot of these spots. You know, you don't really need to start betting. You don't need to bet 3 streets to get in a lot of money with these shorter stack depths. So he checks kings back. And, you know, now his opponent's betting. You know, he has to decide. The board's not that draw heavy. You know, call versus raise.
Merci.
Both have merit. But, yeah, call. Right after calling on the river, there's only a little bit more than a pot-sized bet. Let's keep in our opponent's bluffs. We can see Brewer is not bluffing, however. He's got 3 deuces. You know, so now, I mean, really the question, Brewer can get it all if he goes for the overbet jam.
$400 ahead, slid in on the turn. Brewer, the attacker. And credit, by the way, to Malinowski for just treading lightly on this one after choosing to limp it pre on this particular board texture.
Yeah, I mean, he's in position. There's a pot-sized bet. If he checks here, Victor's going to make a large value bet. Yeah. And I don't see how Victor can really fold this as played. Yeah, I don't even think he's going to think too long. I mean,
Brewer's the covering stack, by the way, here. So this is click, call, and get showered.
You know, you do have to start worrying that a bet this big, maybe you're not beating too much value, but...
You have less size.
Huh?
GG.
I wasn't sure.
I'm specialist, huh? Big blind.
I have less, right?
And you can really get a sense of how discombobulating that spot was there for Malinowski. So disappointed, of course, to be headed for the exit.
Game Victor.
Who knows? Maybe by now he also found out he folded queens incorrectly. So,
you know, that's interesting because if
Yeah.
right now Kevin Rabichow, sub 10 big blinds, 1.12 million, shortest stack in the room. Chidwick, second shortest stack, 2.1 million, 14 bigs. Rabitz, 2.5 million, 17 bigs. Up at the top, of course, JNT, and at top of range, Alex Kulev. 2 aces in the cutoff. And these are the guys that are most dangerous when they actually end up loaded for bear, Rast, because you assign broader ranges just in general at times to them than your typical actor.
yeah, slightly. I mean, Kulev, he hasn't been getting out of line.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
saying that we've looked upon
but-
him in this, you know, particular event and now all of a sudden he feels like, you know, Wild Bill Hickok out there, but JNT picking the worst of all times. And note, Queen 8 offsuit plus the button, that which is responsible for the frisk. And neither you nor I know truly what has motivated this activation from JNT, but it is poorly timed.
Well, Kulev has an interesting decision. I mean, if you think your opponent doesn't have many bluffs, then you just...
Hello and welcome back to Jeju. Unreal action here. Final table bubble is burst in one of the sickest hands I've ever seen. Steven Chidwick gets it all in with ace queen of spades versus Roman Hrabich's ace 4 of hearts. Flop comes ace 10-10 with 1 heart. Runs out a running flush, and we did some quick math on break. Brian, how much was that pot worth in raw equity for Stevie?
Let me get out the math paper here. This is why Will brings me in the booth for the math, so I'm actually showing, you know, why I'm here. Thank you, Will. All right. Anyway, Stevie ended with 378K. His stack would have been worth 1.99 million, so that's 1.612 million difference theoretically in what that meant to Stevie. That's a rough one. But if we're looking at where that equity went, Roman only gained 883K in equity, and the rest of the table gained 729,000. And this just kind of goes when we talk about ICM pressure, power, you know, staying alive, what that's worth. This is an example of that.
Yeah, so just another massive blow for Stevie. He's been so close so many times on the bad side of variance. You know, from what I've seen from these players, speaking to them, consensus, a lot of them think he's the best. We saw why with his play, but it's not just about how good you play, it's how good you run. And Mr. Hrabic has run very good. So has JNT. He's also played incredibly. Those are our 2 chip leaders going into the final table. Patrick Antonius is our short stack. I mean, there's a lot of big names here. Chris Brewer in the middle and Elton Sang, who just won 4.2 million, still very much alive. Obviously, Alex Kulev has played incredible. Faradin Mustafov and Matthias Eibinger and Igor Yaroshevsky rounding it out. Obviously, massive chip lead for JNT and Hrabic, but it's really anybody's game. We're going to send it down to Luca to do some intros.
They shattered all records, the biggest 100K buy-in in the history of poker. We've had 216 entries. We're down to a final table of 9, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. You see number 1 from Finland with 1.7 million. Please welcome Patrick Antonius.
I mean, no introduction needed for Patrick Antonius, one of the GOATs. Fixture here on the Triton series, looking for another big one.
He had a lot of chips all tournament, but coming in short.
Easy number 2 from the US, 4.2 million. Please put your hand together for Chris Brewer.
Chris Brewer, massive year last year. It all turned around for him when he shaved the mullet. He's here alive, 21 bigs is a mountain, looking for another big score.
From the Ukraine with 2.1 million, see number 3. please welcome Igor Yaroshevsky.
One of our more unknown players, but if you play, you're familiar with Igor. Very dangerous, very good player. 10th place earlier in the series, looking to beat that here.
He had fun with his walkout.
From
I like
Bulgaria
that.
in seat 5, 4.6 million. Please put your hand together for Faredin Mustafov.
Another one of these Bulgarian crushers. And I mean, look, if poker was a video game, this guy might be the final boss. Faredin Mustafov.
Seat number 6, from France, with 30 million. Please welcome GNT, Jean-Noël Thorel.
I mean, what can we say about this guy? Just absolute legend. Looking for redemption. Got Timothy Adams all in, heads up in one of these main events. Drawing to 1 out on the river. Timothy hit it. Can he get some redemption tonight?
Here comes the Popo, JNT.
Seat number 7, from Austria, with 3.8 million. Please welcome Matthias Eibinger.
No stranger to main events. Matthias has taken one of these down before for 3.5 million. Extremely dangerous, extremely capable player, rocking the citrus orange hoodie.
Seat number 8, 5.8 million, from Bulgaria. Please welcome Alex Kulev.
Widely considered one of the best, if not the best, online tournament players. Breaking into the live scene, already a 6th place and a 4th place here at Triton. Looking for another massive score.
Seat number 9, from Hong Kong, 4.2 million. Please put your hand together for Elton Tsang.
Rocking the same jersey that he just won $4.2 million in. Legend of the game, Elton Tsang, looking for more gold at Triton.
Last but not least, our chip leader from Czech Republic and a little bit of Poland. With 40 million, please welcome Roban Rabec.
I mean, if you didn't believe at the start of the day in the power of the orange, the citrus, I'm sure you do now. He's made us all believers, Mr. Rabec.
Right, players, we still have 11 minutes remaining on level 24, 100,000, 200,000, 200,000. I wish you all the very best of luck. Shuffle up and go, please.
And obviously, I mean, final table is always interesting, dynamic. Sorry, that was Rob Betts. Get a little confused with these pronunciations, but with JNT and Roman at the top here, I expect this to be even crazier than normal.
Yeah, this should be a fun, exciting final table. A lot of interesting, kind of wild, offbeat hands. Robets is creative, aggressive, and JNT at this point needs no introduction out of the many hands he's played. You know, let's not forget Kulev. I mean, that guy's been fearless so far. He just basically limp jammed ace-5 off versus JNT. He's gone for it. Big, interesting, scary sizes. Real crusher. Not to mention, I mean, this table's just full of great players, but I feel like this mix, we're basically guaranteed to get good action. It's not going to be a snooze fest.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really talk about that ace-5 hand. He didn't need to shove there. He was very comfortable to just
It was to a min raise.
Just kind of glide into the final table. Just went for it.
But he's like, JNT just never has it here. Let's go.
Patrick Antonius, our short stack. Next player out will get 451,000. That pales in comparison to the 4.3 million that's up top. Top 6 places all will make over $1 million. And the largest $100,000 buy-in ever. Kulev going to start things off on the button with King Jack off.
And now we're getting into the stage of the tournament where ICM really starts picking up. Right, staying alive is worth a lot of money. Each spot, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, and let's see how Robets chooses to maneuver here. Obviously can put a lot of pressure on Kulev with his stack.
Yeah, just lets it go to 2.5x. thinks, you know, Kulev's probably not messing around here too much. Not that great a price, pretty dusty hand, maybe defends versus a min raise. Part of the reason why Kulev sizes up, though.
See our rail growing for the main, the biggest prize handed out here.
I've been around the poker world for a long time, Will, and I got to say this is a pretty sick tournament. I mean, the most ever in 100K, 6 payouts, million or more, pretty massive. And just given how many high-stakes tournaments these guys play, a lot of the guys probably have a big to all percentage of themselves in 100K. I'm sure there's some selling, but you know, this is size that many of them can afford to take a bigger piece in, unlike 200s, 500s, or even $1 million buy-ins. So these guys playing for a lot of money right now, real and even in terms of what they stand to make.
Yeah, you're in the crypto streets, Brian. This is big size.
Yeah.
Giga Chad, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of these guys, could be their biggest real score ever, both in terms of gross, but also the net they would make after pieces. So
Nice little pickup for Brewer there, and Antonius watches a lot of his stack go over to Chris. He will be nursing the nub now. There you see the Triton trophy and the Jacob watch. Igor also very short here, looking for his biggest score. And big slick for Kulev.
And now he opened the button. It's going to open again. Will somebody think he's getting out of line? We can see he's not.
Great timing for Alex.
Again, coming with bigger than min raise sizing.
10 bigs.
We have the chip leader on the button.
And kings for Patrick. What a spot to wake up with them. Patrick's going to be all in with a great chance to double up, and cold deck for Kulev.
Wow. So popular.
First all in of the final table.
And again, as alluded to with that ICM money breakdown, everyone at this table is definitely rooting for Kulev to catch that ace.
I'm sharing it.
Can't waste it, you know.
So far, so good. Club's working for Kulev.
Well, everyone other than Patrick, obviously.
Kulev just down to an ace. Can he find one on the river?
How much?
1 free.
1? 3.
Played free. The no spot, scary.
1.3. Yeah, if you squeeze
it. It'd be a bad sweat on the squeeze.
Patrick Antonius, one of the GOATs. And now Igor has to eat the big $90,000 pay jump with the next player out, and then really starts to ramp up. Check out some of this Triton gear. Me and Rasty been rocking it. Obviously, we got the suits on today. It's a big final table. But when we're just chilling, when we're going to the sauna, the gym, I mean, this is some comfy, some swagged out merch. You take the stuff out, take your partner out on a date, go for a golf run. You know what I mean, right, Rasty?
Yeah.
A golf run?
No, this gear is looking sharp.
Thank you.
Fly.
Matthias.
And not just pretty fly for a white guy, just like fly in general.
And Kulev, a lot of hands so far, now picks up the ladies.
The hands just keep getting better for him.
And Elton with a hand here. Seen Kulev raise 3 times. Now, what does he want to do with the ace-jack? Elton, somebody who really plays for the win. Very awkward spot here.
It is. Last time we saw that Kulev had a hand, he had ace-king. But I think if Elton plays this, he probably comes with a 3-bet. Kind of you attack. You want to really lean on the fold equity. It's a little uncomfortable. You call, 1 or 2 people come in behind you. Now you're playing a multi-way pot with ace-jack off. Let's see what Elton decides. Could even fold it. Wouldn't be absurd. Yeah.
Great fold from Elton Sang. And Robek has ace-king. Roberts.
Oh, wow.
And we are about to see a confrontation here.
Yeah. Hrabets is 3-betting as a spot where he's going to get to 3-bet wide quite a bit, right? He's the chip leader. He's leaning on middle stack, raising. He's in position. But he actually has a really good hand. And I think Kulev, instead of calling out of position, a lot of Hrabets' bluff range is going to have an ace-x or king-x hand, which has a decent amount of equity. I think he probably just ends up jamming this one. And Hrabets isn't folding.
Let's see what Kulev does. Obviously, massive ICM implications.
So I don't think it's super likely Hrabets has jacks here. That said, you win a lot of chips just by moving all in and getting the bluffs to fold. And the bluffs almost always have an overcard, either an ace or a king. You're doing well against ace-king off. We can see, I mean, the pseudo flip, you're 12% ahead.
Owen.
There it is.
Call.
Alex shoves and Roman calls, and we're going to have a massive flip here. 10.7 in the million in the middle.
A stop pop. Good luck, my friend. I will need that.
There goes the orange.
Not a good sign for Kulev.
This is a big one.
Damov
Kulev's tournament life on the line here, 9th place.
There's an ace in the window. Disaster for Kulev. Needs a queen or he's going to be out of here in 9th place. No good on the turn. Just one more pull for Alex.
Good game, everyone. Good luck. You buddy.
Nowhere to go there. Great run by Kulev. He played awesome this tournament. Really showed off his stuff, but just kind of a collision type spot, and no one can beat the orange, can they?
It's too powerful here in Jeju.
Thank you.
And Roberts now kind of running away with the chip lead. Another great run for Alex Kulev, his 3rd final table. He's going to be very disappointed with that result, but something tells me this won't be the last of him. Incredible young player from Bulgaria, bows out in 9th place. Good game, sir.
Right there after, yeah.
Yeah, GG, Alex.
Nice ladder spot. Everyone now guaranteed $543,000. And then it starts to really ramp up all the way up to $739,000, and then the $1 million payouts begin. And worth noting, Elton Sang did fold ace-jack there, so
yeah,
he survives, ladders, avoids disaster. I'm going to buy about 20 oranges as soon as this shift is over, Brian.
I mean, look at the payout jumps that are starting now. This is when the ICM really starts picking up. And this tournament was a great example of top players showing us so far when ICM is stronger and when it isn't. When we had 15 players left when we started today, guys were in there gambling a little bit. You saw, Stevie go with 3s in a spot. Kulev called off ace-jack suited. Guys weren't making massive folds. Like they were saying, hey, let me take some chances, win some chips. Maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't. But if it works out, I can really move up. And, you know, the payout jumps don't really start until we get to the final table. And we still have 6 people at least that need to go out. But now we're at that final table. The payout jumps have started. And I think we're going to see some of these mid stacks really try to ladder up. I don't know that this is one of those spots, though. What do you think?
Igor is our short stack, wakes up with jacks at the perfect time. Robert's leaning on these players. Igor's about to take a stand.
Yeah, jack's just too good. Against Robert's junk, we're getting folds. And we're getting called by hands that we're ahead of, so.
Robert's getting a great price, but knows he's in bad shape.
Yeah, this is a fold. This hand is performing really badly against Yarashevsky's all-in range here. I mean, he is getting a great price. Almost 2-to-1, not quite, but yeah. It's seems like a fold. But just taking his time.
Nice little pickup for Igor there. Still our short stack. He has 13 bigs now. You see a lot of stacks in that 20 big blind range. Now they're getting shorter because the blinds are going up. 125,000, 250,000 with that $250,000 ante in the middle. And yeah, I mean, look at this. Roberts has 75 bigs. JNT has 54. Everybody else has sub 17 big blind stacks, so.
And Roberts in some of these spots, I mean, he has 4 people to his left who are all sub 20 bigs till he gets to JNT. So, like this hand, if it's folded to him, he's going to be doing some open jamming. But it's not folded. Ibinger is raising up the ace-10 suited. Oh, sorry. This hand won't be open jam. Sorry, he's not going to open jam when JNT is still on the pot. But in hands where JNT is not involved, Roberts will be doing some open jamming to really lean on the ICM pressure and difficulty of calling off that these 10 to 20 big blind stacks are going to have.
Yeah, I mean, and these players can all make 200,000 just by waiting around for someone to bust. So. Massive ICM implications here.
No. I don't know. Did someone get food? Oh.
Nice.
We haven't seen a lot from Elton so far.
Support. Yeah. Fucking food. I needed food. Somebody? No.
Roberts with the hand he can really lean on these players. Ace-3 of diamonds.
Brewer here with ace-4 of clubs. Does he want to risk it on this biscuit?
He's considering it.
Gutsy play if he does.
He's going to go for it here. Comes with a 3-bet. Very small.
And Roberts does have the type of hand. Oh, JNT clears out. Does Roberts lean on him with the suited wheel ace? Chris Brewer's clearly 3-bet folding this. He's not going to call off that last 3 million.
Yeah, what does Roman want to do?
All in.
Oh, there it comes.
Wow. Just shoves it in his face. Doesn't even need to use the orange there, Brian.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of the dangers when you go for the 3-bet fold versus a guy with 20 million in chips.
You eat this after the main event?
No. I don't know. I should probably like get some expensive treatment
You know, so it's never gonna die, and put it like in like some box or something. Put it on the shelter.
Can I use your orange when I go on?
I'll have to think about it.
Maybe not against you.
My work. Against him, it doesn't work.
Okay. Oh yeah, he's got
The orange, it's like.
Okay.
Robin's talking about cryogenically freezing that orange so he can have it forever. J&T going to get involved on the button.
Does Elton want to defend here? Slightly larger sizing, but it's a spot. You know, we already have 250 out there. Call 350 to try to win over 1.2. Elton says yes. A king would have been a disaster, but this flop pretty innocuous. J&T probably just wins this one with some aggression.
Yeah, Elton is a very dangerous, very creative player, but he's pretty handcuffed here.
Not a flop theory would lead, but Elton was just taking his time, maybe considering it. J&T unsurprisingly c-bets here and goes for a decently big sizing. One it's pretty tough as Elton to continue against. His hand feels a little too weak to call. If he continues, maybe he just makes it like 1.4.
That's basically half his stack, though.
Sure, but 1.4 to win 2.2, right? It's pretty good odds on that math. But yeah, it's a risky play, and Elton doesn't make it. Not surprising. I was just, you know, riffing off some possibilities.
You're a dreamer, Rasty.
Yeah.
Antonius gobbling some protein to get ready for this final table.
He doesn't stop eating.
This guy's an animal.
He's always in gaining phase, but yet doesn't seem to gain.
Eight players remain.
I mean, let's not remember, Antonius is in his mid-40s now. So looking pretty good for a guy who's like, what, like probably 44?
Yeah, he's 44?
I think he's older than me. I'm 42. So.
Oh, I thought you were like 50-something.
Thanks, buddy.
It's all that math you do.
Yeah.
Eyebinger on the button with the queen nine off. Can't imagine this is good enough. And Elton in the small. Just in a massive ICM handcuff. Clustered all these 12, 13, 10 big blind stacks.
Yeah, you just get punished coming in the pot here a lot by the runaway chip leader. Do we just save that 125K? Elton's going to take a risk.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed about Elton, he's not afraid.
Queen 5 of clubs might not be the hand, though. Never want to just raise and just get denied your equity, having to fold to a limp jam. Harabits seems to agree. Probably taking dustier combos as the bottom end of his polarized range in that spot. And yeah, the flop is a lot of nothing for both players. But one that probably, if Elton bets, certainly think Harabits is continuing. Harabits has an interesting decision when check two. If you start bluffing with queen high, definitely could get some king X combos to fold. Maybe even like ace 4 off, ace deuce off. Probably not like ace 7 or better. You have some backdoor straight and flush possibilities. You're the chip leader. We can lean on our opponent. Ooh, and a big sizing. He's really trying to lean on no pair hands here. And that should get the job done versus Jack 7. Elton always taking his time, being thoughtful, considering all his options. Listen, I played poker with Elton Sang a long time ago in Macau. He's been playing poker for lots of money for a very long time. I'm talking like 15 years ago.
Reminisce on the glory days, Rast?
I mean, I'd be reminiscing about quite a long stretch of time, but yes.
I mean, when you were playing 5,000, 10,000 in Macau, did you ever think you'd be here now with me in the booth all these years later?
That specific thought never came up, but, you know, I've liked doing commentary for a long time, so sort of yes.
And look at this, Brewer raising the ace-10 off. He's had really bad timing here. JNT picks up the jacks.
And Brewer's short enough that JNT probably doesn't mind getting all in versus him. He does have to worry about Hrabets, who is behind him, so he can't just go all in.
Frustrating start for Brewer. As we see the chip leaders just gaining more. I mean, this is crazy. 83 big blinds for Roberts, 60 for JNT, and the rest of the table, 10 big blinds, 10 big blinds, 15 big blinds, so really separating from the shorter stacks.
Yeah, the halves have been smashing. It's as if this table is an analogy for the economics of modern society thus far.
Interesting. The 1% widening the gap.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for sweating with us in chat. Another incredible sweat here at Triton, the biggest one we've had so far.
Small blind. Magic's one short, yeah.
Yeah, 125.
125. 125.
And look at this. I mean,
what a spot. I mean, again, he's going to be shoving here quite a lot, but he's going to be min-raising with polar range, obviously driven by the fact that his very best hands want to induce from the short stacks, and this is one of those very best hands. And will it trick Patrick into making a play here? No, Patrick dodges that one, but what about Brewer? King Jack off. He's not folding. Will he come with call? Will he play back with an all-in?
Brewer's already bled a lot of chips out here. Is just going to call, though. Oh, no, he shoves.
Call.
And Robek's going to snap, and there goes the orange. And now Chris Brewer in bad shape. And Roman is looking to take another soul out. You see the orange slide in the middle. Nobody has faded it so far. Can Brewer?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the only one is Ibinger, who's got even more orange going on. Going to be hard to make a straight.
Wow. Queen.
Well, that's what I started with.
But he does pick up another out with the 10. Has the gut shot straight draw.
Needs to fade to board pair. That would shut it down.
Not the card he wanted to see. 10, 10 only, or Brewer is going to be our 8th place finisher.
Good game, guys.
GG. GG, Chris.
Good game, Chris.
Orange comes back right in its spot.
You just keep chilling, you know? I will.
Antonia's
you
still
like
eating.
my orange?
Yes, I do like your orange.
And with that, Chris Brewer hits the rail in 8th place. $543,000 for his troubles. Another great run. He'll be disappointed, but the bank account gets padded. And so does Roman Hrabet's stack. Nobody can beat the orange here in Jeju.
Roman
maybe
Probets, the leading proponent of OTO, Orange Theory Optimal, showing the power of the orange. And we're down to 7 players.
Anytime.
Antonius, I think, has eaten like a whole animal since this final table started.
Might find a space over
See
here.
if we can get some info on that, but crazy action. Make sure to download the Triton Poker Plus app. Best app in the game. Nice pay jump for all these players. Very meaty now. 740,000, and then after that, everybody gets $1 million.
I mean, all of the other players, 3rd through 7th, they have just a hair more chips than JNT has in 2nd with 15 million. So Probets and JNT have over 70% of the chips in play between them. At this point, the other players, it really is a bit of a race to let some of the other ones bust. 3rd is 2.1 million. Hello, that's some real cheddar.
Patrick's still eating that animal. Picks up 10s on the button.
Yeah, and versus one of the chip leaders, this is such a super comfy shove. They're opening wide. A little bit more uncomfortable versus Mustafov. But let's see, I mean, he only has 10 bigs. Yeah, feels like you just got to go with 10s.
There it goes. And Mustafov has to call, and we're going to have another race. Patrick looking to fade. And these two have battled before, Brian.
Ace queen.
Yeah, whoever wins this pot will be in 3rd place.
Interesting flop. Great flop for Patrick. Has the spades working. Faradine is going to need to catch, but it can't be a spade.
Spade shuts this down.
Mustafov looking to hit the river. Patrick's going to get a very nice double. Patrick Antonius, healthy once again. 43 years young. And Faradine going to be our short stack now.
Yeah, this catapults Patrick over 5 million.
Mr. Mustafov down to 7 big blinds. These two played heads up back in 2022, Faradine and Patrick in Cyprus in the 25K. Faradine tried an insane bluff, and Patrick called with bottom pair, just the deuce. Ended up winning that tournament.
Oh, yeah, that hand got passed around in video clips. It was a sick call. Okay. Patrick with an even better pair. And now we're up against one of the chip leaders who's more likely to be wide. I think we just got to stick in our 20 bigs here and hope for the best.
Patrick can't even finish his meal.
I wonder, though, if he goes for... Oh, wow, he's flatting. Okay, he's going for... I know once you get up to 30 bigs, Jax really wants to flat for ICM reasons, but very curious here at 20 bigs, Patrick is coming with that. Very happy with Jax when the big blinds get out. We're heads up in position. Would have been an interesting spot versus JNT to go for an exploit 3-bet and maybe hope JNT 4-bet jams something goofy. But as played, here we are on the flop, single raise pot. Ooh. This card is interesting because JNT now picks up a gutter. Does he want to bluff with that? He says no.
JNT may want to take a stab now. Looks like he's considering it. No, just gives it up. Does Patrick want to bet now?
I like betting here. At this point, I'd feel even safe betting and calling a check raise, to be frank.
He's just going to take it down. More chips for Patrick.
But that pot does show you the effects of ICM. Patrick playing the hand very snug, just happy to win a small one. Feel like I would have liked to see a river value bet, but beyond that, everything else seemed quite reasonable.
There you see Roman's girlfriend, Monica, also with the orange, getting the sweat on the rail. Suited connector for Elton. And Antonius keeps getting hands. This one a lot weaker than the last two.
Is he thinking 3-bet here?
Yes, he is.
Yeah. And given that Patrick just flatted jacks and now has even more chips, his 3-bet range, as we know, super polar. But Roberts doesn't really have a good hand to fight back with and just lets it go.
Patrick, who came into this table as the short stack, now up to third in chips. Very healthy with 30 big blinds. Elton looking for another huge title here.
Robert's going to open it up again. Solid holding. And I don't expect to defend out of the big blind here. Not with all the ICM pressure on it. Really makes it hard to realize, especially against the massive chip leader. Big blind defend ranges get surprisingly tight in these spots.
And Roman has so many chips, he is forced to put the orange on top of the stack now.
We'll see if that changes anything in the next all-in. Roman just leaning on the table.
Fold.
Roberts started the series off cashing the first 5 events.
I guess it's good. Huh? Yeah.
Now the favorite to take down this 4.3 million first prize in the main event, but still very early here at the final table. Patrick's still eating, Brian.
It just never ends. Faradine down to 4 bigs. He's got to make something happen. Will it be this hand?
He really needs to pick up a hand. And he does.
This is going in.
1 million. 1 million.
Good luck.
Nobody else at the table cheering for him, though.
No, and Elton has ace-9. Might this be good enough?
Yeah. I think with 4 bigs, Faradine is probably shipping just about any ace-X, any pair. A lot of the suited Broadways. Elton with a snug fold. And what a shift here. Because if he plays, Roman probably folds, ends up folding the king-jack suited if Elton shoves. And
potential butterfly effect here.
yeah, Faradine is a small dog, and now he's a big favorite to double instead of being a small dog.
We see the orange go into the middle, though. Can Roberts do it again? Great flop. Roberts does have some backdoors working. And that's one of them.
The orange is in there.
Picks up a straight flush draw on the turn.
But the orange came from his stack, not from the rail.
Hits the jack, but it's not enough. Huge double for Faradine.
75.
Never easy, bro.
Huh?
Never easy.
Never.
Ace-9 would have lost as well.
Expecting a 10 in hearts on the river.
This was not a huge butterfly effect moment. King-Queen would have won either way.
Roman still very healthy, over 91 bigs. Igor now our short stack. Elton with 9 bigs. Faradine doubles to 10. Heibinger and then Antonius separating from these short stacks. He started the final table with 8 bigs, so.
Yeah, very interesting strategically here. Patrick gonna try to win a few chips here and there, probably mostly stay out of Roman's way. Maybe try to play a few single raise pots with JNT. Slide up the rankings. Just wait for these. There's 3 sub-10 big blind stacks. Wait for a couple of them to go out. We earn hundreds of thousands of dollars each time. JNT coming limp.
Wow, limps the king-9 of diamonds. Never know what this guy's going to do.
Can't see Elton playing this one, but he does like to kind of do the same thing each time.
And Roman has the queen-10 of diamonds.
I feel like out of position here. My guess is he's just happy to limp, keep the pot smaller, not inflate it. You know, let's not give JNT the opportunity to limp re-raise us with whatever he has.
¿Ah? Se gana todos pop y dama, беше ли? Ah, da.
Great flop for JNT. Top pair, and Roman has middle pair.
Feels like call is the only play for Roman's hand. Check raise makes 0 sense to me. His hand being squarely not good enough to do it for value and doesn't make sense as a bluff. Doesn't make sense for his range. So we're going to the turn. Top pair versus middle pair.
Total brick, 7 of clubs. This could get expensive for Roman.
This is his, wow, this is his spot where maybe he could get away, but definitely not versus this sizing. JNT comes with the exact same size he bet the flop.
He's just milking that orange. Doesn't want the whole thing, just happy to have a little more juice here on the turn.
Yeah, definitely. I don't see how Roman does anything other than call again. We're getting an even better price. Can't be too happy about it, but what else are we going to do? 2.2 in the middle.
And the river's another brick, the deuce.
And JNT on this run out might be able to get 3 streets here. Let's see if he goes for the third value bet or he just checks it back.
Roman may want to set the price himself, though.
Nah, I think you want to. I don't think you want to bet here. Yeah.
Just checks.
Queen.
Yeah, see? Maybe our man doesn't bet better, and he might bluff if we have him beat. So.
Yeah, Roman loses the minimum there. Still a nice spot for JNT, up to 15 million.
Really had no idea whether or not JNT was going to bet the third time on the river, but he kind of snap checked it, so. So far, it seems like a couple times he's bet a little bit bigger in spots that have been dicier. Like went half pot with the jacks, getting limitless to fold the queens on a king high board, but now with top pair, betting a little bit smaller.
King queen off for Matthias.
Yeah, this feels good enough to play. I mean, he's been a good boy so far, knitting it up, just trying to slide up, but we got king queen here. He's kind of going with the jam size, just leaving 1.2 there in case some crazy stuff happens behind him.
Nice pickup for Highbringer. Igor now 6 bigs, getting very short.
Yeah, I think he's about to take the big blind this hand. Oh no, he just took it. So he's really got to try to make something happen this orbit. The next time he takes the big blind, his fold equity is gone.
Yeah, the next time might be the last. Suited ace for JNT. He's just going to pass.
It's a pretty snug pass.
Yeah, but he does have Roberts lurking with a mountain.
Yeah, sure, but which is why you can't get out of control there. But he has a lot of chips.
But he's also eating some. He's eating some dim sum. I wonder if that plays in here. Trying to finish that meal. And another spot for Highbringer.
Now he's well over 10 bigs. Jam is a bit reckless.
Yeah, this feels like a min raise.
It's starting to dip into fold territory. He's just taken so long here.
Yeah, and I wouldn't blame him with Igor being so short. Also, Elton sub 10 bigs. Yeah, there it goes. When you take that long right, it just becomes so much harder to pull the trigger.
You're like, oh my God, I've taken my 30 full seconds, and everybody knows I don't have it. We're going to throw it in the muck.
Rabbit's going to keep leaning on these guys. And Patrick now looks like he's finally finished his meal.
Does he want to do it again? Come with the 3-bet.
He's got a great seat here directly on Roberts' left.
This time he flats.
He's going to keep him honest. And look at this.
This is an interesting one.
Open ender for Roberts. Top 2 for Patrick.
Patrick never has kings or queens. I think he's always 3-betting those here. I mean, queens is kind of close, but cutoff button for less than 30 bigs against somebody who's probably 4-betting light sum. I probably would shift it into 3-bet. So, but Robert has a really wide range. He's just opening super wide there in the cutoff.
Does Patrick want to put in a raise now, or is he content to just trap?
I mean, a raise doesn't make like a ton of sense for his range, again, because he can't really have, like, he can have 8s.
Does just
and
trap.
king, queen, and that's it.
And there's a deuce of diamonds giving Roberts even more outs. Now has a flush draw.
Oh, that was kind of a money card in my estimation for our viewing pleasure, because Frabet's now with a diamond in his hand is probably going to barrel off on this one, and I don't think Patrick is going to fold top 2.
Yeah, we're going to see some more chips go in the middle here.
My guess is it goes bet call, and on a blank, probably large bet close to all in. Patrick tank for a long time call. That's my guess here.
Here comes 1.5 million from Roman.
Yeah, there's no going anywhere here on the turn with top 2.
Antonius double checks.
Antonius is even ahead of some value hands. Like, what about aces with a diamond? Roberts can have some, like, 2 pairs. Like, he's playing king 8, queen 8 suited for sure. He might even be playing them offsuit. So, you know, ace king with a diamond, maybe even without a diamond, it's close. But so Antonius is ahead of some value.
He's just going to trap again.
Oh.
Boats up. What a river. Antonius makes the nuts, and Roman rivers a flush.
And this really changed it. So we're not going to see what happens if Roberts bluffs. But Roberts makes a flush. But on a paired board, Antonius shouldn't have too many boats, but definitely can have boats as played, can have flushes.
But how many flushes does he have here?
I mean, yeah, maybe, you know, ace X of diamonds, a few combos of that. King queen makes a boat either way. I don't know if he flats king jack off. Yeah, I don't know that there's a ton of value in betting as Roman. This check makes a lot of sense. And it's going to be pretty gross for him to see a bet here.
Yeah, does Antonius want to go for it all? Or is he going to try to milk the orange?
If he goes for it all, he's basically saying he has king, queen, or 8s. That's possibly nut flush. That would kind of be his range here, I feel like, if he goes 4 million or something. If he goes smaller. Yeah, but going smaller doesn't make a ton of sense for ICM reasons against the chip leader here, in my opinion. Feel like he's probably going to decide on the large. Okay, Antonius disagrees, and he's getting milky.
Real milky. And Roberts hates it.
The weird thing about a smaller bet is Antonius is still probably never betting worse for a small bet, right? Which is kind of why a large bet makes more sense. You're getting better. Your value range doesn't change that much going from a large bet to a small bet here if you're Patrick, realistically speaking. And you get more for your bluffs. So this is an interesting bet, but I think I like a large bet more.
And Roman quickly folds. Nice read of the situation. Monster pot for Patrick, up to 10 million in chips. Patrick Antonius, 40 big blinds, becoming a force at this final table. Came in as the short stack, now extremely healthy.
Yeah, I think that's a spot where theoretically and even just exploitively, it just kind of large size or check back is what makes sense as Patrick. That's just such a weird bet. But nice fold by Roman, huh?
Yeah, just kind of diagnosed the situation perfectly. Knew he was beat, pitched it, and ace-10 off again for Heibinger. He's taking a long time again, Brian. pitches it. He's just in a coffin right now. I mean, 8 big blinds for Faradine, 5 big blinds for Mustafov, 9 for Elton, and ace-queen for Roman.
Yeah, you have to, in my opinion, it's really strong by Roman, because if you're Patrick and you're making a small bet there, which kind of theoretically doesn't make a ton of sense, you're doing it exploitively to get a hand like the 10 of diamonds to call a lot more frequently. So then Roman just folding the 10 of diamonds is kind of just shoving that exploit in the bin and being like, yeah, you know, good luck.
Big stacks.
I gotcha.
About to clash here. 6s for JNT. And he's going to 3-bet Brian. Chooses violence.
This is
says take your ICM and shove it.
Yeah.
Let's play a big one.
JNT here coming after the chip leader with 6s. This is not in the GTO Silicon Overlord playbook. And I think we just call here with ace-queen off in the hijack. I mean, it's a lot of hand. Yeah. Wow. We have no idea what JNT's doing, but we're not messing around. We have a real hand.
Here we go.
We're in position if you're Roman. Let's see what happens. Ooh.
King 3 deuce rainbow.
And we've seen JNT in these spots size up decently. Let's see what he picks. He might go like 1.5 or something. That'll be a tough bet to call with ace queen. Yeah, it comes third pot. Oh, a little under. Very uncomfortable bet here if you have ace queen. We are ahead of some hands he could have. Anything unpaired. He probably didn't hit the deuce or 3. Could easily have a king, could easily have a pocket pair. If we're ahead, does JNT slow down on the turn? Maybe not, right? So let's just let it go now. And yeah, JNT just kind of gangstering his way around right now.
Like, yeah, this dude is a savage, Brian. I mean, good luck figuring out what to do against him at any point in time. He creeps right up, only a million chips behind Roman now. The Popo playing for the win. He wants that main event title. You love to see it. Seven left here in this record-breaking main event. Next player out will get 739,000, but after that, $1 million for everyone, guaranteed.
Red.
Roman just continuing to apply the pressure. Wow. Tough spot for Igor here. Let's see what he does. I mean, he doesn't really have fold equity, but it's against somebody whose range is very wide. Faradine and Elton both don't even have double his chip stack. This is, and he decides to fold because of the no fold equity there on the jam. You can see the power of ICM in play on that one.
Yeah, and even though Roman gets the pay jump if one of these short stacks is eliminated, he's kind of incentivized to keep them around, isn't he?
Yeah, yes and no. I think he just doesn't mind that much, kind of whatever. Everyone else really wants them to bust, and for him it's just not a big deal. I mean, there's still a lot of ICM pressure if one more player busts, so if he's winning the chips, he definitely wants to bust them.
Profit's still extremely healthy. 18.4 million. Elton now has to eat the big.
He also probably doesn't really mind much if JNT busts one of them, right? What he isn't as happy about is if two of the short stacks get all in and one busts and it launches the other one up into being more.
Right.
Like Patrick especially. Like he'd rather Patrick
Igor
not.
with the same hand, and you see him shoot a sly grin there. Wasn't suited there, can't do anything, but getting annoyed. Igor knows when that big blind comes around, it's going to be it.
Yeah. And it's coming.
An ace for Elton.
And Elton just paid the big blind. He can keep waiting.
He's not going to wait,
Oh,
though.
sorry. He's the big blind.
Yeah, he's
sorry.
going to see a flop.
I thought he was the small blind for a second. Call here makes a lot of sense.
Does hit a deuce, but it's bottom pair.
Yeah, Robit's range is really wide. He probably c-bets this board with his junk all the time. I wouldn't be surprised if after checking and a Robit's c-bet at a just over 1 SPR, if Elton just goes with this. Because when you have a deuce here, listen, Jack 3, which is folding, beats you a quarter of the time. So it's like worth a lot for you to just take the pot down right now. It's a really dicey spot, though, because you don't get it in good very often when you're called. But, I mean, again, you're risking 1.6 to win 1.6.
Yeah, and Roberts can just have anything.
Anything.
Could have 10-6 suited.
Yeah, which beats you, but could have 10-5 suited, which doesn't. And which can barrel a lot of turns, like 10. Okay, so he's coming with call, which is reasonable. Wouldn't fold was the only thing he definitely wasn't doing, so.
10 on the turn. Brings a backdoor flush draw.
So Frabetz has no real equity, which in one sense can give him quite a bit of freedom to barrel here, because if he just bets like 500, it's no skin off his back if Elton jams. You can put a lot of pressure on sixes and deuces. We can see Elton is maybe even thinking of leading because he kind of has to fold if he checks and if Roman bets again.
What does Elton want to do here? Does check.
And let's see if Robbets just goes for the zero equity barrel. It's kind of an interesting spot to do it, in my opinion, on the 10. Put a lot of pressure on 6 and deuce X, which don't have a gutter or flush draw to go with them.
Does just knuckle back, though. And gets there on the river.
And this river should probably go check, check.
What a dirty river for Elton Sang.
Yeah.
Just the offsuit 3.
Yeah, looks like an amazing card if you're Elton. This time I think check is definitely coming. The turn I was curious if Elton was going to lead. And if you're Robbets here, I don't think you can really value bet.
Elton's look says it all. Elton Sang now tied for short stack with Igor. After that deuce, and the orange cannot be stopped here. Roman Roberts continues to run away. 20 million chips now. King Jack of diamonds for Patrick.
Yeah, definitely going to raise it up. Roberts is big blind. Or coming with min.
And look at this. Pocket rockets for Heibinger.
He only has, looks like, 13 bigs. So, I mean, call is just so goofy. His range really might play almost all jam or fold here with 2 5 big blind stacks. Let's see what he decides. Do we really want to let this be a multi-way pot? Roman's in the big blind. If he does play flats in his range, though, this would be a very natural hand to include in that. So he's saying, I don't flat here.
Does just jam it in. Roberts hasn't folded yet. There it goes. And always frustrating for Patrick when we have such a pretty hand. The power of the orange on full display in this main event.
I use the time. Believe.
Blinds going up again. Very expensive, especially for these short stacks. Igor is under the gun here.
$850.
And it's time, Brian.
We don't know what he has yet. There it is. Just an offsuit ace.
Can't wait forever.
Wow, it looks like 2 aces folded.
And Elton has ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, this is way too much hand. It's going in.
All right, it's me or you, Owen. Dobre.
Go.
Disaster for Igor.
Това е чудесно.
I'll give it
Ще
this time, but
ще
it's
се
too
стакнат
easy.
двамата касата.
Too easy like this.
Чакай да видим. Аз имах шой
Using my
4.
superpower?
Make it look like this.
Halfway, halfway, that's fair.
Elton saying a big favorite to double. And he's got the orange. If it wasn't enough to have the best hand.
Not mine.
Oh, Roman let him borrow the orange.
Everybody wants to know. Well,
Pretty great flop for him. Igor does have a gutter, though.
Yeah, the jack or a heart will just close it down. Shut down the club.
whoa.
Igor needs a non-heart 7 or 6 or he's going to be crippled. And Elton saying,
You have chips left.
Hey.
Good luck,
You
guys.
cover. You cover, I think.
Huh?
Good luck.
I think you have 50,000 left.
You might have more than me.
I think you have 50,000.
You might have more than me.
Yeah.
You might. I don't know. I don't.
we're going to do the math here, but regardless, Elton Sang wins a
have
huge
1.2.
pot.
Oh, you have 75K left.
Oh!
Ah, no, no. Not finished. Same
For a second, I thought Igor was just going to take those chips and leave. Realizes he's still in the tournament. We'll be all in next hand. Massive double for Elton. Still alive for that 4.3 million.
Now ante is the first or big blind? Big blind first. Ah, first. Okay.
Perfect.
So if someone
Someone calls here is what, 300?
Yeah.
And this is not even a nub, is it, Brian?
No.
No.
Huh?
He's got to double up a couple times just to get to nub status.
Not a good place to be in for Igor Yarashevsky.
No, 3.5.
And queens for Faradine, happy to shove it in.
Unfortunately for him, not that much in this pot.
But tens for Ibinger.
I think it's 1.9, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, 1.9 million.
I mean, normally there's 750 in the pot, but there's only 225 because 600 of the money the big blind puts in is only 75,000.
Yeah, and this is a 300K pay jump, so Faradine very incentivized to just wait for Igor to bust, which means he's really strong here, which means Matthias, no, can't get away. 10's just too good. He's going to rip as well.
Sionismo.
And we're going to have a three-way all-in. Great spot for Faradine to double up and knock out Igor.
А? Да трябва идва десетка. Другия има 9 и 5.
2 5s.
Да.
Igor can only win the 300K here. A lot of money in that other pot, though. Interesting flop.
Not many ways for 9-5 off to win this.
Matthias does have diamonds. Great turn for Faradine. Just needs to fade another queen now. Igor's out of here regardless. There it is. Massive double up for Mustafov.
Подвойни. И един отпадна и то става къс.
Good luck.
Okay, man.
And Igor gonna hit the rail in 7th place.
Yeah, well played. Sportsman-like exit there, shaking everybody's hand.
Very good player. Igor Yarashevsky just couldn't get the cards here.
Love that walk-in. A lot of pizzazz.
Bows out. $739,000 going into his bank account. And the rest of these players will be guaranteed $1 million. 6 left with 4.3 up top. It's really anybody's game. Obviously, Roman out in the lead. Matthias now the short stack, but plenty of play left. And Ibinger's going to have to eat the blind soon. Does he think this is good enough?
He is the shortest stack, but not that much shorter than Elton, who has 3.1. My guess is he waits on this one. I don't think this is quite enough here, going through 5 players, but he disagrees.
Yeah, there it goes. Jack 8 in the middle. He'll be hoping for folds.
How much?
1.9.
This is not what you want to hear.
600 behind.
Yeah, and J&T's folded, so I think Hrabets can just rip this. And it puts Patrick in a tough spot, even with like ace-jack or maybe even ace-queen. He comes with call, though.
Well, see, Patrick has a bunch of chips behind, which is why I think
Yeah,
Roman
no,
calls.
he has 8 million, but he can make Patrick fold some very good hands by ripping it. That's what I'm saying. So it's interesting decision. Like Patrick folds better, like ace-jack 100%, maybe even ace-queen. Like,
go into a flop here. And there's a jack. Oh, wow.
Wow.
What a flop for Heibinger. Orange on orange violence here. The only player that's been able to beat Roman. Not sure what's going on here.
He's deciding, I guess, whether or not he's going to bet or check.
По-добре, че стана така, че то остана с 75 чипа да раздаде тази ръка с дамите на десетките.
And I don't see anywhere to go. Robit's just, yeah, let's go. And what a flop for Heibinger.
Wow.
All right, let's back an ace.
He's been Roman's kryptonite. Roman gonna need another ace. Does throw the orange in there for good measure.
Time to hit an ace.
But we already know that the Heibinger is impervious to the powers of the orange.
Picks up more outs. Now a king will do it. Not going to do it, though. Huge double up for Heibinger. Just a flesh wound for Roman, but starting to face some adversity here.
Yeah, and nobody at the table other than Heibinger was happy to see that. Everybody had a chance to potentially gain almost 300,000.
300,000. Well, speaking of 300,000, bet on these players. Check out the all-new betacr.eu, your exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' action outcome in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging in the sporting world today. Get a sweat. If I had any money, I'd put it on JNT. But a lot of horses in the race. I mean, Patrick, Faradine, Elton, Matthias, all very capable players. Roman still our chip leader. No, actually, sorry. JNT with that pot moves ahead.
It's neck and neck, though.
Elton and Faradine basically tied for our short stacks.
All right. Yeah, I'm feeling it.
What a massive double up for Matthias. And this is actually really interesting. In Monte Carlo 2023, he won the main event for $3.5 million. So I'm not sure if we have two Triton main event winners. If someone's done that, producer James, if you could check on that, might be the first time for that potentially here.
JNT with a walk with the Doyle Brunson. 10 deuce. And the blinds are up.
He's Jack.
Hadn't noticed. 300,000 big blind we've been playing for a little while. Price of poker's getting expensive.
Yeah, I told you that it doesn't work versus him.
Oh, did you win the last mini event?
I pulled the orange.
Oh.
Knew it from day one.
Tim Adams, our only two-time main event winner, but Matthias has the chance to go back-to-back, and Jack 10 of diamonds for Patrick here. Ace-7.
Has anybody ever won the two biggest tournaments at a single stop? Like, because Elton has the chance to do that, winning the 150 and the 100K main.
Yeah, a lot of interesting storylines here. I mean, that would be like, what, almost 9 million in tournament winnings? I don't think Elton came for the earlier events. They were too small for him.
So it sounds like Jason Kuhn has won the short deck main and a no limit main at the same stop. Pretty similar. Oh, they were at different stops. So, but just another 2-time main winner. So actually, if Elton does this, that would probably be a bit of a first.
I mean, to win the 150K and then the 100K.
Just all the big dough at the stop.
Just sucking
Straight
all
to
the
Elton.
big money out of this Triton Jeju series. Patrick going to take it down very healthy, almost 10 million. Great final table for him. Came in with 8 big blinds. Legend of the game. Doesn't look like he's lost a step at all.
That's how it's going to be done.
Elton now under the gun. Oh, no, sorry. He's in the big now with a lot of his chips out there. Roberts is going to take the king deuce upstairs. Looking to really lean on these guys. Interesting spot for Mustafov.
You don't love having the deuce. Although we could see he was dominating Roberts, but Roberts don't think he can call that all in there.
Heibinger with the same hand that just doubled up through Roberts.
Lets it go. Now we're on Elton. Pretty solid holding here. Seems like it's good enough to invest your 300,000. Try to win 1.35 in the middle. See 3 cards.
He's going to take a flop with the suited Robbie.
Nobody flops anything here, which is great for Roberts because this flop favors him a decent amount, even though he's opening wide. Elton can't really have aces, queens, ace, queen. And Roberts isn't opening 100% of hands or anything, so Elton has really nothing to continue with.
Yeah, just very grim for Mr. Sang. Roman back to work. He's been a wrecking ball. Even when he loses pots, he just gets it right back. Roman Roberts, his 6th cash of the series.
Back up in the chip lead now, 17.5 million. JNT's been a little quiet.
He's been quiet.
I feel like we're going to hear from him soon.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he's like the kind of guy who knows when he hasn't been playing very much and is like, now it's time to do something. You know, these guys are going to think I have it.
Some very advanced poker theory there from Hall of Famer Brian Rast. That's why we have him here in the booth with us.
And some very advanced sarcastic humor by Will, which is...
Oh, I wasn't being sarcastic. I was. It's always great to learn here.
Oh, you're doubling down. I love it.
Elton now, 6'4", gonna pitch it.
A little slow stretch here. The lull before the storm, we certainly hope.
Yeah, we had a lot of blood, right, early on, right off the bat. Now it's kind of like big pay jumps looming. Everybody guaranteed 7 figures. Coming into this event, 14 players won $1 million plus prizes here in this Triton stop. So 6 more will be awarded, getting that number up to 20.
You know, oddly enough, I will say this. If you I'm thinking back, and it's like I don't think anyone would have done better with JNT's cards than JNT.
No way.
Because it's like he got queens to fold when he had jacks. Like he 3-bet with the sixes, which no one else would have done, and won that pot.
He got Elton to fold 9s with 5s with a cold 4-bet. I mean,
yeah,
he's just waiting now, just waiting to get back in the mix.
Like he's essentially, I mean, he's won a lot of these chips at the final table. I mean, mostly he's treaded water, but he's won the chips that he's won really with the worst hand in spots where I don't think anyone else does it. His one pot without showdown line for the poker graph is off the charts, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what we call the red line, right, Brian?
Yeah, the red line, baby.
Couple of dust here. Antonius does have the gutter.
He's got the gutter. He's deep. He's in position. Certainly gonna float this.
Going to a turn. Roman pairs up.
A 7 isn't a card that interacts too much with either range, but Antonius has almost no 7x, whereas Roman does, being the person who bet flop.
Roman,
maybe
yeah.
Antonius' only 7x hand would be like King 7, maybe like Jack 7 backdoor flush draw, something like that only.
Roman's going to try to get the showdown now, and Antonius with essentially the nut low.
Yeah, might decide to bet here. Doesn't have showdown. Has a draw.
Does bet $1 million. Already a tough spot for Roman now.
Yeah. Interesting. Against a bet this large, 2/3 pot, the 7's not really beating value.
Yeah, nice sizing from Antonius, kind of targeting a potential hand like this or a 5.
Yeah. But he didn't probably check the 7 to fold most of the time. Maybe the sizing will make him rethink that plan, or maybe not. Yeah, it did.
Patrick Antonius, the legend, scoops another pot at this final table.
I don't remember.
It's really gone his way so far.
That call?
Yeah, nice little hand.
And just the subtlety right there. If he bets 600, 700, he might keep Roman around.
Yeah, probably does. But this time I really like his bet sizing choice because when he bets there, I think his range is a bit more polar. He's going to have some of the gutter bluffs and other hands like that. And then on the value side, like, he doesn't really need to center his bet sizing around what a 5 wants to do. He kind of wants to center around what an ace, maybe even a queen want to do. And that would be something bigger like 2/3. So I kind of got on Patrick's case earlier for the king's full bet. But this time I think he made a great bet size choice. So
We saw JNT limp the king 9 of diamonds earlier. Now he's going to raise it. Makes it 750.
mixing it up. Limp one time, other time 2.5x. Again, he hasn't played a pot in a while, so.
The solver says to mix, doesn't it, Brian?
Is
it possible JNT created the Silicone Overlord? Is he the builder of the machine?
No, he's got the JTO model, right? Not GTO, but JTO.
Yes, have to watch that king with it?
Yes, you can take it. Yes.
And he's now in first.
Yeah, thank you.
You don't need to. I want one of those.
In case you needed interpretation of what
make
that
use of 2 watches, man.
meant.
Exactly the same.
The police.
But if the battery here is empty, then I still have the backup watch.
It's tough to beat the police.
It's really tough.
Have you done any hard time, Brian?
No. I haven't, thankfully. But yeah, I mean, the police, they lose the footage on the vid cams. Even when you think you got them, they squirrel their way out.
Highbringer's had ace-10 a lot.
Yeah.
I remember he took his time earlier and then folded.
Yes.
He's taking so long. Is it going to get pitched again?
No, man, we got to open this. Oh, I guess it is dicey as 1.5.
Elton and Faradine both shorter.
Yeah, a lot of incentive to wait. Would be nice to play a chip here in a pot in position with J&T maybe, but yeah, let's keep waiting, he says.
And Elton with ace-9 off.
2 million?
Yeah, but
Butterfly effect potential here with Highbringer folding.
yeah, Elton folds versus an open, clearly.
Yes.
Here picks up a nice pot.
That's it. That's it. The first of many. 장어유, 장어유.
Elton Sang looking for another massive score here in Jeju.
Now with 2 big blinds more and 1 spot earlier in position, will he play the ace-9 off?
$2 million.
He says yes.
Seems like a lucky number.
Two massive pickups for Elton Sang here.
Yeah, just an example of the fearlessness it takes to win these things, right?
2 out of 2.
A lot of people would have pitched it.
Rush hour 2. I got the exact same hand twice. Yeah.
Ace jack. Ace queen.
Too much info for you guys. Good hand though.
Deuces.
He doesn't want them to know he just shoved back-to-back hands with ace-9 offsuit, does he?
Same hand twice. Same bet twice.
Someone's like ace-queen, Elton's like, whoa, buddy. No, a little bit worse than that, but we're going to keep that to myself.
Up to 3 million now. That's 9. I'll do that. Make it 10.
I mean, he just picked up 1.5 million in 2
baby.
pots.
Double up without showdown.
Yeah, pretty strong. Ooh, Robet's here. Suited queen. Let's keep the pressure on.
He's going to keep leaning on these guys.
And I mean, I binger past the ace-10 off. Can't see him playing that. Now Elton. Will he try to make it 3 in a row? No.
Yes, have an easy folding hand.
I mean, the blinds are so big. He just won 1.5 million, lost back 600,000 of it, posting the big blind in ante there.
150?
It's no joke.
Come on, come on. All the luck coming this way. The lucky dealer. The lucky venue. Everything is coming this way. All the chips coming this way. Feel it. Okay.
Elton trying to speak good luck into existence. His version of the orange.
It might be time for Mustafov to take a stand. King-9 of diamonds in the hijack.
2 million.
Oh, he likes the 2 million also. He's joining Elton with. Oh.
He might not like it so much now. Highbinger picks up ace-king of spades on the button.
525.
Binger's thinking we're going to come for that 525 also.
All in.
Definitely not as pained as when he had ace-10 off.
This may be it.
Eibinger's patience pays off. Mustafov is not dead, though. Plenty of outs, but he's a big dog.
I mean, he's played quite well so far, but just not too many spots. And
Diamond in the window, but really bad flop. Mustafov can hit running diamonds or a 9, but it's not looking good.
And it's over on a jack.
That's a terrible card for him. Spades for Eibinger now.
A third of his outs gone.
There it is, ace on the river, and with that, the Austrian sends the Bulgarian home in 6th place. Great run for Faradin Mustafov, really tough player. Will take home over $1 million.
Ace King help.
Came in, did what he had to do, just didn't have the cards today.
Nice walkout. Got the double with queens to 10s, but just ran out of chips in the end.
Good game, sir. Another tough player down, and we are now at 5 remaining players. Elton Sang, our short stack. Everybody guaranteed $1.3 million. All alive for that $4.3 million first prize here in this record-breaking main event at Jeju.
And Elton's freed up quite a bit here now because he has less than half of 4th place. He has 10 blinds. Eibinger has 23 blinds. Antonius has 35 blinds. So Elton doesn't need to worry about waiting at this point. He needs to worry about winning some chips.
Pretty incredible turn of events for him, though. Remember, after losing that pot to Robitz, he was to short stack, then eliminated Igor, essentially, and then now takes out, moves up the pay ladder, and Eibinger has a suited ace now and a lot more chips to play with.
Yeah, only 5-handed. I think we're going to see him open it.
And look at this for Elton.
Oh, wow. Really easy all in here. Pretty comfy. Again, you can't worry too much about ICM. Hand's really strong.
2.9 million?
Yeah.
Oh, I only have 2.85.
I need a count.
2.85.
Yeah, I'm stalling time, you know.
Well, at least he's honest.
He's pretty funny.
And it looks like he's doing math, Will.
Is that what that looks like?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
He's got a call. Looks like 2.2. Getting well under 2 to 1. Well, just a little under 2 to 1, sorry. But, I mean, that deuce, not a great card. You're in bad shape against any pair. And dominated by ace-X. Feels like you got to fold this with risk premium on the chips. The chips earned worth a little bit less than the chips gained.
Elton Sang up to 4.3 million.
Whew. Let's go.
Very much alive here.
I mean, that's a strong short stack if I've ever seen
I'm very
one.
short with those. They're precious.
Uh-huh.
I need those extra 50 seconds when he counts your stack.
Oh, right.
I knew it, but...
Okay.
I can't really tell when Matthias is joking or not.
2. That's right.
No, that was very genuine.
3, 4. Oh, I got 4 now. 4.2. 4.3. Oh, yeah. Still in the game. Still in the game.
Elton's got that gambler BDE right now, for sure.
What does that stand for,
Just
Brian?
about time the cards are coming.
Big deck energy?
Yeah,
Deck has been kind to him, but the ace-9 off for Roberts on the button. Gonna raise it up.
Good save there, Will. Thank you.
J&T now. King deuce of spades. It's got to be time to see a flop now. He's waited long enough.
Yeah,
oh no, you know he's gonna pass. Interesting.
He's been playing quite careful, actually.
He has.
After really just going for it and doing some crazy stuff earlier, he's kind of gotten back on lockdown.
He bobs and weaves a lot.
Yeah. He's like, I've got a lot of chips. Maybe I can just earn hundreds of thousands every time one of these guys goes out.
What did Muhammad Ali say? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee?
Exactly. Muhammad Ali said a lot of great things, a lot of great quotes. That's one of the best.
Five players left out of the 216 entries in this $100,000 buy-in main event. Probit's still our chip leader.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. His hands can't hit what his eyes can't see.
Incredibly deep. J&T is going to limp the 9 deuce off here. Heibinger with a beautiful king 10 of clubs in the big blind. Matthias looking to take down back-to-back Triton main events. He's just going to see a flop. Ace, Jack, 4, 2 spades, 1 club. Let's see if J&T, he's just going to check.
And maybe Heibinger just wants to check this one back. I mean, king high, a lot of value at showdown. Let's not inflate the pot. Check back makes a lot of sense to me. Backdoor clubs. Another spot right here with king 10. Maybe not a ton of value in betting. Get the showdown.
J&T wisely just gives it up here.
Yeah. I think we got a value bet the Broadway straight is Heibinger.
He's going to go for it. Nice little pickup. Sitting pretty comfortably in 4th place. Elton, our short stack.
Oh, here comes the baseline.
Spit something, Rast. Give these people what they want.
It's here to soothe your soul as we look at the chip counts. Hrabeck, J&T, making sure to make all the bets count. Antonius, 32. What are you gonna do? Elton Sang bringing up the rear. But he's had a stellar poker career. Here we are in Jeju, getting down to the end. Don't go anywhere. Just stay and watch, my friend.
Poker Hall of Famer Brian Rast, ladies and gentlemen. Roman going to get back to work. Patrick has kept him honest so far. Picks up the ace-queen. How does he want to play it?
Oh, wow. Wow, and J&T comes with raise here. This is a really odd play. Like, he's getting such good odds just to call and set mine, but he's just been so quiet. Is he gonna? I mean, Roman is almost certainly out, but what will Antonius do out of position? Maybe just let it go.
Easy folding.
Let's see. Antonius is going to be in an awfully uncomfortable spot.
Super strong is good and trash is good.
Right.
No tough decision.
I wonder if Robert has seen that 6's 3-bet yet from earlier.
Like
I mean, I'm
ace, queen
sure there's been some updates. It's from quite a while ago. This is slightly different spot, though. And let's see what Antonius does. I mean, it's easy just to let this one go. Safe.
Look at this, Brian.
I'm telling you, what JNT has done so far at this final table, like no one else
would have gotten these chips.
no one. He's rewriting it. JTO is breaking the bots right now. It's breaking the solver outputs.
JNT is our new chip leader. Floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. These players have no idea what he's doing.
He's raising them so fast that last night, when he turned off the light switch in his hotel room, he was in bed before the room was dark. JNT, the modern day Muhammad Ali.
Is he the poker?
Well, that was another Ali quote that I modified very slightly.
And 6s now for JNT. Another pair. I mean, that was a pretty sick squeeze there.
Yeah, I mean, like everyone in the world flats his hand, by the way.
Literally everyone.
Yeah. The JTO's rewriting things. And here we go. Now he's got a hand. He's been quiet, you know. Let's just let him. He hasn't been opening many pots. Let's just let the ace-9 off go, not take the spot. Elton loves these posturing moments. Little balancing. Okay. This feels like a comfy call here. Queen 10-0. Let's C3 out of the big blind. No reason to get jiggy against JNT. Never know what's going to happen. Ooh. Probets here, top pair. Got a lockdown on it. Although JNT does have the 6 of clubs, its backdoor straight and flush possibilities.
That's 400,000. What does Roman want to do?
I mean, I don't really see any play other than call. We don't really want to inflate the pot here with Queen 10. We're happy to kind of call another bet on the turn. Oh my goodness.
Wow, what a turn.
If you're JNT, I mean, other than a 6, oh, check, snap check. Thinking with their hot probets here, probably just value bet our hand after the snap check back on the turn. Try to get some value from top pair, pretty good kicker. You know, maybe 800, 900K, million.
Is going to come with the value bet and gets paid off.
Yeah. Nice hand, Probets.
Very nice pickup there for Roman.
Yeah, we got to bet our own hand there if you're Probets. After the snap check back there on the turn, it just feels like our opponent's trying to get to showdown. Let's not let him do that. We got to bet our own hand sometimes.
You're net.
Huh?
You're net.
I know, right? All right, let's loosen up.
Roman back out in the lead. And now a suited ace for Eibinger in the cutoff.
ace. Let's see what he comes with. He's starting to take a long time. Doesn't look comfy, but I think I like raising this up.
675,000.
Yeah. Elton again, just staying very consistent with his timing. It's a little bit bigger here. Ibinger sized up, but maybe 9-8 off. Still enough hand here for Patrick to see a flop. Yeah, Patrick seems to agree. I think we're going to see Ibinger c-bet this board very frequently with most of his range. He is opening cutoff, but he's got a tighter than normal range. I'd probably say his range is more like a hijack or low jack opening range, given ICM considerations. The blinds are both bigger chip stacks. And so we're going to see a small bet, high frequency, maybe even a range bet here, which is exactly what Ibinger comes with, bet 20%. And I don't think there's much else to say because Patrick has nothing.
Ibinger continuing to chip up here, this FT. Takes that pot down up to 7.5 million.
No.
The Austrian looking to ship back-to-back main events. Folds around to Roman on the button. 7-6 of hearts. And JNT with tens.
We could see a little collision here. I think Roberts has a fun little hand to peel versus a 3-bet in position, right?
Absolutely. Comfortably covers. Would imagine he'll want to see a flop.
Yeah, they're 50 big blinds effective, so. And he only has to call another 1.2, which is only a 3x versus the min raise sizing. Wow. Very good flop for JNT. 7 is no good with the pair of jacks on top. Just enough for Hrabets to stick around and probably want to show down his hand as opposed to bluff. Don't think we can go anywhere here in position versus a quarter pot bet, a 6, backdoor hearts. I wonder if he's thinking about small raise to bump out overcards, but ends up just calling.
Queen on the turn slows down JNT.
Pretty scary card if you're Hrabets. You'd love just to show this down. If you bet the turn, it's to set sizing, but do you really want to set sizing? Do you want to open up action? Just making a small bet here? He says no.
Deuce on the river. JNT happy to get the showdown.
Check.
And Roberts is going to be happy to not lose more here.
Tens?
with that, the chip lead shifts again. These two going back and forth all day so far.
Possible J&T could have gotten a little bit more value there on the river.
Don't question this man, Rast.
But
still our chip leader, Elton, our short stack, Highbringer, Tonius, Roberts, all still alive, very much in the mix. This record-breaking $100,000 Triton main event here in Jeju. I mean, it's been a great sweat so far. Blood spilled, cards flying. Any final thoughts before we hop out of here, Rasty?
I mean, I've just really enjoyed covering this from last night. You know, 3-4 tables left all the way down. We've got 5 left. 5 of the people who maybe you thought it was going to be, just the way this was shaking out. And I don't know. I think, like, I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything. I'm going to go grab a bite, but I think I might just keep watching the coverage, which I normally actually don't do when I step out of the booth, just being honest with you guys. But I'm really into this one. So, you know, I know we're going to bring in Ollie and Nick, but I don't think I'm done watching. I hope you guys don't go anywhere. I mean, what do you think, Will?
Yeah, Rasty's going to get some food. I'm going to get a massage, relax, lay down. I'll have the stream on, but it's a big spot, big final table. We're going to bring in the best, Ollie and Nick taking over. We'll take a quick 10-minute break and then more action for you guys. Thank you for sweating. We'll see you soon.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Alex.
Again, coming with bigger than Min Ray's sizing.
10 bigs.
We have the chip leader on the button.
And kings for Patrick. What a spot to wake up with them. Patrick's going to be all in with a great chance to double up, and cold deck for Kulev.
Oh. So popowe.
First all into the final table.
And again, as alluded to with that ICM money breakdown, everyone at this table is definitely rooting for Kulev to catch that ace.
I'm sharing it.
Can't waste it, you know.
So far, so good. Club's working for Kulev.
Well, everyone other than Patrick, obviously.
Kulev just down to an ace. Can he find one on the river?
How much?
1-3.
1? 3.
5-3.
The no spot, scary.
1.3.
Yeah, if you squeeze it. It'd be a bad sweat on the squeeze.
Just looking sharp.
Thank you.
Fly.
Matthias.
And not just pretty fly for a white guy, just like fly in general.
And Kulev, a lot of hands so far, now picks up the ladies.
The hands just keep getting better for him.
And Elton with a hand here. Has seen Kulev raise 3 times. Now, what does he want to do with the ace-jack? Elton, somebody who really plays for the win. Very awkward spot here.
It is. Last time we saw that Kulev had a hand, he had ace-king. But I think if Elton plays this, he probably comes with a 3-bet. Kind of you attack, you want to really lean on the fold equity. It's a little uncomfortable. You call, 1 or 2 people come in behind you. Now you're playing a multi-way pot with ace-jack off. Let's see what Elton decides. Could even fold it. Wouldn't be absurd. Yeah.
Great fold from Elton Sang. And Robic has ace-king. Roberts.
Oh, wow.
And we are about to see a confrontation here.
Yeah. Hrabets is 3-betting as a spot where he's going to get to 3-bet wide quite a bit, right? He's the chip leader. He's leaning on middle stack, raising. He's in position. But he actually has a really good hand. And I think Kulev, instead of calling out of position, a lot of Hrabets' bluff range is going to have an ace-x or king-x hand, which has a decent amount of equity. I think he probably just ends up jamming this one. And Hrabets isn't folding.
Let's see what Kulev does. Obviously, massive ICM implications.
I don't think it's super likely Hrabets has jacks here. That said, you win a lot of chips just by moving all in and getting the bluffs to fold. And the bluffs almost always have an overcard, either an ace or a king. You're doing well against ace-king off. We can see, I mean, the pseudo flip, you're 12% ahead.
Owen.
There it is. Alex shoves and Roman calls, and we're going to have a massive flip here. 10.7 in the million in the middle.
Love, my friend. I will need that.
There goes the orange.
Not a good sign for Kulev.
This is a big one.
Damov to Skarun.
Kulev's tournament life on the line here, 9th place.
There's an ace in the window. Disaster for Kulev. Needs a queen or he's going to be out of here in 9th place. No good on the turn. Just one more pull for Alex.
Good game, everyone. Good luck. You got it.
Nowhere to go there. Great run by Kulev. He played awesome this tournament. Really showed off his stuff, but just kind of a collision type spot, and no one can beat the orange, can they?
It's too powerful here in Jeju.
Thank you.
And Roberts now kind of running away with the chip lead. Another great run for Alex Kulev, his third final table. He's going to be very disappointed with that result, but something tells me this won't be the last of him. Incredible young player from Bulgaria, bows out in 9th place. Good game, sir.
Thus far.
Interesting. The 1% widening the gap.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for sweating with us in chat. Another incredible sweat here at Triton, the biggest one we've had so far.
Small blind.
Patrick's one short, yeah.
Yeah, 1.5.
125. 125.
And look at this. I mean,
what a spot. I mean, again, he's going to be shoving here quite a lot, but he's going to be min-raising with polar range, obviously driven by the fact that his very best hands want to induce from the short stacks, and this is one of those very best hands. And will it trick Patrick into making a play here? No, Patrick dodges that one, but what about Brewer? King Jack off. He's not folding. Will he come with call? Will he play back with an all-in?
Brewer's already bled a lot of chips out here. Is just going to call, though. Oh, no, he shoves.
Call.
And Robek's going to snap, and there goes the orange. And now Chris Brewer in bad shape. And Roman is looking to take another soul out. You see the orange slide in the middle. Nobody has faded it so far. Can Brewer?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the only one is Ibinger, who's got even more orange going on. Going to be hard to make a straight.
Wow. Queen.
Well, several storylines beginning to emerge from here in this $100,000 main event final table, which rages on five-handed. Ali Nejad, Nick Schulman, back with you here at the desk. And, of course, as we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app, Nick, we bear witness to the power of citrus. Roman Hrabets brought the chip lead into this FT, currently sitting 16.6 million, 42 big blinds, well in front of the average stack of 11 million. But the Frenchman, JNT, bludgeoning with the baguette in hand, 46 big blinds for him, and then the other three with the shorter stacks. And as we come in, you can see Elton saying, riding the high of the 150K there, sub 10 bigs, I would imagine very much go time.
Yes, clearly go time for Elton. The JNT story we've been watching today, you know, this is one of the great stories really ever in anything. I mean, this guy is incredible. Roman, the power of the citrus is so real. Ibinger and Patrick Antonius, who's one of the all-time great players ever. This has really been an amazing sweat, an all-time main event, and I can't wait to see how it closes, Ali.
Here's the thing. If you handed me a final table a la carte menu and you said, go ahead and order what you like, I don't know that I would have cooked this up, but if it's omakase, I trust the chef because the ingredients are absolutely here for some nice little interactions. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
do.
This is going to be an absolute bang-on FT. Both of us looking forward to it. I'm sure you are as well, so why don't we get down to business as 4.3 million plus awaits an eventual champion here in this record-setting 100K main event, the largest that was ever assembled anywhere on the planet. And there it is, 200, 400,000 with a 400K big blind ante, 1 million in orbit, and those orbits are tight. When you're five-handed, 2 out of every 5 hands, you are in the blinds. 1.33 million on lockup, the second of the 7-figure payouts, which number 6 here, Fahdin Mustafov. 1 million for him, the most recent elimination. Stephen Chidwick, the final table bubble, out in 10th. His ace-queen falling to an ace-4 suited for Hrabets. And the slingshot seems to be continuing for Roman. Now then, the man that we alluded to it being go time for looks down at a king-jack offsuit here, Nick.
Sub 9 bigs for Elton.
On.
There it is.
Just put it in.
Sixes for Hrabets.
This is very close for Roman. He knows Elton needs to get something going. He can certainly afford to gamble. I think if it were cut off button, it's a clear call. Hijack is a little bit, he does bow out. Patrick as well.
It's up to me.
Indeed it is, Matthias.
He is our reigning main event champ from Monte Carlo, having taken down Adrian Mateos. But he will not be digging in here.
Ah, nice. Put it right back
Important
in.
pickup for Elton. Not lost on him. Taking a look at the resumes coming into this one in terms of Jeju. Obviously, we touched on the 150K win. Elton earning his first title. This will be his 16th career Triton
now,
cash.
baby. Oh, yeah.
He'll be up and over 11 million. Second cash in 6 attempts here. Then we take a peek at Matthias Eibinger, who runs in 5th in front of him. Also an 8-figure winner over the course of his Triton career. On form as he finished 19th in the 50K 7 max and 12th in that 150K. Here he is, 3rd consecutive cash, 18th of his Triton career, fishing for his 4th title. And JNT looks like he's got rod and reel ready to go on the button, fishing with 8-6 suited. Min raise open.
JNT's ascent, truly remarkable.
Seven 3 offsuit, unremarkable. Moving along to Patrick Antonius, by the way, the Finn. He's coming off of a cash, deep run in that 150K, 19th place finish, one-time title holder. This will be his 17th career Triton cash, 3rd so far here in Jeju. Did FT the 30K 8 max. 7.3 million plus coming in to this cash in career Triton earnings. Hrabets, meanwhile, running in 2nd. 5 consecutive cashes to start this event, and what a road to this FT that has been, and the road to Vegas can be yours. Qualify for the World Series of Poker main event on the world's biggest online poker site. Our partners over at GG Poker also running the only official qualifiers for Triton events, and it can all be yours for as little as $1. Happens April 1st through June 6th. Obviously, you'll be back in Vegas in the saddle, grinding along with so many of the guys that we're watching out here.
JNT back at it.
He's also really held the deck a bit on the day, it's fair to say.
I've really loved watching today. He's held the deck, of course, it goes without saying if you see somebody in this position, but he's navigated nicely, and he's just such an agent of chaos. He puts the guys in different types of spots that they have to kind of figure their way out of.
Thank you.
And it's so interesting to see someone take unorthodox lines, and many just sound lines. Can't say it enough how impressive this story is.
Law enforcement so far on the day, and perhaps a new acronym available to us, as I thought that one was delightful. Instead of JNT, maybe we call him AOC.
AOC?
Agent of Chaos, my friend.
Yes. And obviously the other 4 have something to say about that.
$10-3 off, followed by 10-6 off, taking this hand off. Meanwhile, Ace-Jack won't be doing the same from the button. $3.5 million in front of Elton.
All in.
Yeah.
Good
Gonna
luck,
jam it.
sir.
Patrons unavailable, and that'll be okay by Elton. Already picked up 2 sets of blinds, obviously went through them. So one of those has already been invested here. What a story it would be. I mean, you've got reigning main event champ front and center. If he were to go back-to-back, that would be absurd. Not in terms of Matthias not being one of the greats, but just it's so difficult.
Sure.
JNT heads up with Adams in London, falls to a 2-outer on the end for basically the tournament.
Every player at this final table in their own right would be an incredible story and victor. Patrick is an all-time legend. Roman has come into his own as a great player to watch. He's really displayed excellent skills and a very kind of fearless approach. Has the orange going, and Elton off the 150.
I mean, I just go back to this CV from Jeju for Roman. 5 for 5 to start the festival.
Unbelievable.
With an
11
FT.
1/4 big, slides the Jack-9 suited. Roman as well. Believe this one is going JNT's way.
That it is. You know, I think I need to grind Google Translate ever so briefly here. And I know you're alarmed by that declaration, and rightfully so, Nick.
Go on, Ali.
I just need to know how to say, well, Agent du Chaos.
There it is. 10s for Roman.
I'm probably butchering that, but that is French for Agent of Chaos, I suppose. Davitz, nothing chaotic about 2 10s in the cutoff. You want to take a look? You want to give this one a pass, Nick?
Agent du Chaos. Very nice.
Pocket 3s for Eibinger. Is this nice enough?
3s is a kind of take a stand hand. It unblocks the middle-y cards. He does do it. And he will need the 3. Heart live as well. The orange goes in. Can Roman dispatch another one? Or perhaps Matthias goes crab fishing, Ali.
Well, he's got his pot in the water. Uh-oh. You know, this particular piece of fruit has performed very well on the day. Although my understanding is the only person who was able to fade it thus far was Eibinger.
He is in all orange himself.
And he is in dire straits.
He has that heart
However,
working,
the
though,
heart,
Ali.
Yes, monotone. Not to be overlooked. Pardon me.
There are eliminator-type outs in the form of a board pair. Roman with a mixed feelings-type top set. And it is clean for Roman emphatically. What a run, Matthias. One of the best in the world.
There will be no back-to-back main event victories for the Austrian.
Many oranges are appearing in the chat.
I mean,
the orange emoji on YouTube is strong, by the way.
Also strong, of course, a 5th place payout in a record-setting 100K main event, the biggest to ever be assembled. $1.33 million to you, good sir, as Matthias Eibinger adds to his Triton career earnings. That 1.33 will bring him up to 11.6 million plus. No 4th title in store for him, though, here in his 18th career Triton cash, 4th of the festival, as 4 remain. Elton enjoying a healthy ladder. This is not to be overlooked. $367,000, the difference between 5th and 4th. Now the on-tap ladder, Nick, is $408,000. as you like to say, it gets real out there.
It's extremely real.
And
oh my.
Tens to jacks for Hrabets.
Can Antonios get right back in this thing, Ali? Excuse me.
Queen, one would certainly expect violence.
It's an interesting decision for him. Looks like he's 3-betting non-all-in. It is an extraordinary hand. Goes for a 2.5x 3-bet. In some spots, if the range is extremely polar, we kind of like to just call with jacks. I'm sure that's crossing Roman's mind, but one could certainly see just jamming as well. We don't really see Patrick having the king 3 offsuit type hands that a big blind 3-bet might. You can feel Roman's discomfort, but it seems the orange will be going in.
Yep.
Doesn't put the orange in first, though. Patrick snaps. Can he hold?
This is a terrific spot for the fin. And look at the dealer is being asked to assist. Okay, placement of the fruit, but on this occasion.
Many oranges appearing in the chat. A lot of Antonius love as well. 14.45, rather.
And to the flop we go. There's a jack.
Man.
Top set for Hrabets.
Does have the hearts and some 8-jack queen stuff, but
take that all off the board, Nick. I don't need to hold any hands and walk us through this. It is 2 outs 1 time and the ace of hearts.
GG, sir. What a run.
Unlucky, Patrick.
To the legendary Patrick Antonius.
Obviously, this moment here is devastating for Patrick, without question. Such a fierce competitor. Really, if you asked him, do you want this spot, he'll take it all day, every day. But every now and again,
that's a rough way to go, Ali.
Is the outcome. You couldn't be more right.
What a run, Patrick.
What can we say? Showers. Sadly, as he took queens up against jacks, and the power of the citrus begins to resonate as perhaps being a little bit more real than playful. $1.697 million will go to the Finn for his effort, as over $2 million now is on lockup for the remaining field. Elton laddering twice, a little slither up into the podium, sub-10 big blind stack, but now it would seem further ladders will elude, bar real spins.
Trying to do it for you, man.
I was calling the jack for you, even though I had one. I was like, I was really hoping you win.
Oh my gosh, I overlooked that he had a jack.
As did I.
Oh, I'm lucky.
Huh?
That's
Oh, I'm
nasty.
lucky.
I told you I'm luckier, though. You just take out everybody, and then I'm going to take you out. All in.
Good luck, Elton.
hang on.
Nope.
Villain vibes, by the way, off of Elton there. Reveling in this moment, obviously.
What a few days it's been for him.
Found his
Can you run it back, Ali?
These are real things, Nick. You've been around long enough to see just the heaters that, you know, there's some catalyst. Something like yesterday's, or a couple of days ago now, perhaps the 150K win. And then here we are, top 3 in the 100K. Who knows if maybe Sang begins to work his way up that Player of the Year leaderboard with a late surge here in Season 3.
That self-belief in poker is so big. It's harder to defend than to attack. One would think Elton has been doing a lot of attacking over the last few days, putting people in spots. King Jack off for Roman. 29 million for him to begin. 20 million for JNT, who's under a lot of pressure ICM-wise with Elton being short, but JNT doesn't seem like the type to, you know.
Listen.
Yeah.
You know.
Agent du chaos.
Oh, 20 mil.
Does defend.
Dominated. Heading into a 3.4 million chip exchange.
Oh my goodness, can Elton somehow do it? It would take a lot, but this is wild, Ali.
This deck is downright felonious.
Oh boy. The orange is... Oh, and he starts it off with a check.
Look at JNT thinking this is delight. As we can see, so Stone Nightmare checks back, Nick.
Go on, JNT. One can only observe the proceedings and a tip of the cap as far as the flop goes. Incredible check from Noel Thorell.
Oh my.
But can he check once more, Ali? It appears no.
1.5.
1.5 declared.
I mean, no one can blame him.
Raise very likely incoming. Nowhere to go for JNT but continue. It's interesting after check, check, flop. Roman might want to call and keep an eye on the air, but I would think he raises and targets generally the 5.
I think just without the flush draw being a concern, this board
he is
reads
just slow
so
play.
cozy, Nick. One can't blame him for flatting.
Fair enough. Ooh, precariously close to being the 7. Winner for Roman. See how bad this gets for JNT.
For Roman, do we lead this street? The answer is no.
I think he's allowing the bluffs to keep going.
Sweet.
3 million declared. And the raise will be coming now. This is a brutal spot for JNT, Ali.
Cold, cold world. It is going to be a bit awkward once that small blind limper pre, who check called 1.5 on the turn.
Well, he raised pre, but it's still very awkward.
Forgive, yes.
Still extremely. 7 million declared.
This is so clicky.
This clicky size likely just gets snapped.
JNT on the wrong end of a dairy operation here. And he does declare a call, milking complete. But certainly, we could have seen a lot more lactose out there if Roman had had somewhat more nefarious notions.
And it'll hurt for Roman to see the king. He really picked a size to charge, not a king. So it does sting a touch for him, but what a pickup. 40 million now for Roman.
Well, that would make your life easier, right?
Yeah.
Elton lamenting the seemingly lost opportunity for him to be heads up.
That really was a look for Elton. That's as much of a look as it gets to slide into heads up.
I'll fight for myself.
Long odds on the board, for sure.
400?
As Hobbits now extends to a 4-1 chip lead over JNT. 40 million in front of him to 10. And then Elton lurks with 4.5.
Boy, that could have been a lot worse for JNT. The flop check, the turn slow play from Roman, and then somehow the river didn't get too bad.
That was all courtesy of the check back on the flop.
It really was. What a great decision.
Crazy.
Go on, JNT.
Ace 4, 3 scoops.
2.5 or 2?
Roman asks for the count. Another 1.2 needed.
Yeah.
No call from Roman. As JNT begins the process of trying to claw back some of the lost tokens.
email. Yes, thank you.
Is there a color up here? You know, I've gone on record. You know, let's color down. Let's man spread out there. I want spires. I want a multiplex of chips.
I miss the big stacks too. Trouble on the horizon for Elton. We might be heads up, Ali.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Never. But it
But
will
I
be
hear
going
you.
in.
Oh, yeah.
On.
Okay. Declaration made.
Call.
2.7 million more announced as a call from JNT. They're on their feet playing for 8.25 million. If roles were reversed, this would be one of those spots where Elton would say thank you.
Yell this one out.
Need to get lucky this time.
Huh?
Need to get lucky this time.
10, 10, 10. Or Jack, Queen, King. One or the other. Kayo.
To the flop we go. 6-4 tray. Issues are evident. 10 needed.
Oh.
Not there on the turn. Elton needs to deliver.
Come on, one
horrendous
time.
Not there.
Nice time. Well played.
GG Elton. The legendary Elton Sang falls. And just like that, we're heads up, Ali. We just got here.
That was pretty good. Huh? Good
Yeah,
score, good score.
what's going on?
I'm not really sure, but Roman Roberts versus Jean-Noel is a classic heads-up match for the ages.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it as well.
And it's not going to be the chip.
Third place. Why not?
Thank you.
Congrats.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Pardon? It's not going to be the chip disparity that it rated to be for a short period there, as a 2-1 lead will be taken in to heads-up play by Rabbits upon the departure of one Elton Sang. First in the 150K. Third place here for another cool 2.1 million. 6.5, let's call it, in the front pocket. Back-to-back performances here. Let's get paid.
For real, Ali.
There are the remaining payouts. 2.875 as you see the 770K ladder lockup for these final two. 4.33 million. A big difference of 1.5 beans between the top slot and second. You have a slightly furrowed brow and a look on your face of confusion, dare I say, Nick? What's afoot?
Well, first of all, that was quick. You know what happens.
Objectively.
Patrick, R.I.P. Queens Jacks, Elton there. JNT, the expression was just the magnitude of JNT being heads up in London with the best hand for the win and heads up here in Korea in two main events.
Try that
Bravo,
parlay.
sir. This
Whoever
is
you are.
an incredible accomplishment. And for Roman Roberts, who's played such dynamic, kind of spicy poker this whole trip, it is possible he's doing some things that at first glance one doesn't understand, but the whole package is, you know what I mean?
Well, we'll get to exactly what your thoughts might be about these two characters in particular as they meet for 4.3 plus. We're going to step aside, set up heads-up action from here in Jeju. When we return, we crown a champ. Keep it close.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You're playing an 8 max MTT, first to act under the gun. At what stack depth should you consider opening low pocket pairs like 4-4? A. Always open these hands. B. Only open them below 20 big blinds. C. Below 30 big blinds. Or D. Below 50 big blinds. Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Do you think he's getting out of line? We can see he's not.
Great timing for Alex.
Again, coming with bigger than min raise sizing.
10 bigs.
We have the chip leader on the button.
And kings for Patrick. What a spot to wake up with them. Patrick's going to be all in with a great chance to double up, and cold deck for Kulev.
So popular.
First all into the final table.
And again, as alluded to with that ICM money breakdown, everyone at this table is definitely rooting for Kulev to catch that ace.
I'm sharing it.
Can't waste it, you know.
So far, so good. Club's working for Kulev.
Well, everyone other than Patrick, obviously.
Kulev just down to an ace. Can he find one on the river?
How much?
1-3.
1?
3.
The no spot, scary.
1.3.
Yeah, if you squeeze it. It'd be a bad sweat on the squeeze.
Looking sharp.
Thank you.
Fly.
Matthias.
And not just pretty fly for a white guy, just like fly in general.
And Kulev, a lot of hands so far, now picks up the ladies.
The hands just keep getting better for him.
And Elton with a hand here. Seen Kulev raise 3 times. Now, what does he want to do with the ace-jack? Elton's somebody who really plays for the win. Very awkward spot here.
It is. Last time we saw that Kulev had a hand, he had ace-king. But I think if Elton plays this, he probably comes with a 3-bet. Kind of you attack, you want to really lean on the fold equity. It's a little uncomfortable. You call, 1 or 2 people come in behind you. Now you're playing a multi-way pot with ace-jack off. Let's see what Elton decides. Could even fold it. Wouldn't be absurd. Yeah.
Great fold from Elton Sang. And Robic has ace-king. Roberts.
Oh, wow.
And we are about to see a confrontation here.
Yeah. Hrabets is 3-betting as a spot where he's going to get to 3-bet wide quite a bit, right? He's the chip leader. He's leaning on middle stack, raising. He's in position. But he actually has a really good hand. And I think Kulev, instead of calling out of position, a lot of Hrabets' bluff range is going to have an ace-x or king-x hand, which has a decent amount of equity. I think he probably just ends up jamming this one. And Hrabets isn't folding.
Let's see what Kulev does. Obviously, massive ICM implications.
So I don't think it's super likely Hrabets has jacks here. That said, you win a lot of chips just by moving all in and getting the bluffs to fold. And the bluffs almost always have an overcard, either an ace or a king.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series, down to the final 2 in the 100K main. The granddaddy of sorts here, even though the 150K is bigger. The main event coming with that larger trophy, larger field, sense of prestige afoot. Ibinger showered, no back-to-back mains for him. However, the story that remains, of course, is that of the Frenchman, JNT, who's got his hands full with Roman Hrabets, out-chipped 2-1 coming in. And I turn to you now, Nick Schulman, and I ask, if you are his corner man, and he's going into this ring, and you've got to guide him in some simple enough fashion as to how to approach the affair, sitting with 16 million, 40 bigs, what are you saying?
Might have to just let him keep doing his thing, you know. There should be some practical advice as far as, you know, in theory you could do this, you can do that, and some little moves, but JNT is in flow state right now. So as his cornerman, I'm going to say, do you need something to drink? Can I get you anything? Little bite. Just keep working, champ.
You know, it's kind of interesting because we've observed situations in which whatever someone has been doing has been working. So let's not get in there and pick it apart too much. Flow state, as you mentioned. But I do feel compelled to point out that unlike all of the other moments prior to this, heads up is the nowhere to hide affair, and it's a definitely different, distinct form of poker that needs to be played.
Yeah, one could think Roman doesn't want to part with this 2-1 chip lead for no reason, so maybe JNT puts the pressure on a little or puts him in tough spots, but he always does anyway. That's just his style, so this is going to be a great match.
Oh, if I flip it around and I tell you that you're in Roman's corner as we're about 10 seconds away from sending it down to these two, you got any little tidbits that you might be sending?
Keep doing what you're doing, young man.
Love that. And what he's done is lock up almost $2.9 million here, but he's fishing for an extra 1.5 beans. $4.33 million. The top slot in this whopping $21.6 million prize pool, largest ever 100K assembled, whether online or live, in the history of poker. BetACR.eu bringing you that glimpse. Stacks 38 million to 16 million in favor of Hrabets. Better than a 2-1 chip lead. And here we go. Couple of raggedy nines. Hrabets setting an early tone here with a limp, as you see that delightful Triton Epic X Jacob & Co. watch, which will go to the winner along with the Triton XL trophy. Jack 7-4 board. Neither player connecting. Roman checks back. Board pairs. Tremendous number of occasions on which at Showdown these two would be chopping, although Showdown is not where Roman wants to allow this one to go, as in position he sprinkles and takes the first pot of heads up.
Nicely done. Elected to check back flop with just stone air. And as you said, cleared the other 9 high. Very hard to read Hrabets. The trophy and the watch in between them, just to remind them of the situation.
And $1.5 million in payout.
And the $1.5.
Second hand gets dealt. This time JNT on the button. Again, rags.
And an informed snap limp from JNT. Well, that was just his small blind, pardon me. Looks like he's raising, Ali.
Oh, boy. One data point apiece, as Hrabets asks for the count and releases to the 3x sizing. But if you had to guess, naturally to me, Nick, it feels like the pursuit of big pots is going to be fueled more by JNT's initiative than by Roman.
I hear that, and I think that that's logical in regards to this heads-up match, but Roman certainly does not shy away from big pots as much as anyone at the elite level or, you know, the top pro level. It's a cool part of his style, but I hear you on that.
Do you think that perhaps those pursuits will be more relegated to post-flop once we have additional clarity rather than large altercations pre?
I do. I think it will be little pockets of the tree post that Roman feels he really knows where he's at, what's going on. They're not just random decisions, obviously. Raise in a defense.
By the way, the king-queen, the kind of hand that perhaps could have piqued some interest for JNT.
Huge start to heads up for JNT.
King of Hearts. Superior side card in so many ways for JNT, who starts us off with a check. Now let's see Roman's approach with 2.4 in the middle, top pair. Currently crushed.
He's really walking into it, 1.5 into 2.4. JNT certainly with enough hand to raise. Does go for call, trying to trap Roman a little bit.
Yeah. Showing some refrain and some patience, and now perhaps showing some distaste potentially for the arrival of an ace. Checking once more.
I think Roman goes for check here almost always.
Goes check, check. Hearts arrive. JNT checking once more.
Queens with the 8. A key 8, but is it enough to value bet? There are certainly targets that fall to the queen, but it's dicey. This could have gotten a lot worse for Hrabets. He'll almost be happy in a way to see the king-queen.
Yeah, I would agree, and we didn't get anything fired on turn or river out of either party.
Had JNT check raise flop, certainly Roman at the very least calls.
So minimal damage is, certainly when you consider what you and I would have anticipated would have been the fallout from that ordinance.
Little less than 2-1 now. Chip disparity. 19 for Thorell, 35 for Hrabets. Min from JNT, mixing up his sizes, just kind of flowing. Roman's in.
Queen 4, top pair, the product of a 4-high board. Bottom pair for JNT, action checked over. By the way, note the willingness of JNT to just open the pot to that min raise, changing not only the sizing, but also demonstrating that he's not bashful about taking the dusty ones into combat.
Both of these things demonstrated, Ali. Well said. And for Roman, it's sort of an uncomfortable hand to check raise. 4-5 or 4-6, it's a little bit more cozy on certain turns. He does call. And it is the uncomfortable 5 for both. And they both respect this card.
Mm-hmm. Second 5 rolling off now.
Could see Roman betting something close to the minimum, targeting the 3 or the duck, or even just a king high that doesn't want to go quietly. Check seems reasonable too, if not for choice.
4.
So a full shutdown once more in a spot where perhaps a skosh of value might have been available.
Maybe not when Roman check calls flop and it runs out 5-5.
Oh, for Roman, I'm suggesting as a lead on the river. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I'm
about
thinking
that?
for if you're in JNT's seat, when Roman check calls a bet on the flop, deuce 3-4, and it runs out 5-5, that deuce is very rarely good, but maybe.
But for Roman, he can pursue value, is what I'm saying, possibly with the Queen 4. Can he not?
Yes, I just mean that the Jack deuce of JNT would have had a hard time calling even a tiny bet, but maybe.
Chiselly.
A
Perhaps.
chiselly 400 will just never know.
Yeah. But perhaps an unnecessary risk. You know what I mean? There could be a little bit of sentiment from Hrabets that he doesn't need to kind of get after it to that degree?
I don't think so. I think he just felt there really wasn't much value to pursue. There were inferior 4s too, so you might be right. 3-bet raise rather from JNT in the face of the limp from Roman, suited queen. Interesting decision.
We saw King, Queen, and Queen 8 tussle. Again, JNT dominates. On that occasion, it was a Hrabets raise and a defense.
And a nice
from
fold
JNT.
from Roman.
Chipping up slightly thus far is JNT. Not significantly enough just yet for there to be any sort of shift in the dynamic at play. But they are deep for heads up, are they not?
They're quite deep. You're right. 44 bigs for JNT. That is very deep. Back-to-back suited hands for both.
Of course, this is in part the result of the expedience with which we arrived at heads up from 9.
It's a good point.
Check.
Knuckle back here in a limped one pre. King Jack 10, open ender against a club draw. 2 quick checks. Now a pair of queens with the 4-liner on board for Hrabets.
Check.
2 quick checks again. And a dusty 3 on the end.
This is interesting. Do we want to target a 10 or a jack? He is. We can see the willingness to go thin. All right. Winner.
That chiselly 400 employed. 8 high, never of any interest without that flush having come in. Just out of there. Oh, it looks like the orange hats have multiplied. Don't need to tell you whose rail that is.
So they came ready to go with the hats.
You know, maybe they sent a runner out there when it started to look like...
You know, like, hang on a second, he might do it, guys.
Right. Rock, paper, scissors, who's walking down to the hat store quick before they close? Local time, just past 8 p.m. here in South Korea. Queen Jack 7, well past 5-6. And now this has become a bit of a theme. JNT has approached things rather passively with, you know, a good piece of hand.
Well, this was limp check. He's in the big blind, so it is generally the idea to just check it over to the limper. And it's working out nicely for him here, Roman, with just 9%.
Interacting with the 7 and the spade. Looking for backdoor equity, coming up short.
And does Roberts want to try to blast his way out with just 6 high?
Doesn't seem that way. Now a pair of 6s on the end for Roman as it comes queens and 6s for JNT. 3/4 pot, is it? Yeah.
And perhaps in some other spots, Roman would consider turning these 6s into a bluff. But maybe here he wants to kind of take a more reserved approach, as you suggested when we started. Let's see. Don't really think we can call. There are some ace-high floats, but it's tough to find too many. Does let it go.
Tiny one over to JNT.
The idea of turning the rivered small pair into a bluff is the interference with 2 pair. That's why sometimes we covet a pair over just 2 random cards that don't connect whatsoever. Direct 2-1 now on the chip lead. 36 for Roman, 18 for JNT. What do you think, Ali?
I'm kind of waiting for what I feel like is going to be one of those classic JNT just decides, let's play for a lot.
That can always happen.
Right?
I am too.
And the thing is, as you pointed out, this direct 2-1 chip lead gets flipped in the event that that altercation ensues around this moment, and then JNT ends up doubling. And, you know, that could get very interesting because with the chip lead, perhaps he behaves slightly differently than with the deficit. You know, time will or perhaps won't tell. Ace-Jack suited here for him. A good start to that end. As Roman raises the 10-6.
JNT just calls a hand that could easily 3-bet. Perhaps a little trappy in nature.
Gut shot straight draw for Roman on this club-free 7-high board.
An easier board for Roman to put chips in than JNT. Although ace-jack is still ace-jack on pretty much any board playing heads up. But this has to be one of the worst.
1.2 north of half pot. And without hesitation and the lack of club on board, JNT's peeling.
Indeed he is. More outs for Roman picking up the 8.
Second check in front of him.
Imagine Roman fires here an awful lot. Targeting things like we're looking at in small pairs without backups.
$5 million.
He really goes for it to the tune of the overbet.
Oh.
Go on, Roman.
I don't know that all 5 million was required, but nevertheless, a little bit of courage to barrel a second time, and at that caliber, certainly courageous from Hrabets, who goes hard at JNT. I feel like, you know, just to make things superstitiously equitable out there, perhaps I should run our boy JNT out a grapefruit.
Yeah. I like that, Ali. Would be a little out of line from you, but...
Well, a pumpkin.
His team should have some, you know, something to push back against the power of the orange.
A grotesque squash, perhaps? 7-4, note the 3x. He's danced with 800 and 1.2. Don't know that any correlations have been evident.
And it's difficult to play against somebody who goes about their business like that. King 6 off for Roman. I really think he's waiting for spots with a lot of clarity, feeling confident, and not wanting to take unnecessary risks, which you called at the inception of the match. Of course, that last hand he had 10-6 on 3-4-7-9, so it's not as if he won't barrel. Roman's approach seems nice. Blinds up.
250, 500, 500. 1.25 million every 2 hands to play some cards. Set blind level brought to you by GG Poker. Ace King now is again the 2 share cards. It's been advantage JNT on every occasion, I believe, in those situations. As he wags a finger at the King Deuce limp. Roman with the release. Action will be on JNT. 4.6 million plus in career Triton earnings. He's going to be adding quite a bit to that regardless of finish. Cash just once so far here in Jeju, the 25K silver main. 34th place for 48,000. This is his 10th attempt. King for Hrabets.
And that's a nice sight to see. 2 million deposited from JNT. Now going for 4x on the button. And for Roman, does he want to go for something quite clicky? Not lose the 2 undercard sort of hands? Does he consider calling or just some normalish size? 6.5 declared.
And it isn't clicky. Oh my.
Oh, he's taking the heat, Ali.
4.5 million more, and when the heat gets taken, you begin to smile upon the line and the choice from Hrabets. Perhaps recognition that J&T doesn't want to step away from a 4X pre with a wide variety of kit.
Absolutely, and it's easy to slow play pre. As you said, this is working out gloriously for Roman. 13.5 in the middle.
Jack 9-3, one club on board. As we await orders from the overpair.
$3.5.
Goes for 3.5. Might J&T be in the mood to play a big one? Only queen high, but he does have the back door.
He's come this far, but he's got so little.
He's shown a propensity to be fearless, but you're right.
Look at the price. He clearly doesn't love it.
He's eyeing the stack. 10.2 back for J&T.
The only thing we know that he's not doing is
he's
folding.
Floating, Ali. I didn't know that until it was official, but we do know now.
Another 7 million brings us to the largest pot of this heads-up match thus far.
Can he pick up outs?
He's only got 6.7 million left.
Indeed he does. 20.5 in the middle. What a feeling for Roman.
Top set now as J&T doesn't find the backdoor clubs, does find a gutter.
And I would imagine there's very few turn cards that Roman would be looking to check. But this particular card, see how he wants to play it.
Do we slide rope?
Check seems so nice with the top set. Oh, he comes with the slow motion check. J&T snap all in, and he's hunting the 10, or this is going Hrabets' way, Ali.
Beating him into the pot is Hrabets as J&T floated and then was given a chance to hang himself here. But the noose has not tightened entirely. 4 10s in the deck would not only loosen it, but
a good 10.
Show us a transfer of power here in this main event. Hrabets can taste it. This is for all of the marbles. River, 8 of clubs. And you saw Roman exhale. No over-exuberance there. This is the product of 3 full days of poker.
He did it, Ali.
That he did.
Started to feel like he would for a while, but when it's official, it must be some kind of feeling. There it is. And to J&T, bravo, sir.
Again, second in a main. Gave it all he had, by the way. Did J&T. Mowed down some real adversaries in the process.
So many oranges in the chat. The orange indeed does do it. Look at this crew right here. Roman Hrabets, the main event champ.
Girlfriend Monica Zubowitz there, so elated. Plenty of cause for elation. 2.875 million of them for the Frenchman. And for Roman Hrabets of the Czech Republic, 4.33 million. What a fantastic development that is for him as he picks up the trophy here in Jeju. Nick, just diving into the app there, this is his very first Triton title. We all know getting the monkey off the back. There are plenty who have been at it for a minute and have yet to grab hardware. So, you know, he's doing this fairly early on. First joined us Vietnam 2023. That was his coming out party. And we're talking about 3 festivals, and he's in there.
Yeah, Roman has been extremely difficult to play against since the second he burst onto the scene. Everybody knows that. Quick monkey off the back, but not a shocking one. And this festival really seemed like he was settled in so nicely right off the bat. Very comfortable under the lights. Takes a lot of dynamic, tricky lines, and a befitting victor.
And not that you were shy on it, but let's also turn our attention a bit to JNT. Touched on the fact that he's now got 2 seconds in the main. You know, it can be very tempting to look at some of the VIPs that definitely march to the beat of not just their own drum, but an entirely different drum altogether than any others, perhaps, and think, well, surely this can't be effective. But as we've observed now, sometimes it can.
Yeah, the VIP label, the amateur label, obviously these lines are somewhat blurred. As time goes on, people add wrinkles to their game. And as far as JNT, he's doing a lot of things right. He's making a lot of incredible moves in these tournaments. And I've heard so many hand histories and seen it firsthand. He really puts guys in tough spots in huge moments. And obviously he has a great sense of sniff and talent for the game. And again, it's one of the most impressive stories I've ever seen in poker.
Yeah, he didn't have to be up against Top Set in that particular spot there. How weird it would have been had he not. But of course,
that line from JNT was, maybe that was a bit much, but you can't play that style and not have some of those sometimes. So.
Yeah. So with that, then, we do draw the curtain on Long Deck here in Jeju. 4 card is what's on tap. Now, we did crown a champion earlier today in the 25K PLO. That was a 2-day affair. We're going to bring you about 30 minutes worth of highlights from that one. But first, let's send it down to Marianella. Don't go anywhere, though. After this interview with Roman Hrabets, we'll come right back to this desk and pick up 4-card action from here in Jeju. Let's take a listen, though.
Paying respect to the local culture definitely turned out to be a big win. Roman, now you entered this event cashing 5 out of 7, including a 5th place finish in the silver main event. And here you are with your very first Triton title. Now, considering it was a record-breaking main event, I think you picked a good one. You picked a good one. So how does this massive $4.3 million win feel?
I would say it feels quite amazing. I didn't even look. How much? 4.3 million? Ah, that's not bad. Is it like real money? Or?
By the way, you won 4.3 million confirmed.
Oh, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, I wasn't even watching at the board. How much is it? I just like didn't really consider the money. You know, just like playing my game, playing with the orange. You know, supporting the local culture.
Peanuts.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about supporting the local culture, because you did the same thing in Vietnam. You were rocking the Vietnamese hat, and you actually did well there too. You clinched a 2nd spot in the GG Millions. Now, what is it about supporting the local culture? Clearly, it went well for you. You brought the orange. You're sporting the orange beanie hat. But why is it so important to you?
I mean, a lot of people don't believe in this thing, but I just believe that if you just like support the local culture and you just show the respect for what's going on in here, you know, going to the temple, going to visit, you know, do a little donation, pray for the Rangoon in the main event, you know, and it turns out that I was there actually with my friend Josh. We were together and we went there to pray to temple. I was like, let's Rangoon in the main event, and I guess it worked out.
And I think we have to give a shout out to Monica as well, who went to the store, found some orange bucket hats. I don't know, that was like super run good. Clearly, I think she also helped bring it home. You want to come out here? Okay, let's just show this hat's amazing, by the way. Bravo, Monica.
Oh, bravo. We are the team. What can I say?
Okay, so we got Monica come here because we have to make room. We have more friends coming. The prizes continue. Let's bring our very good friends from Jacob & Co. out. We have a very special watch, only for main event champions. I'd like to bring them here. Here, let's turn you this way, Roman. This way? No, because then... Okay, whoa. Here we go. It's the Epic X watch. Would you like to say some words?
Yeah. I'm Aiden and Terim, the representative of the Korean boutique of Jacob & Co. It's a very honor to be a partner of the Triton Poker Series with a timekeeper. And I'd like to congratulate the winner with the Jacob Banco Epic X Skeleton, which is light and sporty. I hope I can memory this winning this tournament. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, let's floss that watch. Hold on. Whoa, can we get a round of applause for the watch alone? I mean, that is like, that's beautiful. And now let's get right to it. I'd like to invite Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi this way. We're running out of room. There's too much prizes. There you go. Wow, 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 that's a big one. I don't know if he'll give you that. I don't know if
It's up to you. It's up to you.
No, hold on a second. This is getting dangerous. Luca, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your 100K main event champion, Roman Rabets. Hold it up high, sir.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. I don't need to tell you what I was doing during the break, Nick, although, you know, I got some concerns about the state of the power of this particular citrus.
That might be very lucky. I wouldn't ingest that one.
I don't think they're supposed to be white.
I'm going straight to the temple to pray and donate. And Roman, thank you for that. I'm going for the orange hats. I'm doing it all. If I'm ever coming to a new culture, I'm following the Roman Roberts playbook to a T.
Just fantastic. And the playbook being swapped out, 2 cards turned to 4. 25K PLO highlight action coming your way in just moments. Do feel compelled to also advise, we're not going to end the night there, my friend. 30K PLO action happening live in the room. So we're going to pick that up after we cap off this 25K highlight package. Going to start with 4 players. Talk to me.
No, I just love 4 cards so much. It's a beautiful game. Triton continues to kind of deliver and to go from the main and all of that long deck, as you say.
Yes.
I kind of go with full deck because short, yeah, I guess long, tall deck, whatever it is. To go from that into the 4-card streets makes me very happy. I love Pot Limit Omaha so much.
I would imagine that you are not alone in that. So without further ado, we're going to send you to 4-handed coverage down to a champ here. 25K Pot Limit Omaha highlights. Then we'll come back and we'll take 30K PLO live coverage. So here is the first peek. UK's Matthew Wood, 14 big blinds, shortest stack out there, just north of 2 million, blinds at 75 and 150. Fairly reasonable distribution. Up the board. Chip leader at present is
How do I do this in Omaha?
Joe Chuen.
This should be like this? This should be or this. Can overlap?
Can you see the card like this?
Yes.
2 plus 2.
2 plus 2.
Ready.
Ah, like
Lays it down.
Okay.
There's Joao Vieira. Vieira known for the 4-card prowess?
Yes, very much so. All-around player. I've played a lot with this guy, especially in the Bahamas. He's tough and so just icy and kind of, you know.
What was it? I didn't see.
Raise and
Did
take.
you show?
Oh, sure.
He's a good Pot Limit Omaha player.
So that one, not the most eventful exchange, but obviously helping to kind of set the tone for what looks to be some Joe Schwen chip accumulation.
His cards are speaking to each other. Oh.
Well, double suited aces will definitely be speaking. Note the black nail polish, by the way.
I see the nail
perhaps.
polish, the shades.
The dark sciences.
How much?
1.7, the 3-bet, another 1.2 out of King, Queen, 10, 7.
Does Quan want to peel?
Ben senden.
Seat number 8, 5.8 million from Bulgaria. Please welcome Alex Kulev.
He does.
3.8 million in the middle. Oh, the aces have been ravaged here. Just 1.2 million back. Note the SPR. Is there any way to escape? No diamond in hand.
Perhaps with no diamond in hand, we really target those diamond combinations. Of course, for Joe Schwen, he's standing. Customary in the PLO culture. Clemens knows it.
Doesn't
We
look
don't
good.
enjoy
Doesn't look good.
being called on this board if it isn't the diamond draw which is responsible for it. As we can see, trip 10s, 87%.
Only spades.
Back towards that, straight.
A running straight would make a boat.
Yeah. Queen one.
Jack.
Jack on the turn, and now
Jack
another
does.
jack.
Ace or jack?
That's good, yeah.
Or an ace. That which is required to send this
Four
6.15
outs.
million chip pot Clemens Reuter's way. Unavailable. As 10s full of 7s. The development on the river. Reuter issues the GGs a wrap of the rail and a $191,000 payout for him. Jump realized. For the remainder of the field, 53K. 3 now remain. Vieira getting his bearings. Connected at the top and the bottom of the deck with this King, Queen, 3 deuce. Diamonds also unappealing.
I just really like watching this dude play.
Pot announced. And Wood, Jack, 8-6, only 350 more. He decides this is good enough. As they do get it all in.
And he can't ask for more. To be this big of a favorite with that hand is really the dream.
Yeah, not a single overcard across the way to worry about. Kind of interfering with the danglers also, the 8 and the 6. Preventing some of that straightiness from filling in, let alone the jack. King 7-3 board.
Does have the inside straight draw, the 7. Some 2 pair outs.
Yeah.
No, Joe Schwen doing better than he was pre now.
Dips from 45 to 35% equity with 1 to come as
Still
we need to fade 2 pair and the gutter. And the river?
Still an alarming amount of equity for Joe Schwen on the turn.
PLO tends to cause alarm in terms of equity quite often.
PLO, I made a deep run in the Bahamas in a pretty big one, and when I get all in, I mean, I'm standing, sitting, and just standing again. I was in the 1 seat, Ike is in the 2 seat, we got all in. I stood and sat 5 straight times. It's a very emotional And I'm rallying the rails, celebrating. It's just a different kind of culture. You know, it's it's part of it.
Yeah.
You count the outs, you share the outs with everybody. It's just...
It's a game that, you know, beckons the chips to come forward with far greater frequency than its two-card counterpart.
Yes, and getting all in PLO is a wild experience.
It's a rite of passage.
It truly is. That's well said, Ali.
Monotone ace-queen jack-9. Obviously, Javier doesn't love it, but doesn't want to step away from the small, so he sprinkles another 150 in there to run up against king 7-4-3 with clubs. King in the window. No further aid.
Interesting for Vieira, hovering around the king. Backdoor diamonds, of course, we could see they're accounting for themselves in his hand. 900 in the middle, 4.8 back to play. Vieira, a great player. And Ali, could you explain the pronunciation of Xiao Xuan's name? Because if one were just reading it,
yeah, so first
and
off,
they didn't know.
It is our own Nanonoko, Randy Liu, who pointed out that Zhou Chuen is the way in which he would like his name pronounced.
Very nice. I'm sure that's just the way it's pronounced.
Sure. Board pairing 8 on the turn here as Vieira took his stab on the flop. Happy to see the check back on the river from the king, which has now been felled by this ace. But backdoor clubs, forgive me, for Joe.
Tricky card for Vieira. Could see a block targeting the king. This is limp check pre, so the ranges begin quite wide. Could also see just check clubless. Things are complicated in the face of bet, but it isn't hold'em. But again, limp check provides a lot of confusing scenarios.
Now, obviously, PLO is just one of those games where the flushes do perform much poorly on paired boards than the two-card counterparts. But in this particular line, in this spot, nut clubs feels quite cozy, hence the 800 into 1-7.
Suppose bluffs spring from the deuce and kind of cards that maybe wrap around the 8 or a fairly ambitious backdoor spade combination, of which we sort of don't interfere with if we're in Vieira's seat. The ace blocker isn't that relevant. Does get away. Nice pickup for Zhou Xuan. Strong jacket as well. Very.
Strong pass at the pronunciation also, Nick.
Well, you explained it and you've said it multiple times, you know.
No, it's a tricky one.
I'm not about to get this guy's name wrong, put it that way.
Now then, operating off of 9.4 from the button, a little 9-high rundown. Midfield gap between the 8 and the 6. Played as a limp. Nice one for Matthew Wood.
Definitely off 7 bigs.
Raises to 1.2. That clears Vieira. Joe calling the extra 900,000 here. Spades are covered. Ace, deuce, deuce, 2 diamond board. Let's see how Wood feels about things.
Was that a little smile from Zhou Xuan?
It does look like
he's almost smiling.
Well, he is checking. Now a third diamond. Rolls off. Gutter for Joe for the requisite card. These queens really not looking to get further chips forward. And now what seems to be an irrelevant jack on the end.
No aces.
Wow.
Now that was curious because I believe the statement from Joe Chuen after that third check on the heels of the pre-flop raise was no ace-ace.
So Joe whipped a bluff in my face day one of a 25K, and it really took the wind out of my sails. Just the way he did it was so smooth, and I said, I see. I thought it was one way, but it's the other way. I'm really in the lion's den now with this guy. And again, we played for an entire day, and he's just really tough.
But kind of unassuming if you sleep on him.
And he made a little comment against me as well. I don't remember what it was, but it was something like, you check again? You know, I'm like, yeah, I checked again, bro. Like, what's up? You know, he just...
Street poker.
Ruined me. Wood thinking about it. Perhaps a non-believer does have the diamond.
No, by the way, the queens, if we remove an ace or a deuce, and we're not up against something checking back like a flush, then we could see the curiosity, and he's going to whip this one face up too, Nick. You know this feeling.
I certainly do.
Wood doesn't appear particularly amused by that one.
One of the worst feelings around. We've all been there.
Wood did play the 100K main, by the way, did not cash. This is his second ever Triton Festival. Went 2 for 2 in London.
I like Matt a lot. Go back a ways with him.
Wow, queens.
Here he is, all in.
Double suited.
King, queen, queen, 7.
One of my favorite parts of sweating PLO is just collecting the equities to internalize at a later date. We can look at spots as well, but it's so cool when we just see the equities flashed on the board post as well. Even when they're all in, we can still kind of, you know what I mean, Ali?
Yeah, of course. And as you mentioned, you can be on your feet and in your seat multiple different occasions in any given PLO all-in exchange, like the one that we have before us here.
Stranglehold for Wood. Just needs to fade the 6.
Well, he binned the queens, which were a winner last time, but here he is. There will be no folding the best hand, and there will be no collecting of the 1.7 for Joe Chuen as he fails to book a date. With Vieira heads up. Queen, Jack, 10-5, 3 spades, 3-card rundown. 950 declared. Wood, ace, king, 4, deuce. Will make the call all in. Vieira now asking for a count with queen, jack, 9-9. And is this ever a consideration off of 2.8?
I think it's a consideration to defend the big. It's interesting, though. PLO ICM is freaky.
Lack of a suit, always problematic.
He is peeling. All of his cards are talking. No errant danglers.
Note it was only 550 more, as he already had 400 invested.
Wood in oddly good shape.
46% as the main pot is completed. Dry side between Vieira and Joe active.
Joe's equity really derived only from the 5 and the potential backdoor straights.
Now Vieira is in front of Chuen.
This is an interesting decision. Any fold equity in PLO is so big, but Zhou deems himself so naked with just the 5.
The diamond does arrive and the 8 does pair. No one's got any of that.
Wood looking to march back in this thing.
Yeah, with a triple up and cheese.
And note Vieira kind of shot Wood a glance just to sort of try to gauge where he's at.
Yeah, obviously it's relevant.
It would make us a little bit more apt to bluff with these 9s and perhaps sometimes be ahead of Matthew. Clean for Wood.
So side pot does not develop, and it's checked all the way down. Wood very relieved not to be shown anything, although the action certainly suggested that he would be enjoying this 3.25 million with some frequency. This is a steely 3-pack we've got on our hands. Nick, you know, it's
very
tense
steely
right now. Chuen gonna sit this one out. Down to 2.3 million at this point is Wood.
Does just pot the small.
Aces.
What a sight for Vieira.
Double suited. This is the dream in PLO. Jam from Vieira. Covered. Gets called.
Wake up with that one. Again? It's nice to wake up with that one.
He's only got 4 bigs. Not a whole lot more than that for Wood coming into this particular pot. They are thin, and they are playing for 3rd place money here. 244,000 on lockup, 370 for second. 8-5-4. Aces, still cozy. Board pairing 5, no issue whatsoever. And
no,
drawing dead is Matthew Wood.
1625.
Not too often that you have your
75,
opponent drawing dead with just a naked pair in PLO on the turn. But this is one of those occasions. So now a bit of role reversal as Wood slipping into 3rd, 775 in front of him.
他只要8ten 不推，他还能 fold 给我一个100万币池。他8ten 只要不推，我还能收一个。
$595,000 and change in career Triton earnings for the 3-time casher, Matthew Wood. All in here, down to just $375,000.
This is an interesting spot for Vieira. Note that he does just fold with Wood forced all in and Zhao Chuen able to apply all sorts of pressure. These are some of the little aspects of PLO tournaments that are tricky. Queen, queen, 9-7, pretty respectable.
He is going to leave Zhou Chuen to do the honors here. Both parties share the ace and 5 spade coverage for Zhou. The superiority expressed in terms of equities. 1-1-5 in the middle, 8-8-6, and a wrap for Matthew Wood here.
There's worse spots, yeah.
There's a little break.
That helps. Back 10, huh?
Very good turn card for you.
Spade draw on the turn now. Wood needs help. He's behind the ace-jack at present. And the 4 gives him the straight, 5-7.
A little bit sick for Zhao.
PLO guys really are the feral animals at the poker shelter.
It's different, man.
You know?
They're different. They are built different.
Like the 2-card guys are housebroken. But, you know, PLO guy, you're bringing home an orphaned weasel and just deciding that you can domesticate this thing, you know, like these videos on Instagram of the beaver that just collects things from around the house and builds a dam in the hallway because it's just doing beaver things. Like, anyway.
Yeah, you know, I haven't gone in the rabbit hole of the beavers that move into the house and do beaver things, but
It's a thing. The algorithm really, I mean, all sorts of animals.
yeah, I guess when those videos pop up, you must grind them, and then looks like Vieira doesn't have a big one. The 6 Badoogie is not a very good hand, but what a price.
Well, in Badoogie, it's a fantastic hand, but you're absolutely right. This one's gross. Are we on our backs yet? Did he announce call?
Badoogie.
Yes, it would appear. No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amazing Badoogie. What do you have?
I just saw queens.
And king.
Queens and clubs.
And a 3.
So here we are.
That's my hand a little bit.
3 matters, yeah.
Matthew Wood making a stand. He's had queens quite a bit here. 6 in the window and a 4 as well. Wheel and bottom 2 for Vieira, and that's obviously very bad in terms of the queens trying to counterfeit. Ace or a queen required for the time being.
9, ace, or queen.
Also would do the trick. Wood faded moments ago. Can he fade here and fight on? Yes.
Crazy all in luck today, buddy.
Oh, Zhao. Smiling, perhaps never really expected that particular hand to perform all that well, but on that flop, aspirations.
It was an emotional run out, for sure.
Note he was able to maintain his seat throughout, by the way, in spite of such things. You know, this is
They've both
Vieira.
sat through all ins.
Yeah.
Zhao Xuan is up immediately. Huge hand for Vieira, 4.5 bigs.
Pot.
1.4 to skate, says Vieira. This is the bulk of his biscuits.
The shorter we are, the more powerful just big pairs are in PLO. Not a particularly good hand, but again, 4 bigs for Vieira. Just north.
Will pot it. The isolation complete. The remainder
Make sure you didn't hear call, that's all. Yeah, yeah.
sent forward. So then, Vieira on his feet alongside Joe, now back in his seat.
But kind of on his knees, you know?
Is
Vieira back,
yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's a lot of this.
And a lot of chips, 4.35 million in the middle, 11 bigs. As the boys aren't all that deep. Jack 9-4 board. Vieira with the nut flush draw.
Feels like he'd be more of a favorite, but basically just a flip.
Behind against the queens, which are in front of the pair of jacks. You see all the outs. Looking for jacks up. Aces up would do the trick. Spades, and instead it's a 4 on the river. Queens up for Zhou Chuan, and heads up, the byproduct.
GG, sir. Excellent run.
Sporting handshakes being issued along with the check for $244,000 to the Portuguese, João Vieira. So this is the way heads up would kick off. Obviously a 7-1 chip lead, and we can just about taste it.
Zhou Xuan can certainly taste it, and it will be going in right now.
Wood looks down at Jack 8-7. 5 blinds deep. Pot declared. Ace 10 9-3 double. Any merit to flatting as opposed to asking for the other 750? We're just always getting it in.
Not sure. I think just all in is nice. Merit to flatting is 5, 6, 7 of spades. We're out, but sometimes then we're not realizing some very sneaky equity.
So there's the jam. Wood gets involved as the bilingual rail update is issued. Might a first prize check also be getting issued? You can see the advantage, about 12% for Matthew Wood here. Ace, Queen, 8.
Huge for Zhou Xuan.
Nut clubs, top pair. Just the 8 dangler working alongside what under normal circumstances would be a jack, but the gutter for Zhou Xuan, vanquishing that as an out. 7 or an 8 was needed, and on the turn, that club comes in and makes the river irrelevant and makes Zhou Xuan a Triton champion. His first ever title.
It certainly does. Congratulations, Zhou Xuan.
Third career cash for him, for Matthew Wood, as we touched upon. His third career cash as well, but no first title would be in store for him. $530,000 would go to Zhou Xuan, $370,000 to Matthew Wood, the 4-card specialist. Seems like at least one person on hand there to show a little bit of love to the Brit. And the remainder of that FT, Vieira, Reuter, Barbero, and Boytosh, by the way, wouldn't have minded picking this one up 6-handed, 120 going to Boytosh, and then Barbero, who I would be remiss.
Don't do it, Ali.
At this point, I'm not going to ask you to do it, but I got to tell you, it has been years since I was practically in tears. Nick provided a smattering of Nacho Barbero. You guys had a little bit of a bite the other night. Isms, I guess.
Had a great time with Nacho at dinner the other night. He told me a few hand histories. Viva Nacho. And good run, sir. Would have loved to see Omaha for rolls scrap too, but a lot of good 4-card to come.
What do you think's the line on whether or not when he got it in, he looked at the showdown and said, it's a scam?
No, you know, I have 60%. It's like, and then I'm just drawing dead. But it's a scam, bro. But
oh, just
it's a
delightful.
scam.
You really have nailed Nacho for sure. Of course, he nails that 5th place finish there. Just taking a look.
I said, what the fuck you doing, bro? It's crazy. Sorry, it's late though. You know, we're good.
All right, everything being held together here, perhaps by duct tape and bubble gum, as we've crowned 2 champions on the day. Night shift activity, though, going to come in the form of 30K PLO coverage.
And Zhou Xuan, I'm happy for him. That guy grinds, man.
Yes, he does.
Super tough, you know. And yeah, absolutely. 30K PLO, let's go.
All right, it's going to be about a 20-minute regrettably break, as they are on dinner break right now. So we're waiting them to come back from a bite. And once they get back in their seats and the cards get in the air, Nick and I will be here for it. So don't go anywhere. Set a timer. Do what you need to do. Grab a nibble. Come back and see us. Continuing coverage here from the Triton Super High Roller Series still to come.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You're playing an 8 max MTT, first to act under the gun. At what stack depth should you consider opening low pocket pairs like 4-4? A. Always open these hands. B. Only open them below 20 big blinds. C. Below 30 big blinds. Or D. Below 50 big blinds. Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Great timing for Alex.
Again, coming with bigger than min raise sizing.
10 bigs.
We have the chip leader on the button.
And kings for Patrick. What a spot to wake up with them. Patrick's going to be all in with a great chance to double up, and cold deck for Kulev.
Wow. So popular.
First all in of the final table.
And again, as alluded to with that ICM money breakdown, everyone at this table is definitely rooting for Kulev to catch that ace.
I'm sharing it.
Don't waste it, you know.
So far, so good. Club's working for Kulev.
Well, everyone other than Patrick, obviously.
Kulev just down to an ace. Can he find one on the river?
How much?
1 free.
1? 3.
White free.
The no spot, scary.
1.3.
Yeah, if you're squeezing. It'd be a bad sweat on the squeeze.
Matthias.
And not just pretty fly for a white guy, just like fly in general.
And Kulev, a lot of hands so far, now picks up the ladies.
The hands just keep getting better for him.
And Elton with a hand here. Has seen Kulev raise 3 times. Now, what does he want to do with the ace-jack? Elton, somebody who really plays for the win. Very awkward spot here.
It is. Last time we saw that Kulev had a hand, he had ace-king. But I think if Elton plays this, he probably comes with a 3-bet. Kind of you attack, you want to really lean on the fold equity. It's a little uncomfortable. You call, 1 or 2 people come in behind you. Now you're playing a multi-way pot with ace-jack off. Let's see what Elton decides. Could even fold it. Wouldn't be absurd. Yeah.
Great fold from Elton Sang. And Robek has ace-king. Roberts.
Oh, wow.
And we are about to see a confrontation here.
Yeah. Hrabets is 3-betting as a spot where he's going to get to 3-bet wide quite a bit, right? He's the chip leader. He's leaning on middle stack, raising. He's in position. But he actually has a really good hand. And I think Kulev, instead of calling out of position, a lot of Hrabets' bluff range is going to have an ace-x or king-x hand, which has a decent amount of equity. I think he probably just ends up jamming this one. And Hrabets isn't folding.
Let's see what Kulev does. Obviously, massive ICM implications.
So I don't think it's super likely Hrabets has jacks here. That said, you win a lot of chips just by moving all in and getting the bluffs to fold. And the bluffs almost always have an overcard, either an ace or a king. You're doing well against ace-king off. We can see, I mean, the pseudo flip, you're 12% ahead.
Owen.
There it is. Alex shoves and Roman calls, and we're going to have a massive flip here. 10.7 in the million in the middle.
A stop pop. Allow my friend. I will need that.
There goes the orange.
Not a good sign for Kulev.
This is a big one.
Kulev's
tournament life on the line here, 9th place.
There's an ace in the window. Disaster for Kulev. Needs a queen or he's going to be out of here in 9th place. No good on the turn. Just one more pull for Alex.
Good game, everyone. Good luck. See you, buddy.
Nowhere to go there. Great run by Kulev. He played awesome this tournament. Really showed off his stuff, but just kind of a collision type spot, and no one can beat the orange, can they?
It's too powerful here in Jeju.
Thank you.
And Roberts now kind of running away with the chip lead. Another great run for Alex Kulev, his 3rd final table. He's going to be very disappointed with that result, but something tells me this won't be the last of him. Incredible young player from Bulgaria, bows out in 9th place. Good game, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for sweating with us in chat. Another incredible sweat here at Triton, the biggest one we've had so far.
Small blind.
Patrick's one short, yeah.
Yeah, 1.5.
125. 125.
And look at this. I mean,
what a spot. I mean, again, he's going to be shoving here quite a lot, but he's going to be min-raising with polar range, obviously driven by the fact that his very best hands want to induce from the short stacks, and this is one of those very best hands. And will it trick Patrick into making a play here? No, Patrick dodges that one, but what about Brewer? King-jack off. He's not folding. Will he come with call? Will he play back with an all-in?
Brewer's already bled a lot of chips out here. Is just going to call, though. Oh, no, he shoves.
Call.
And Robek's going to snap, and there goes the orange. And now Chris Brewer in bad shape. Roman is looking to take another soul out. You see the orange slide in the middle. Nobody has faded it so far. Can Brewer?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the only one is Ibinger, who's got even more orange going on. Going to be hard to make a straight.
Wow. Queen.
Well, it's nice started with.
But he does pick up another out with the 10. Has the gut shot straight draw.
Needs to fade to board pair. That would shut it down.
Not the card he wanted to see. 10, 10 only, or Brewer is going to be our 8th place finisher.
Good game, guys.
GG. GG, Chris.
Good game, Chris.
Orange comes back right in its spot.
You just keep chilling, you know? Oh.
Antoni's
You
still
like
eating.
my orange?
Yes, I do like your orange.
And with that, Chris Brewer hits the rail in 8th place. $543,000 for his troubles. Another great run. He'll be disappointed, but the bank account gets padded. And so does Roman Hrabic's stack. Nobody can beat the orange here in Jeju.
Yet, there it is. Just an offsuit ace.
Can't wait forever.
Wow, it looks like 2 aces folded.
And Elton has ace-queen of hearts.
Yeah, this is way too much hand. It's going in.
All right, me or you, Owen?
Go.
Disaster for Igor.
Това е чудесно.
I'll give it this
Ще
time, but it's
се стакнат двамата касаци.
easy like this.
Чакай да видим. Аз имах шост, аз
Using my
с 4.
superpower?
Make you look like this.
Halfway, halfway, that's fair.
Elton saying a big favorite to double. And he's got the orange. If it wasn't enough to have the best hand.
Not mine.
Oh, Roman let him borrow the orange.
Everybody wants to know. Well,
Pretty great flop for him. Igor does have a gutter, though.
Yeah, the jack or a heart will just close it down. Shut down the club.
whoa.
Igor needs a non-heart 7 or 6 or he's going to be crippled. And Elton saying,
You have tips left.
Hey.
Good luck,
You
guys.
cover. You cover, I think.
Huh?
Good luck.
I think you have 50,000 left.
You might have more than me.
I think you have 50,000.
You might have more than me.
Yeah.
You might. I don't know. I don't.
we're going to do the math here, but regardless, Elton Sang wins a
I have
huge
1.2.
pot.
Oh, you have 75K left.
Oh!
Ah, no. Not finished. Same
For a second, I thought Igor was
No 3 point.
All in.
and queens for Faradine. Happy to shove it in.
Unfortunately for him, not that much in this pot.
But 10s for Ibinger.
I think it's 1.9, I believe. Yes.
Yeah, 1.9 million.
I mean, normally there's 750 in the pot, but there's only 225 because 600 of the money the big blind puts in is only 75,000.
Yeah, and this is a 300K pay jump, so Faradine very incentivized to just wait for Igor to bust, which means
Yeah.
he's really strong here,
Yeah.
which means Matthias, no, can't get away. 10's just too good. He's going to rip as well.
Sionismo.
And we're going to have a 3-way all in. And great spot for Faradine to double up and knock out Igor.
А? Да не трябва да идва десетка. Другия има 9 и 5.
2 5s.
Да.
Igor can only win the 300K here. A lot of money in that other pot, though. Interesting flop.
Вече трябва
Not
да
many
идва
ways
десетка.
for 9-5 off to win
Да.
this.
Matthias does have diamonds. Great turn for Faradine. Just needs to fade another queen now. Igor's out of here regardless. There it is. Massive double up for Mustafov.
Подвойни. И един отпадна и то остава къс.
Good luck.
And Igor gonna hit the rail in 7th place.
Yeah, well played. Sportsman-like exit there, shaking everybody's hand.
Very good player. Igor Yaroshevsky just couldn't get the cards here.
Loved that walk-in. A lot of pizzazz.
Bows out. $739,000 going into his bank account. And the rest of these players will be guaranteed $1 million. And Heibinger's going to have to eat the blind soon. Does he think this is good enough?
He is the shortest stack, but not that much shorter than Elton, who has 3.1. My guess is he waits on this one. I don't think this is quite enough here, going through 5 players, but he disagrees.
Yeah, there it goes. Jack 8 in the middle. He'll be hoping for folds.
How much? 1.9.
This is not what you want to hear.
600 behind.
Yeah, and J&T's folded, so I think Hrabets can just rip this. And it puts Patrick in a tough spot, even with like ace-jack or maybe even ace-queen. He comes with call, though.
Well, see, Patrick has a bunch of chips behind, which is why I think
Yeah,
Roman
no,
calls.
he has 8 million, but he can make Patrick fold some very good hands by ripping it. That's what I'm saying. So it's interesting decision. Like Patrick folds better, like ace jack 100%, maybe even ace queen. Like
go into a flop here, and there's a jack. Oh wow! Wow! What a flop for Heibinger. Orange on orange violence here. The only player that's been able to beat Roman. Not sure what's going on here.
he's deciding, I guess, whether or not he's going to bet or check.
То добре, че стана така, че то остана с 75 чипа да раздаде тази ръка с дамите на десетките.
And I don't see anywhere to go. Roberts just, yeah, let's go. And what a flop for Ibinger.
Wow.
All right, let's spike a nice.
He's been Roman's kryptonite. Roman gonna need another ace. Does throw the orange in there for good measure.
But we already know that the Ibinger is impervious to the powers of the orange.
Picks up more outs. Now a king will do it. Not going to do it, though. Huge double up for Ibinger. Just a flesh wound for Roman, but starting to face.
Feel it. Okay.
Elton trying to speak good luck into existence. His version of the orange.
It might be time for Mustafov to take a stand. King 9 of diamonds in the hijack.
2 million.
Oh, he likes the 2 million also. He's joining Elton with. Oh.
He might not like it so much now. Ibinger picks up ace king of spades on the button.
525.
Ibinger's thinking we're going to come for that 525 also.
All in.
Definitely not as pained as when he had ace-10 off.
This may be it.
Ibinger's patience pays off. Mustafov is not dead, though. Plenty of outs, but he's a big dog.
I mean, he's played quite well so far, but just not too many spots. And
Diamond in the window, but really bad flop. Mustafov can hit running diamonds or a 9, but it's not looking good.
And it's over on a jack.
That's a terrible card for him. Spades for Ibinger now.
A third of his outs gone.
There it is, ace on the river, and with that, the Austrian sends the Bulgarian home in 6th place. Great run for Faradin Mustafov, really tough player. Will take home over $1 million.
Ace King help.
Came in, did what he had to do, just didn't have the cards today.
Nice walkout, got the double with queens to 10s, but just ran out of chips in the end.
Good game, sir. Another tough player down, and we are the poker.
Well, that was another Ali quote that I modified very slightly.
And 6s now for JNT, another pair. I mean, that was a pretty sick squeeze there.
Yeah, I mean, like everyone in the world flats his hand, by the way.
Literally everyone.
Yeah. The JTO's rewriting things. And here we go. Now he's got a hand. He's been quiet, you know. Let's just let him. He hasn't been opening many pots. Let's just let the ace-9 off go, not take the spot.
And a warm welcome back into the studio. We've swapped out the suits for, you know, a little bit of a chill flavor, and I just realized as we didn't discuss it.
You said let's throw hoodies on, but I got to say matching right now with you it's really terrifying to me. I don't know why, but I hate this feeling so much, but I'll be okay. You know, life can be difficult. It's just one of those things.
It feels like a first day of school situation where our parents stressed us.
At least mine is you know, the darker color, but this is so embarrassing. I just kind of want to crawl into a hole. But at least we have the 4-card streets to keep me going.
Yes, that hole is going to be filled by a 30K Quattro bounty. Now, we both confess that this is not standard fanfare for us. Cooked up this stop, producer James stepping in to advise 20K of the 30 goes toward the prize pool. 10K shaved off for the bounties. But those bounties don't kick in until 25% of the field remains.
Whoa.
Yeah.
PLO is crazy enough. Bounties are crazy enough. But when you add the two together, you know,
it's
we're gonna see some. We're gonna see some people running it.
You ever watched any of those YouTube videos? You got a 2-liter of Diet Coke and you just drop a Mento right into it.
Yes, I've seen those.
Yeah, that sounds like PLO plus bounties.
You know, that's not the analogy I would have thought of, but I can't look at you and then we can see ourselves on the screen.
Do you know how happy it makes me, conversely?
I'll be back. Can you guys hear me? Is that?
Oh, we're having fun, man. I love it so much. Glad to have you with us from wherever you're at, whether it be on the app, whether it be on the YouTube channel, Twitch, whatever it is. I promise you're going to get through this. Let's do this.
Thank you, Ali.
Into the arena we go. Blinds 3 and 6,000 with a 6K Big blind any as we mercifully exit the screens. 200 bigs for Kirk Steele. Things have been going his way. On the other side, Kazakhstan's Chingiz Satubayev. I would imagine a player is going to be delivered to the blue table shortly. Also sun shining down on him, 848,000. In front of him, that glimpse there across our two feature tables brought to you by betacr.eu. Shortest of stacks rests with Ike Haxton there.
Oh, hold on a second here. I'm not ready.
It looks as though Jared Blesnik has not only entered the arena, Nick, but he's done so with one of the orange hats from Camp Rabitz.
Well, for those that may not know, the Blez is a truly special PLO player. Won the Super High Roller Bowl PLO. That's quite a face. Oh my God, we have Devoris, Ike, Nasho is here. Hold on. Do you know I love PLO, but it's like I'm so carded. It's crazy. Chidwick is here.
Is Nacho going to do an Instagram story?
This is a fantastic table.
I can't take this. I can't take another feature table?
Hang on.
All right, I'll take that.
I mean, Ollie, Ike. Are we losing the Blez?
Maybe to the other feature, as we did need to fill a void left there. But I got to say, Blez, I need you to remove the chin strap because, you know, you're a dad. You know,
I know. YouTube, Twitch, are you here?
It's a newborn
Any
photo.
Omaha players in the chat, or just people who want to sweat? Get the strap off, Blez. How's everybody doing? Where are you watching from?
Oh.
Some of the best in the world. They're still here in Korea. It's PLO time. 36 of 70 remain.
And by the way, we've got a 3-gear transmission on our hands here in Jeju. Long deck, tall deck, as you put it, done for. Main event champ crowned Roman Hrabets just about a half an hour ago. I want to say an hour ago, let's call it. But we're going to play PLO, then we're going to play short deck. So this festival, far from over, points toward the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award race, obviously.
And so, Ali,
available.
You said the bounties kick in when there's 25% of the field remaining, yes?
Correct.
So by my calculations, that's, we'll call it 18 players, 17, 18?
Yep.
So right now, no bounties.
No
Limp
bounties.
from Stevie in the small. Devoris shoots it up to 24. Very thankful for being able to observe the navigations. We're in the 4-card street, Solly.
Blind versus blind. Producer James just suggesting that this format of waiting until 25% of the field left is so as to not disincentivize people who may be inclined to late reg and not also
There you go.
create any added advantages, you know, things of this nature. As we see the club draw 2 overs gut shot for Chidwick. He did dig in for 24,000, and we've got that wrap, let's call it, for Devoris.
It's a wrap. Not all the outs are clean. Backdoor diamonds. Interesting decision for Devoris. We're not dying to get 23 bigs in, but folding out equity is nice. Does go for the check. And a huge turn card for Devoris.
Diamond draw acquired. Further outs to the straight as well in the form of a 3.
See you guys. Australia's here twice. No surprise. A lot of PLO players there. Florida, Germany. Finally some Omaha, somebody says. Now this is a table, I agree. Going over to Twitch. More Nacho impersonations. I will oblige here and there.
No, I just got here like 2 days ago.
All hands are equal in Omaha because you have so many cards. God bless. Australia is here. UK is here, of course. Welcome, everybody. Another check from Stevie. India, Lithuania, UK once again.
Queen's up now on the river as both flop and turn were checked by both parties here with a good bit of hand, mind you, in terms of equity.
40 minutes
now.
away, restaurant.
Interesting
Like,
spot.
had it brought.
Stevie does block some of the king jacks that elected to sneak along.
He doesn't need much.
See how greedy he gets, or lack thereof. Sizing ideas are not super clear to me. Does just go for check. And for Dvoris with just king high. I have heard rumors that Dvoris is truly excellent at PLO. I only say rumors because I haven't played with him much myself.
Well, we're about to find out.
Dubai, Puerto Rico, Finland? Yes.
And here he is with what he imagines is 0 showdown value, quite correctly. 56,000, what he has dialed up. This is full pot.
And it's a bit gross for Stevie, but with the king in the face of 2 streets checked, could certainly see heroing here at the very least sometimes.
Now, we'd like to assign busted diamonds and or clubs to the opposition in situations such as this, yet we hold 3 clubs and a diamond. Does find the call, though.
Very nice from Chidwick. And as it was checked down, I think all of those clubs are actually good as they weight Dvoris more towards just hands that had no interaction on the flop, so to speak.
The queen completing the king jack and the jack 8 in terms of straight draws.
They try to bluff you on TV to tell their friends. I bluffed Stevie on TV. I know what he was thinking. He was thinking that.
I think he was trying to show off to your mom.
What was that?
I would imagine there's some context there. There's no way Stevie just came with a comment about Nacho's mom without it
My mom is
having
gonna be
been
so proud. Isaac Jackson and Stevie. Oh my God.
Hello, Mrs. Barbera.
Yeah.
Aces for Nacho.
I confess that I've been present in the cash game streets back in Vegas for some of the Nachoisms, and my mom's going to be so proud. I beat you in a pot. Like, there's a lot of these sort of ideas that he has now brought to the PLO tournament circuits.
Yes.
No Ike here for it. Said hello to Mrs. Barbero. She looks upon her son, holding ace, ace, jack, deuce with the diamonds.
All right.
Those diamonds
Me and the
are
legend.
covered.
What are the blinds? Are we at 8?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were at 10.
Top 2 for Ike.
You just accidentally potted it?
No, because he put 10. I didn't know.
Some people, like, they have no idea what's going on, and it just works out for them, man.
And I would think for Ike, with 10 bigs, Nacho will happily go for pot.
He does have the Broadway gutter. And the overpair. Backdoor wheel outs.
Let's just go 25, fair enough. It is going in.
Can I order? TV table.
There it is.
How much? Yeah, I can't fold, I guess. Although I have the ace of spades, but the ace of hearts.
Yeah, I guess you can't fold that one.
Not too bad. 3-2 dog.
Mrs. Barbera would not be impressed. Folded aces.
With the gotcha too.
With the gotcha.
I hate having
So-
the ace of hearts though.
Play for 226.
Not a good card to her.
Advantage
I
Haxton.
have the 5
Wheel
now.
draw.
Yeah.
No, I've got one. You
Oh,
can
you
hit
got
it.
one? Give him more pairs. More pairs. Give him more
Aces,
pairs.
queens, 5s, 4s, and 3s would all spell
Just a
disaster,
$2.
but the 10 of clubs is cozy as Haxton
Just a
fills
$2.
up, and
Wow.
he's a scam.
Okay. I didn't know.
God, this is gonna be great. I just like
Flip it back over.
and
Jared,
woke
who
up and it was over.
he really does look like
Just passed out.
we're glimpsing into a time capsule at his
And
newborn photo.
let's just be clear. Blesnik
Yeah, I
has a
did not
lot
know
of
that.
side bets with the field, cross books, last longers, so he could be playing a much bigger tournament than everybody else, as is customary with the Blez. Kuhn
Likes to
with the
juice
limp
it up.
call pre.
Yeah, it does appear that way.
I actually don't mind
became
it, though.
36.
You get it in quick, you know?
No, it's fine.
Extra 28 invested, as Blez suggests he doesn't mind getting it in
Go
quick.
on, Jason.
Jason with the set of jacks on this board. Blez just the overpair in the back door. The ace, king of
Only
hearts.
18 bigs for Blez. Let's see, we're not delighted to get it in at all if we're Blez, but does just check. Nice choice. Oh, that's a brutal card for Blez, making trips in the nut flush draw.
There's no escape.
No.
Kuhn has so much hand, though, Nick. The check and induce, a thought.
He is definitely checking and inducing. Looks like Blez bids adieu to 40,000, barring a third five for the ace.
Just 8% equity here. Little does he know it. And for Jason, just 104 left for the Blez, rather.
Such a bulletproof hand and a cozy slow play.
Flats it, and now the backdoor hearts do come in, and one wouldn't fault Blez for thinking they're good.
I think we could consider checking some flushes back if we're the Blez, but with the five, Jason may not give him the opportunity. Does just put him in. Odd spot for the Blez, but that five blocker.
Yeah,
he knows.
He knows. Because he's got the ace of hearts and the king of hearts there, it feels a little precarious. The five blocker, as you mentioned, though.
The Blez is sick, Ollie.
I had the 5 too, sick. And a flush. GG.
I don't know what to do.
It was a delayed sink in there.
Lose the tournament and then re-enter.
What?
I said you lose the tournament and then re-enter.
A slightly dramatic
That's what I would do,
departure for the Blez, perhaps tethered to the notion that this is far beyond 30,000 invested.
Oh, it's tethered, Ollie. I'm talking about a lot of side bets. Not trying to blow up his spot, but I mean...
You on
just
the
gonna
other
do it
side of any
anyway.
of this, Nick?
I don't mess with the Blez.
By the way, Blez is a four-card legend.
I don't think it helps to say that.
No?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not an expert.
I did a lot of advertisement. Last time I played a PLO cash game, I lost 360K and I played so bad. After that, every cash game. Come, Nachito, come to play. You're welcome.
Now you're on the feature table.
Now I'm the feature table. Nah, but I'm on the feature table because, honestly, I explain you why. You want to know why? Him and him. Nothing to do with us. I mean, I know you look good for the camera, but no, this is not about us.
I don't know why I find Nacho so endlessly entertaining as he does limp against Kirk Steele.
No, Nacho is my favorite.
29-7-5. He's got
I think they do.
second pair up against Kings up. Flicks a futile 8,000 forward.
You know what the things in packets over there are? By the waters?
Nacho in bad shape.
I suspect there's some kind of crackers, but I don't know.
Steel flats.
Huge stack for Steele, by the way.
Queens up now for Nacho on the turn.
Okay, sounds delicious.
See if Kirk wants to see where he's at.
Okay.
And then there's gummy bears too. I had some of the gummy bears yesterday.
Goes for 15, and this is already uncomfortable
That's my
for
only complaint.
Yeah,
Nachito.
They get stuck in your eye, your teeth.
Yeah, but they're. You almost said they get stuck in your eye.
No, in your teeth, in your teeth. Sorry.
No, these gummy bears in Korea are the worst.
The factor is quite good. If they were just
Another
like
30,000
4 of
into the
them
middle
melted
here.
together,
As Steele improves to aces up. Backdoor spades have arrived unblocked by both parties.
Well said, Ali.
Pretty good, right?
Two pairs. Queen 9.
So it does get shut down in both camps. I don't even know why we're laughing, but we're laughing.
Is he mucked yet? No, he did muck a while ago.
There was no street where you were ahead.
Nope. Only pre-flop.
Did you have pre-flop?
I was ahead to act. How are they, Stevie? Not bad. I feel like eating some like sweets.
You should have a gummy.
I don't like those too much.
I can get behind the sugar fix. Nick, we go back a ways. Very few
The second dessert on the menu.
engagements in the booth go by without
What is it?
heavy snacking by yours truly.
I forget.
Uh,
The mango
true.
tiramisu? Yeah. I saw somebody eating that. It looked
I
okay.
could go for some gummies right now myself. They have the little bags of gummy bears, but you know they are the small ones, so it's like, it's brutal. I say, what the fuck, bro? I got gummies all in my teeth. No, I'm done. I really am.
Ace, king, queen, 3 here for Barbero. He takes us up to 20,000. Shedwick, queen, jack, 4-3.
Touch Dusty, great price. Trying to hunt Nacho down.
He concurs.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, Alex.
Queen 7-5. Gutter. Top pair for Chidwick. Outkicked by Barbero's ace queen. See what Nacho's got in mind with 52 out there.
Sort of want to preserve your equity, getting check raised a bit brutal, but with no backdoor, maybe we can just bet fold. Goes for half-ish. And for Stevie, I think we tear one off, but we kind of hate it. The jack is somewhat clean. The 6, we can do a little guessing. He is in.
Extra 50 into the middle and a problematic card arrives for Chidwick. Both players trip queens. The advantage is quite clear for Barbero.
That is really a bad card for Stevie. There weren't that many cards that brutalize him at all outside of the queen. 102 in the middle. There are some board lock type of hands, queen 7 and such. We could build a strategy around those sorts of hands. Goes for half again.
Chidwick chewing on it.
It's an interesting spot. Obviously not folding. The question is call or raise. The answer to me is not clear. Call preserves just air balls from Nacho. He does just jam to kind of preserve his equity. Nacho doesn't love it, which is understandable in PLO, but he'll see he's in great shape.
He's saying, I don't think I can fold this. Although that's precisely what Chidwick would like to see. Little does he know.
He'll see the good news, Ali.
Note, however, that Chidwick does have 25% equity.
Good fucking shape.
And I was under the impression that Chidwick had Barbero slightly covered. As we can see, it's the inverse. So for Nacho, he needs to hold on. 5 on the river.
Oh, on
He
Nacho.
does just that.
Great run for him in the 25, too. Nacho heating up in the 4 card.
211. My mom is going to be really proud.
Here we go.
Here we go.
It would have been double proud if I beat Ike, but Ike is so hard to beat this year. It's crazy. Not this tournament, Ike.
Not this tournament.
Not this tournament. I mean, you've been really, you know, since that thing, bro, with the mask, you're a different player, bro. It's crazy.
You used to just always know what I had.
What?
It's so much easier now that people don't always know what I have.
Yeah, it's so much easier. You saw the comment like Phil say about him?
What was it?
That he started winning because people can't read him with the mask. Basically, he said he's much better player now.
Not sure that's a fair critique.
I might need to start wearing a mask.
I've got an extra if you want.
Yeah? Give it to me, please. Maybe I speak less.
Well, then we don't want that.
They're not going to be able to see my pretty face, though. I don't know if I want that. I want to see this.
ACR might fire you.
Oh, why don't you do an experiment and put a mask on and see how long it takes for Phil Nagy to text you?
Please do it. Give me a mask. Give me a mask.
Well, negotiations for Nacho to mask up here.
I'm going to look so gangster with a mask.
We're behind, right?
Chidwick understandably not entertained by it all.
No, don't give me the black one. Don't give me the black one. No, the white one. Yeah, white one. Black one is unlucky, bro. This guy doesn't win a fucking hand.
29,000.
Here we go.
Into the middle as Divorce 3 bets and asks for the rest. Ace King 9-5. Chidwick with the better of it.
It's a good one.
Jill's got the mask on, Ali. Oh, man.
You need to open the folds.
Divorce, by the way, is involved in this exchange, but far more fixed on Nacho. 66 in the middle. Look at the spade draw developments.
Still something of a flip.
Oh, wow.
Divorce.
And you get the bottom fold to cover your chin as well.
With the better flush draw.
Watch out, Phil Hellmuth. Nachito is going to win all the tournaments now.
Ace King still in front, and the board double pairs.
Winner for Stevie.
Chidwick spades
You
turning
don't need
into
to have it
blockers.
crush your ears like that. That looks pretty uncomfortable. You can get the straps one on either side of your ear.
Oh, really? Like this?
There's 2 straps. You can have one below and one above, not just like on top of your ears. That'll probably be more comfortable.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Bro, they're super pro. Bro, we didn't get these ones in Argentina. We the fucking shitty ones. That's why so many people died of COVID. Fuck.
It probably would have helped, yeah.
It probably would have helped getting better masks. Man, these are like Louis Vuitton masks.
Look at Steele. He's looking over. I don't know if he knows
Take
about
a
the
picture
Nacho show.
for Phil.
But selfie with Ike now. Incoming. Here it is.
Hi, Phil.
It's on me? Sorry, guys. Sorry. I thought this piece of trash.
Oh, man.
Is he ever not the center of attention at a poker table, Nick?
Oh, man. You got me pretty hard here, Ali. Carry me a little, partner. Need a second. Limp from Stevie. Interesting. It's in fact just a full pot. I just really thought he
You're
put
about
out a
40
limp.
behind?
It really didn't see that coming, but I saw the chips. There it is. Crabs for Ike.
Pardon us,
I'm
by the way,
I'm
guys.
texting Phil right now. Ike. Look. Oh, boy.
Doing our best to hold it together, as is Chidwick, by the way, with now a second little
boy.
boost to his stack.
He's like the Louis Vuitton of masks.
I think for those out there watching, you need to know that Nick and I have known Nacho for a while now.
Oh, yeah.
And
Long
we've rumbled
time.
with him.
Yes.
And he really is particularly well suited for the cash game environments with this shtick of his. Typically don't really see it go over particularly well, you know, in the tournament streets. But the PLO, I think, is a more appropriate place to deploy it.
Man, I don't know how long I can take this, though. Wow, it's fucking hot here.
Nacho.
Get less oxygen too.
I don't think he
What?
lasted but a hand or two.
I feel like I'm dying.
It's on me, right?
It's on you. I don't have
It's on you. Pay attention.
It would be
bro.
really tragic for me personally, Nick,
What?
if
Again?
everybody out
Again.
there doesn't
It worked so
appreciate
well
the
last
Nacho show as much as you and
I have
I
a
do
piece
in
of
here
cheese,
because he
but I'm gonna
really
give you
is
a-
funny.
All right, let's do it.
And hold on. He's giving him action. Go ahead, he sees change. Go ahead.
Argentinian style. This is what we're known for.
Remember, you're trying to get invited to a cash game, Nacho.
Open-ended for
Tried
Nacho.
hard.
Dust for Ike. Twitch and YouTube both seem to almost universally be enjoying the Nacho
Bad
show.
luck for you, right, Ike?
God bless, God bless Nacho.
Bad luck.
He asked him if it was a bad flop for him. Let's observe.
Paxton does
Takes
not
the free
follow
one.
through. Yeah, blind versus blind. Check, check. To the turn we go. Barbero picks up a 4.
Ike now does pick up the 3 high flush draw.
Doesn't bet it, however.
Check.
Nacho with that key ace of hearts checks it once more.
And makes trip 4s. I'm sure that wasn't the path that he anticipated to victory.
And does Ike feel compelled to bluff ace-queen with no club anywhere in his hand? Hard to win if you check, but pretty bad blockers.
17.
Does go for a small bet.
Is it the image?
Yeah. I'll mute. I don't want to just giggle. He does pay it off.
Unconvinced that clubs were across the way?
You're trying to bluff Nachito on TV? You're crazy. You're really crazy.
I shouldn't have done
Speaking
that.
from experience.
You should not have done that. Not when I'm trying to impress my mom. Not like that. No, not Alec. Oh, Micaela, sí, come.
Well, if you want to buy a piece of nacho,
all you need is a little cheese, and you can do it. PokerStake.com, our official staking partners here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, rake and transaction fee free, all with guaranteed winnings. Scan the QR code on your screen or head over to PokerStake.com and get yourself in on the action, which is squarely where Nacho Barbero finds himself here at this featured table. 30K PLO Quattro bounty. top quarter
It's not
of
been
the
happening
field
this year.
will indulge in those bounties.
But now nobody can read me. I feel like I'm renewed with this mask. I feel like
See how Dvoris plays this one.
Suited ace.
Really a nice hand.
Is it the 9-6-5 interactions coupled with the obvious spades?
Yeah, that middle-y coverage, and then the ace and the nut flush draw does go for limp. We knew he'd be hopping in.
Punish him for limping.
I'll do my best. Here comes the punishment.
A very dusty one there for Ike. Pretty one, though. 4-card Broadway rundown
Maximum?
for Barbero.
Maximum declared.
Yeah.
32. Okay.
Believe maximum is accepted, Ali?
Yeah.
As pot?
Yeah.
Close. There it goes.
Kirk not accepting it, though, as he slips it back over to his fellow Canadian, who will call the added price of admission. $80 in the middle. 8-7-5 board. Both players have the spade draw, and Dvoris with the wrap for dessert. Look at the equity, an 80-20 favorite against 4 overs, queen high spades, and the gutter.
Absolutely massive flop for Dvoris. And for Nacho with the gut shot, queen high, and kind of anti-blocking, does go for 25. And let's see how Dvoris plays it. No pair anywhere in sight for Daniel. 4-1 favorite, Ali.
Makes it 80 to go. And just how shrivelly does this become? Versus the limp call the raise from Dvoris, who now suddenly activates in the face of our 25K bet.
It's a little bit brutal, Ali. Just king high and a gut shot and a vulnerable flush draw.
It's easy to sort of feel a bit more romantic than one should about this particular holding.
Well said.
Nevertheless, Nacho does come along.
Big turn coming. 240 in the middle.
Ice is thin out there for Barbero. Neither player with this backdoor heart draw.
And the equities really don't change at all. Ace high is still ahead of king high, which is pretty odd in its own right.
Barbero now checking to the flop raiser.
I think Daniel puts Nacho on kings here a lot, perhaps with spades as well. He's trying to assess how much fold equity he has, amongst other calculations that only he knows. It's an interesting spot. Taking the free one seems like an idea, as we are a little bit behind some of Nacho's call-offs, but if anything like this exists, merit to checking even against this. Very interesting spot. PLO is such a cool game, Ali. Looks like he does just put it in, and that should do it. Don't believe Nacho can take the heat here.
215. And you must get there and be good when you do, so that all in.
Well done from Nacho not to go nuts and rejam the flop.
Wraps it up.
Did you get a salad with poached
No pun
chicken and then
intended.
put kung pao chicken on top of it?
Yeah. Because just the poached chicken salad is a little bland, but then you get like the kung pao chicken on top of there, and some of the sauce seeps through, and it's like a nice spicy dressing.
Actually looks really good.
GTO ordering with Daniel DeVoris.
Yeah,
As
that
the blinds
color
go
by
up.
itself, I didn't like it.
5, 10, 10.
Yeah, it's just a little too bland, right?
Yeah, that's nothing. What do you put on top? Maybe I get it tomorrow. What do you put on top? Kung Pao
Like
chicken?
the Szechuan chicken dish.
Oh.
And then that one by itself is like kind of spicy.
I confess I indulged in the Kung Pao this afternoon myself. It was indeed quite spicy, mouth-numbingly spicy today.
Really, from the joint across the way?
The Shanghai Bund.
They didn't offer you a 1 to 10?
Don't you have tea, more or less?
No.
Yeah.
No option given.
66.
They just kind of peeped out from the kitchen and said,
Mhm.
"Oh, watch this. We're going to get this guy."
3x from Nacho.
Yeah, looking to tussle with the blinds. Ace, King, Jack, 5. Chidwick, Queen, Jack, 9, 3, spades.
He's hunting him down.
75,000 in the middle as that hunt is on. Here at this new blind level. Queen 10-4 board, top pair and the open ender for Chidwick. Broadway wrap for Barbero.
Would think Chidwick puts it in. Little stop and go. Of course, he'll be getting snapped. Good luck, gentlemen.
$167K pot develops as the 46K rip. Does get called by Barbero, who can well afford to make this call. 11% favorite is Chidwick with 2 to come. On the turn, the Jack giving Barbero Broadway. However, he's not done yet. Chidwick with the Queens and Jacks needs to fill up instead.
GG Stevie. How many are left in this thing, Ollie? 32 of 73. And is Reg still open? No, right? We don't have payouts just yet? Reg is still open. I think I know where Stevie will be going. Although it's a bounty, so anyway, I would imagine we'll be seeing him again. Nacho's mom is very proud right now.
Do you think she's
Are we dealing
actually
with hand or
watching?
waiting for a player?
What's the line on that?
That Nacho's
Man,
mom
I
is
wanna see
actually
the hand
watching
on
right
TV.
now.
Fuck. Maybe I should have get it in.
What'd you have?
You tell
Is
me
it a
too, I
favorite?
tell you exactly.
Or a dog?
Oh, no problem.
I don't know, Holly.
You'll have to wait for TV.
Probably a dog.
What?
You'll have to wait for TV, probably.
Okay, buddy. Sure.
14.5 for Ike.
I wait. I have
These
nothing
hands
better
aren't
to
so
do.
much a 14.5 type.
Blind
Beautiful
playing
one
10, right?
for Nacho. My. Go on, Nacho.
Double suited Jack 10, 8, 7 in the cutoff.
27.
Having soaked up Chidwick's remaining stack. Takes us to 27K, not quite full pot. Pot, by the way, for those less familiar with Pot Limit Omaha, the first part of the process is to deposit the call and then tally up how much is in the pot, add that to the call. That's
Bad
how you
call.
arrive at that figure.
Probably.
Very bad call.
Just stylistically, it definitely
Yeah.
didn't go smoothly.
Oh, stylistically? Yeah.
Deuce 3-4 board. DeVoris just defended from the big with these kings. Open-ended.
How's the
Connecting with the
3-5
three.
working?
Barbero. Just the jack-high clubs. And as much as he loved the hand pre, on this particular board, Nick, how comfortable are we in terms of just trying to bet and clear the deck, especially against the big blind defense range?
Not particularly comfortable at all. No interference with all of the great hands Big Blind can have. The flush does come in for Nacho.
On the heels of the check back, Barbero now has Divorce drawing dead.
But imagine Daniel never bets here.
No
No club.
in hand, yeah. Check back from Nacho. Plays the pot control line here. I don't know. One pair of kings here. Doesn't feel as though somehow he's going to find a bet out of Divorce.
No, I think it'll go check, bet, fold in general. But we never know for sure. That's why we're here.
$47.
Now value is sought.
He knows there's some messing around from Nacho in this line. Ace, Jack, 9-8 types with no club or one club. Things like this. But with no club for Daniel, it's very tough to hero with just kings.
Nobody can read me with the mask. It's insane. Yeah, it's working, bro. It's fucking working. I'm about to... I'm dying here, though.
I take some change.
Sure, buddy. You wanna everything?
Sure.
All you can eat?
Definitely all I can eat.
Yeah, I give you right?
Yeah.
Oi, filho, tudo bom? Tudo jóia?
Sempre. Sempre jóia.
New arrival.
Welcome, sir.
Watch
In the
out, there
one
is a lot of
seat.
COVID around.
A lot of what?
COVID.
Ja,
You better wear a mask, bro.
Stanislao, bringing
Maybe.
55 bigs. Welcome, sir. Nacho getting some beautiful hands.
35.
Goes for full pot.
King, King, 10-3. Divorce once again with the Cowboys. They haven't performed well, but they haven't been too costly.
He'll be giving Nacho another spin. Oh, he is gone. Fair enough. Kind of raggedy kings.
Wow, how a pretty one. Look at this. So
Bad shape
fucking
against
pretty.
Pretty one
My
declared.
mom was going to be so proud of how pretty that hand is.
I've heard this so often.
Sorry, my bad. No, my fault. No, I'm fine. Oh, you're fine. Don't.
You know, when we took the brief break
Okay, 16 more minutes of the mask.
after crowning Roman Hrabets champ in the
Until you
100K,
survive
we knew we
rebuy?
were going to be coming back to some
Yeah.
PLO action. I had a brief discussion
Bro,
with you,
being in
Nick,
for
about
one bullet, it's a fucking miracle in this fucking series. I feel like I'm already cashing for 60K on this tournament. I'm gonna feel it that way.
how PLO, you know, differs in terms of play in a tournament versus play in a cash game. Is the contrast more stark than the two-card counterpart?
Yeah, I would say so. There's spots in PLO you're so handcuffed
50
to
minutes,
enter
like.
in theory. But if we want to just go for the gusto, we always can. But PLO
Stop it,
in
you raise my
tournaments can
blind
be
every time.
intense.
Stop it. Stop it right here.
Oh.
He doesn't stop. If I have
Ike
something, I'm
does
just
just-
gonna... See the flop.
Seems like the thing to do.
Oh wow, I have a good hand in South America.
Where are we?
In South
All right.
America, it's very good. I don't know if your range is, but in South America, very strong.
Okay.
I don't even know that Nacho knows what he
my
means,
God.
but apparently he knew it was a strong hand, and how much stronger can it possibly
And for
be?
Ike, this is so gross. Pot pre-call, 9.5 bigs, 7 in the middle, 9s and 4s. What does Haxton want to do? Might just live with these 9s, Ollie.
Pot.
Yeah, 70 of 95 delivered, and
I
you see
flopped it.
Nacho ask for the rest.
Oh, yeah, you got all of it. At least I can hit a 9.
That is the silver lining, is obviously.
We had a good for South
Drawing
America.
dead would have been a lot
Not-
worse. Hard to do.
Nacho has really gone on a heater post-mass.
Yeah,
It's
that's
crazy.
true. I probably should have just check folded.
Yeah, I would be surprised if you check pot.
Maybe a 9 is coming.
I think the 9 is coming actually. I have a
I
feeling.
think I'm gonna make a straight.
I don't think that helps you.
I understand.
I'm just making.
I flopped 2 full houses. That's fucking crazy.
I don't want to give you false hope.
Depends how you count. Could be like 6.
No 9 on the
buddy.
turn
Thanks
or
for the
the
mask.
river.
Very well.
he's
Actually, the
giving
mask
the
is fucking
mask
lucky.
back.
I'm gonna keep it on. Justice.
Justicia. Well, for
It's
Ike,
working, bro. We have to try something different at the end of the festival. When you buried, you fucking buried like I am.
there will be no cash in this one. Did cash the 25K PLO.
Oh, you
Has 4 cashes under his belt so far here in
Yeah.
Jeju. 11 million plus in total earnings.
Some real fucking justice right there.
35 cashes,
Oh, you reached
0
now. You came
titles for
fourth
Ike
on the main.
Haxton.
Come pass a couple of bullets, buddy. Come.
It's
come.
coming, Ollie.
Come play with Nachito. I'm gonna take you
Patrick
to the
Antonio
PLO
is also
streets.
coming. You see Ike
What?
exit the arena.
What happened? What was the last hand? I didn't see it. I watched the whole final table except your last hand.
Queens against jacks.
No. No way.
One guy folded jack, one jack left in the deck.
No way. Against whom?
Double suited
Roman?
kings for Estanislao. Welcome, Patrick. Great PLO player.
Yeah.
You never played on TV, huh? Beginner. At least I have. You have no fucking hair. You're bald, bro. What are you talking about?
55.
25.
Joao,
How much you made it?
double
25?
suited kings here.
25 sounds like a lot in South America.
Hunting a customer.
Nacho with the low cards.
Wow. Strong player, I believe.
Oh, and now
I don't understand why you
very
folded ace
interesting.
queen with position against J&T.
3 aces with the
I start
ace jack
550.
of hearts.
You had great
Covering,
odds
by
on
the way.
position. Well, what do you
Joao's
think, bro?
hearts.
What
Out of
hand you want to
position,
have?
this call seems nice.
He's 3-betting queen 8 off.
Queen jack 4 board. Open ender. for
You played really
Estanislao.
fucking random that hand. I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
I play random.
Yeah, bro, but you can't fold there. We did like you had 6 pot odds. There's money, dead money on the flop, pre-flop.
Free lessons from Nacho for Patrick. Not
What
sure
else you
he's
want? You're gonna
interested.
play a 5 million pot with you on position that is you're super good post flop. And it's not like you have ace 9, you have ace queen.
What is it? Sorry.
That hand surprised me from you.
He was ahead, he had 5s. He had
I
the
think
best
Kirk
hand.
heard 23 rather.
Did seem that way, given
he
that he
can't have
flipped
And
a
then he
quarter forward.
shot a glance to
Like
Nacho.
literally anything that you imagine, he can have it.
You know, in Finland we have this.
Diamond on the turn, by the way. This is all nice for Joao, but no, he's still behind.
Interesting
By the way, I
spot.
would have back shoved that hand. I would have fucking ripped it in his ass.
Oh, that's a good one. I'm gonna whip it out on Timmy one day.
Winner for Kirk.
So you're my daddy? Papi Antonius, let's go.
Yes. Joao did pick up that flush draw, but did check
Fuck,
back.
I didn't know it can get so miserable. The PLO, we're trying to get even here, but you can't even get even, right?
I can't even get even. I mean, I'm done. I've already booked the loss.
I know how it feels.
No, I'm not down that much, actually. I cashed for 150 today. And I mean for one bullet. Here, that's a miracle.
Actually, yeah, nice stack.
For one bullet? I had 30K left.
You
I
wear the mask all day.
I lost aces to kings. I had 30K left and I was completely on monkey tilt. I won like 5 all-ins in a row and I have this. I was
Stanislav
ready
going
to-
pretty thin.
I
He'll get
stuck
the
out
bad
on Daniel
news.
actually.
By the way, Nick and I
But there was
are
some
very
justice,
much
'cause I
engaged.
need- there was some
Just
real
looking to
justice.
kind of allow the Nacho show to continue for
Of
those
course,
maybe here for it.
always.
How can you breathe with that thing? It
Bro,
looks
it's-
like you can't get oxygen.
Bro, it's insane. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. I'm gonna use it for 8 more minutes because I'm running good. You wanna try it?
Not after
No,
you've used it.
Bro, no. I've been playing with Stevie, you know, like now, like I was like doing all kind of maneuvers. He couldn't read me. I felt like Ike, bro.
And your glasses don't even get foggy because of that thing.
The only hand I don't know is about Daniel.
Right.
I should have fucking rip it in your face.
Yes. He's always eating.
You were calling?
Today, every single time I look at
Valiant
him, he was
effort.
eating.
You were calling?
From Joao's unimproved kings on the river. Might have thought that they were good with some frequency.
I think that was a value bet. And welcome
38,
Laszlo, all-time
75,
great 4-card player legend.
I mean, respectfully, Nick, unwelcome Laszlo if you're a guy that has to now tussle with him at this featured table. We say this as a compliment. Pleasure to be around, but a brutal guy to have to tackle. Dylan Lindy.
Welcome, sir. You're well versed in the 4-card streets, Dylan. Pretty one for Sadubayev. Clean rundown.
Diamonds as well. Lends to the 30K open. King, queen, queen, 8 with clubs. Kuhn will stay involved. Blind versus blind. 7-6-3 flop. Top pair. And the wrap. Sadubayev checks over to the queens, which check back. Neither player with hearts. Goes check, check, and now on the end, Sadubayev makes the nuts. In terms of a straight, obviously the heart's still out there. $25K. Just a milky sizing into 70.
Quite milky. Jason blocks the straight, blocks the flush, but just queens. I'm not sure how he's doing versus 4 random cards.
Feels like it's close.
But it is versus the small blind, who checked twice.
I think I'm going to lose, but I got a couple of nice cards.
Great.
Zero's right in on the aforementioned point there about holding the queen of hearts and an 8. Never felt great about it, but deemed the price correct as Kuhn does pay off Shingus.
Welcome, Danny Tang. Looks like he needs spins badly.
Ivan Liao, Player of the Year award race leader, João Vieira, joining as well. Fresh off of that
My hand was way too big, that hand.
third
Way
place
too big of
finish
a hand I had.
in the 25K. Right back into the 4-card streets here in the 30.
I just saw you on the TV on dinner break.
What?
Yeah?
Mhm.
Famous.
Very big
I know.
hand.
Famous.
That's what I say too. Every time I see him, famous. But I have to point. You have to point.
Yeah, of course.
Pointing is important. We're building a relationship out of that. I'm serious. Every time I see him, famous.
Here's Dylan. Sitting on a pile, by the way.
That he is.
Plays this one as a limp. Danny, 38,000.
Come on, I want to rebuy.
Jack 7-5, trying to push things along as the rebuy period apparently is coming to a close not too long from now.
Oh, shit.
And the spin is
I
upon
have
us.
to go, right? 3.8 big blinds. Surely.
Basically a flip.
You even have a suit and a 5-7. Make straights.
And you got 4 BB, buddy. Don't ever.
Well, 3, 4, I
There's so much in
can.
there.
Even 2, 3, I can make a straight.
Don't ever think it, bro.
Go, Yannick, go. Even if I double up, I want to try double up again. Probably not doubling up.
Danny pressing the issue, but doing it with a reasonable hand, it would seem. Dylan approved. Queen 9-4 board. Pair of 9s for Lind working.
Wow, look at
along
those
with the gutter.
look at those equities, Holly.
Dead heat. Danny apparently wants to be showered here so he can go and get a fresh stack, and unfortunately for him, in terms of that desire, the deck will be non-compliant as Jacks convert into a 7-high straight.
You're a sick puppy.
In fact, the nuts.
This is a bounty.
I also wanted you to bust.
Yeah.
Shared cause.
Thank you.
All right, bro. Thanks, man.
Oh.
There's a look at the chip counts. Shingus Satubayev of Kazakhstan. Resting at the top, followed by the 2 Americans, Lind and Kuhn. Rotas, the formidable 4-card player. Midfield, let's call it. Vieira and Tang in that order. Tang fresh off the double. He says he wants to go for another spin. Somehow feels like he's being honest, as the end of the rebuy period will be upon us not long from now.
The game's the game.
Yeah. If anyone, yeah. If anyone get it, I hope you get it. Really.
Bullets for
I think we
Dylan.
hooked you today.
Let me try rebuy.
Hearts working as well.
Yes.
Lindy doing some limping tonight.
There an idea behind that?
There's so many different styles you can play MPLO, and there's always ideas.
Yes,
Some
I like
deception.
limping. There's good chance we
He's
can
obviously showing that he's
Thanks.
not only
No, I
limping
don't
a
like
certain type of
I
hand.
don't like limber.
No.
It's so much fun, though.
What?
It's so much fun.
Top set for Tang.
Downing these aces.
Hot.
And maybe that fresh stack is going to be the product of double-double with
40K
cheese
back.
here.
If I bust this hand, I'm allowed to rebuy. I'm entitled, right?
Yeah, you get 58 seconds.
Okay.
The last 10K hand.
Okay. Luca.
All in?
Yes.
This
Call,
is pretty
call.
brutal for Vieira.
Of course.
I have a
This
top set.
limped.
Fuck me.
Obviously.
Yeah, set over set as
Wow.
Dylan's aces
Yeah. You don't
reacting in the appropriate fashion, able to just limp and escape.
diamonds, though, huh?
Diamonds.
No more fourless.
Huh?
No
Luca,
more
maybe
fourless.
I rebuy.
There you go. No more fourless.
Straight draw? No.
I don't believe Danny wants to rebuy as much as he's making it sound like.
It might be reverse magic.
How much is it?
Last out of 4, so.
92.
No, you don't need
91. 91. No need to rebuy.
And now Joao definitely hates limping.
What?
Now you definitely hate limping.
I mean, this would always play like this, right?
One bullet.
10, 95 single versus my...
1, 2.
Oh my. Yes, nits. Big nits.
King 6,
You one
4,
bullet?
4.
Me too.
Congratulations.
Let's go.
The nits.
So Danny
1 bullet champion.
One bullet.
able to hang on.
Yeah?
Very careful. Very carefully, you know?
Yeah, the stack.
Yeah, I got a little star. I feel like the average for this is almost 3 buy-ins, though. I bet it was like 2.5 or something. Like, I feel like this thing could just get bloody for a lot of people.
The 100K is going to be bloody, the shot there.
I guess it's 2.
I mean, PLO is one of those games, you know, we've touched on this already. Just the money wants to get in a variety of different situations. Now, in tournaments, you know, but maybe not so much during the re-entry period, we see it approached with some distinction. But here we have Danny. Now, 232K deep to start this one, playing the ace, queen, 9-7 as a limp. Kuhn comes along, his club's covered. 3 to Broadway. Boitas in the building as well, likes the price from the small. Pretty dusty one. And of course, checking back to take the ace-4 deuce flop is Dylan Lind. He's got the jack-high diamonds and all that diamond blockage. Pair of deuces and the wheel draw as well.
Indeed he does. Leveraging all of the random 3-5s he can have from the big blind limped. Very nice stab from Lindy.
Yep, able to clear the deck.
Flush.
OG. 偷个小鸡。
No, it's OG. Unless you folded a hand better than a 2.
There's a look at Satubayev, 584,000 plus in career. Triton earnings very much on form thus far here at this festival. He's played 5 events coming in, cashed 4 of them.
Yeah.
Most recently, 16th place finish in the 100K main for 266, 15th in the 50K turbo bounty for 62.3.
Go on, Shingus.
Kind of picked his spots too, right? I mean, there was plenty of other events that he could have hopped into, but just showed up.
Yeah, I've liked watching him play this festival.
Trying to find that 5th cash in 6 attempts.
A little limpy from Kuhn. Nice hand for Vieira. A lot of interaction. He's going for it off of his 6.5 bigs.
And of course, able to deny equity a little bit more thoroughly, courtesy of the presence of the limp from Jason, letting him take it up to 56,000 pre.
19, no?
Trip jacks for Jason and problems for Joao Vieira.
Let's see for Zhao with 2 bigs.
All in.
Does put it in with 15% pot left, and
Can't blame him.
he'll
Last
see the bad news,
23K,
Ollie.
never a good feeling on his feet, understandably, although the turn could provide some stuff. Perhaps a premature D, Mike?
He does have 8%. I would say 8 isn't too premature.
Fair. But the sweat, what we're looking for.
Bro, he's wrapping the cord up on the mic. It's like you still have outs, bro. Now it is over.
Yeah, the queen is not going to suffice, as that would fill
GG
Jason
Zhao.
Kuhn up. Broadway draw dead. And so are the hopes of Joao Vieira there. Now, I'm not sure. I do think that re-registration period closed just moments ago, so that's
I think
actually
it's closed, yes.
a really nasty bit of timing.
But he blocks those hands.
Sure, he'll be back in the 50.
You know what I mean?
Just, he's going to have to get it in. Like, he's not going to be able to fold.
Get a little rest tonight.
He checks and something bad happens.
Take a look at these leaders.
I think, like, he gets to take on
Santos in first with 1.36. Ali. Jan-Peter Jakman, PLO specialist, 1.2.
I mean, against the jack, he's fucking.
Joe Schwen, who we saw ship the 25, is in
Yes.
third. Kirk Steele and Nacho round out our top 5, with Phil Ivey and Sean Winter nipping at their heels.
Okay.
backdoor flush draw, too.
Love their PLO games, Phil and Sean.
There are a number of people, if you do cruise through this field, who have made their arrival
If he can't, like, check back.
coincide with the four-card portion of the program.
Definitely.
Specialists lurk.
Needs like 17% or something.
I mean, I think the right play is I just stick it in with everything and
you
just
not
C5, but I was
Can you not just
fucking
fold free? Huh? His ace wasn't even suited, right?
It was.
It was?
Limp from Laszlo.
Then I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had ace of diamonds.
He had to stick it in.
Here's Dylan. Rainbow on the button. Ace, King, Jack, 6. Uninterested.
There's a bunch of things in this where it just feels really uncomfortable.
Danny.
Like getting it in this, right?
Limping in there with the ace-high spades.
At least for
Pretty one for him. Shingus checking back, the queen-queen. And flopping himself the queen-high clubs. Closes the action. Actually, I'm sorry, Boitas closed the action there. 9 on the turn. Really not a significant card for any of the other players, Danny. Had the little wheel gutty and the ace, but
This shit.
these sorts of monotone textures always present problems.
But that makes it kind of fun, too. Because you have nothing and they have nothing.
Haven't really seen anyone employ the strength of the blockers
Yeah, and you're fucked.
yet. The one that comes up
Like the board ready
quite
changes.
often in Pot Limit Omaha, of course, Nick, being the dry ace, where
We haven't seen any savage bluffs
Right.
just yet.
we'll get there.
Yeah, it's not like Hold'em, where like
This gentleman can certainly provide.
your
Savagery.
everything is a bluff catcher on monotone, except for a flush. Sometimes even that, depending on how much money goes in.
Danny going for the limp off 15 with ace 10, 6 deuce. He's in the streets, Ali.
From the button.
Shingus pots it with a pretty one.
His spades are smothered, but obviously the hand itself is a pretty one. Kuhn also.
Double suited ace 9, 8, 8 is formidable. We can imagine flops we would
Well, at least
like
I
if
get
we're
to see
Kuhn.
it.
He's in. Danny's
Such a
gone.
shit spot for me, I think. I just get punished all the time. But then I couldn't help myself.
Nut flush draw for Jason, still the 8-8. A pretty naked top pair for Shingus.
Yeah, I'm very cactus.
So Danny's departure leaves them heads up to this flop.
50 BBs and change. Couple of checks.
Now on the turn, an open-ender develops alongside that top pair on the flop, which is now second pair effective.
Understandable restraint from Shingus. We'd hate to bet and get potted by 3 queens. Very comfortable check call, and the same goes for Jason. And it does come right in.
Yeah, he had a gutter that he picked up as well. But this is obviously the preferred path for Jason. Shingus in full shutdown mode.
And I would think heartless. No 4, 6, ace anywhere. Shingus won't be heroing this. But you just never know. See what size Jason goes for. Limp from Danny, 4x call. Looks like he is just going for it all. Pot. Okay.
No further interest from Satubayev. When you're out there in a 4-card tournament, Nick, do you prefer, I know this is going to be one of those kind of exceedingly general questions, but to approach the affair more toward the cautious side of the spectrum in encounters? So, you know, a lot of variables, obviously, but, you know, just stylistically speaking.
I like to go for chips in PLO tournaments early-ish. The chip lead on or nearing the bubble is massive in pot limit Omaha, as players often simply cannot enter. If you have a 3 BB stack and a 5 BB stack in the room and you have 20, and here comes the chip leader bulldozing through, even a hand like aces you have to take pause with as the equities run close. So it feels to me going for it early is cool.
In the interests of setting yourself up
to get in that golden zone. I've played a decent amount of PLO tournaments. Not that many. I've played more cash, but I want the golden zone. And
I like that.
It's a nice approach, but then in the middle stages and so on, there are spots where extreme caution is called for, which I've struggled with.
You know, things feel strangely cagey to me out here right now. Not to interrupt the thought, but do you agree?
It's a very cagey kind of, you know, it is. PLO tournaments are a lot different than PLO cash.
Kuhn goes runner to kings and tens after flopping a gut shot and turning one pair. That does spark him into action. 12,000, and that'll get it done. Jason, by the way, a mighty stack being wielded. Top 7 as it is. Flipping over to the other feature, the Nacho Show.
Looks like he's lost the mask.
Yeah, but he hasn't lost the initiative. Opening to 30,000 with Queen 9-6-3 off of an over 800K stack coming into this one.
That fourth card pairing the 5, not. Here we go.
I'm gonna double you down, buddy.
Either way, it's okay.
So Patrick defends from the big blind. Ace, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow. He's got the Broadway Gutty. Knuckles over to a very adrift Barbaro.
Would think small bet is coming. And for Patrick with the 10s and the draw to the nuts, albeit the gut shot, does he tear one off or just fold? 10's not good here very often. They are good this time.
Okay.
Nacho likes hearing
I really
this.
want to double you up because you're one of my favorites. Stevie come first, you come second.
You know what we call this in the mixed game streets, Nick? The goo.
That is the goo.
It's
okay.
You know,
a lot of goo.
It's okay.
You're right.
I've seen bigger miracles. Me having money is a miracle.
Still try to win my first hand in PLO.
Certainly does appear that
you're
things have not
you're not
gone
playing
Patrick's
really good,
way.
honestly. For what can I see? For what can I tell from here?
Look at Daniel.
Finnish players are good.
For my perspective from here, you're like.
In South America, they're very result-oriented.
You play 2 hands, you like check folded both. I mean, you're not gonna win like that, bro. It's not a winning technique.
Just the complete absurdity of Barbero. By the way, look at the moment he's chosen to engage. I mean, you know, Antonius took that brutal beat
For
queens
you,
against
29.
Jacks at the
We
FT
won you in the hand.
of the main.
Do we let him for 29?
He's
Sure, you
not
get
done
29.
particularly well coming in to this PLO event, boiling a bit. And Barbero, there he is. You know what this kind of is? It's a glimpse that the universe offers me for when I have some poorly timed indiscretions in here. Now I get it, Nick. King 8 Deuce Rainbow, 3-player affair, 30K ahead.
Nacho technically in the lead. How can we know?
A very dry texture, of course, and he was the activator pre.
40.
Wow, what a great bet by Nacho. Clearing a lot of equity. We would think at least Daniel does have the 2 back doors, but he also has the dual interaction with the king and the 8.
You see? You raise, you bet, and they fold. Super simple game. You don't have to be like doing like a very complicated stuff.
You know, them's
Straddle.
chirping chips right there in front of Barbero. The effect is quite clear of sitting.
No, it's okay, I'm gonna play good. My mom is
on a
watching.
big stack. Going back to the greatest hits. Yeah. But the goo is in full
There's
effect
somebody
out
love
there.
This too. I like this team. This is my team. Let's go. Go team. Go team. Stevie, I have a question for you. Are you winning more with the mustache or less? Do we keep tracks of that or you don't know? When you started, like
I mean, I've won more money.
You
without
have
the mustache.
with or without?
I've won more without a mustache.
Oh really? And why you have it?
So I only have it for like 2 months, so it would be
You
hard
should take
for
it
me
out.
to
You
win
should take it
more.
out.
It's too early to say.
It's too early to say. I love it though.
Look what he's got the entire table focused
I'm so
on.
superstitious, bro. If I go to a poker tournament, I don't win, I take it out straight away.
Oh.
I swear. Yeah, but it's very uncomfortable.
This is really incredible.
Sounds like Luca Vivaldi elsewhere in the room making an announcement with respect to the prize pool in this one.
Oh, wow.
Now that
That's
the reg
big.
period is closed.
Yes, and bounties are upon us at 21 remaining.
It's way more than yesterday, but today.
If you count with the bounties, yes.
It was 530 for a winner today.
It's 440.
Yeah, but bounty is 60K each.
Or 40K.
Oh, 40K? Yeah, it's still more. If
Yeah.
you win, you're gonna get more.
It's more expensive, so it's almost the same.
Chidwick
Yesterday was
wagging his
80
finger
players, today is 84.
at the divorce.
Ah, okay. Ah, yes. Yesterday was 25.
But today is less rake, so I guess.
It was more expensive for me. I did 3 bullets. But I play great, honestly. Except the part I misread the hand on the final table.
You say that a lot.
You heard what I did?
I heard you say that a lot.
No, that I misread my hand.
Ah.
Final table. Of course, I suck out and won.
I didn't saw the final there.
double paired with
Come on,
hearts.
Patrick. Double through somebody, not to me, because I want to have you in the
Yeah,
team.
I want to be there when you're giving it away, but not this hand.
And Patrick
I'm not in the condition
lobbing
to
a
give
salvo
anything
back in
away on
turn.
this trip. I'm gonna play fucking snag. My Portuguese friend. How much? 32. No. It's okay. Respect. South American, very good hand though. I had
Is that hand
3
particularly
diamonds and a
good?
pair of 4s.
2 small pairs, interactivity, 1 suit, 8s and 5s.
Third
Quite
word
nice.
we play
Can
different
call a
ranges.
3-bet. Can flop huge.
It's not the same ranges as fucking Finland, bro.
Fairly easy to play.
2 shots at a set
Tight
line.
ranges
Some
over
post flop
there.
clarity.
Tight.
Tight.
You might blind out.
Some legends from the game from that country. Yoni.
Back to these guys. Tang, Dylan, Laszlo, Jason, and Shingus.
Double suited king 10 6 deuce. Not enough. Danny limps the double suited queens. Satubayev awakens to aces and has suit coverage. Danny's surrounded here.
Jason not going anywhere.
He's double suited as well with all of that straight interactivity.
5 seconds. Pot, what is that, 144?
Oh, he does just pot it.
144. News will be bad. But now you talked about equities running close. Is this the kind of spot where we just want to push even more chips into the middle, or do we simply call and see what's what?
Oh, Shingus doesn't pot it. He just takes a flop. I would have thought he would pot it back. It's a great result for Jason, who would have really been put to the test pre.
Is that 4?
Especially given how narrow the range of hands that would react in that manner from Shingus are supposed to be. King 8-7.
And for Jason, with the 2 back doors, the middle pair, it's a little bit awkward. We can see he's still something of a 2-to-1 dog. And for Shingus, who's ahead of the ace-king rundowns, has the backdoor hearts, it's also awkward. Do 3 kings just pot it straight away like this?
$4.45.
He does put it in. Of course, Jason priced in. Chip leader type pot.
AA?
No.
No. What?
Too much hand.
I had a feeling
Too
he
much
was
hand.
attacking him. He thought
The
I was
explanation
losing.
there.
I mean, that's a really fucking big hand.
Yeah, of course, it's actually a very big hand.
Satubayev puts the rest on request after Jason potted it.
Should I raise myself? I have double suited queens though.
Double suited.
But it was one cut
Let's
with
see
shit. I had a deuce.
whether or not that 8
So
can find a
limp,
friend.
It's probably fine.
Oh, huge card for Jason.
Ooh,
Massive.
Big turn.
He becomes the favorite, Ali.
Big turn,
Flush draws, straight draw.
Shingus is thinking black deuce.
Draw to 2 pair as well,
Two
and
pair.
instead,
Nice hand, Jason. GG, bro. Good luck.
on the river, it is 10s and 8s for Jason, showering Satubayev.
just went in
I
there.
must ask the question, Nick,
With my queen.
if we repot,
I would have won. Fuck.
is there a world in
Yeah.
which Jason steps
Queen,
away
king, jack,
from,
deuce, double
from his
suited.
hand pre, or is this just an absurd
But the
notion?
deuce sucks.
It does, yeah.
The
Not
deuce is
sure,
so
Ali.
irrelevant.
Really depends if you think they only have aces.
Play that one good.
I had a feeling
If
he
they
was
have
fucking
any
around,
ace,
but
king,
then I'm just
king,
completely wrong.
some nice
No, him.
ones.
Oh, he was.
You were definitely fucking around, but then
It's an
he was
amazing
fucking
hand
around
to pop then fold. I think he's just in
I
there,
don't know if anybody's
trying to win the
fucking around.
tournament.
I mean, I guess there's levels to fucking around. I doubt we're fucking around.
Also remember, bounties do come into play, so we want big stacks.
And we do want to advise that we have a table break upon us, so we will send you to a roughly 4-minute commercial, and then we'll come back with continuing coverage of the 30K Quattro Bounty after this.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
And welcome back on the back end of a table break here in the 30K Omaha Quattro Bounty. 6 and 12 are the blinds right now. Patrick, sub 10 bigs here at this feature. Kirk Steele hasn't been particularly involved with $1.25 million in front of him roughly at the top of the leaderboard. Barbero is where all the focus has been, $920,000. It isn't simply involvement in pots, but rather the nacho show, as we've coined it. Devoris here for it. Seems quite entertained. Not so sure Chidwick is as amused out there.
We're almost on the money. Lose half of the field.
Almost feels generous.
Every tournament going deep.
Do want to touch on the fact that the eventual champion in this one will earn $443,000.
Raised to 42,000. Vote.
Stevie goes for pot. Playing just around 20 bigs.
Stevie in the house. You can feel the presence. Legendary
Once we
creature.
reach 21 players, the bounties will be available. Flat
I should
bounty
stop.
of 40,000.
I should stop. I'm making you laugh a lot, by the way, today. I think I'm doing better. I'm very proud of myself. Right, Daniel?
You're doing great, Nacho.
I know.
So kind of a
I
double
think I'm doing
bubble,
amazing, actually.
Nick, insofar
Feel like
as
he's gonna pay me so much more money.
only 14
Thank you,
players will
Phil,
be paid.
in advance.
But you can collect 40K a clip starting
Thanks
at
for the
21
raise.
left. So we've got that bubble to get yourself into that top 21 and try to collect bounties. Then the extra bubble to try to cash.
It's an interesting dynamic.
Raising the pot.
Queen 5 deuce.
36, yeah. I don't have it. I don't have the even money.
Patrick
I have it.
potting it.
Yeah.
King Jack 10-4, diamond coverage. 3 to Broadway for Devoris.
Perhaps defend, nothing else.
Confirmed. Jack 9-3. Overpair for Antonius. And he will get the rest in there.
Overpair here.
Be shown.
Overpair.
Gut shot with the jack. Plenty of equity for
Who's the
Devoris.
favorite
Just
here,
an
Nacho?
8% advantage for Patrick.
Yes.
Huh?
Oh, you have the blockers?
What's the percentages on my specialist? Who you gonna bet on?
The way you're running today, I'm gonna bet on him.
Certainly hasn't been
Let's make it
a
fair.
great day
Let's
at
put
the
a queen
office.
there. Let's put a queen there. Let's put a sweat.
For
Who's the favorite
Patrick.
now?
That's not a sweat. Am I dead?
Yeah,
Yeah?
I think you got
I'm dead, huh?
completely dead.
This is brutal.
Not too many.
Devoris is indeed.
Well played.
GG, Patrick.
I've been practicing.
Great run in the main, buddy.
Showering Antonius. Kings up to Kings full.
You gonna play the short deck, Patrick?
No. Maybe be allowed tomorrow. Or I might leave.
You might leave?
I don't know. We'll see. Good luck.
Thank you, bro.
Patrick.
Good game.
So we've lost
Wow, that's
the great
a bad
Patrick
beat he took.
Antonius.
One outer, sick. Damn.
Says he will be back to play tomorrow's Pot Limit Omaha. That will be a 50K buy-in.
How do you bust it, Stevie?
The last of the 4-card
I
events.
didn't see the last hand. What was it? What was the last hand?
Didn't you bust me?
No, I said no on the main. You finished 10, right?
Oh yeah.
What was the last hand?
Ace queen to ace wall.
You had ace queen. Oh fuck! Nice run, bro. Against whom?
The winner.
Whom?
The winner.
Oh. He was bad beating everybody. One out there. He busted his TV, ace, queen, ace 4. Yeah, ace 4.
Ace 9-5 deuce for Joao, making it 30. Now Divorce deliberates with King Queen 9-6. Ultimately lays it down. We'll see how Chidwick feels about his big blind. It's going to be quite well. Ace Queen Jack 5, double.
Leave 96K is upon us.
Confirmation.
And for Estanislao, it's awkward, but do we peel? We'd really love if that 9 was a 10.
I suppose the silver lining that the 9 and the 5 interact. Obviously not a nutted flush, or sorry, straight combination.
Yeah, we'd like it to be a little bit closer to the 5. Or upstairs. It's a bit in no man's land. Let's just let it go.
So for Chidwick, uncontested after the 3-bet. He'll haul this one in.
10-15.
Yeah.
I got a confession.
Peter Jan,
my friend.
Yatsman, chip leader. Wow.
I'm sure you have a lot if you're in the mood.
But I'm
Blinds up.
starting to feel it a little
What a
bit
boss.
in here. Not just at the booth, but obviously
You're up there, Kirk.
I'm motivated
Oh, it's a
to
regular?
bring it up because those that have been
These are
at it
all
for
days.
several events of
Before
long
anyone's
deck
put money.
now, this second PLO with another one to go tomorrow and some short deck, a smattering on the tail end, the tank does seem like it's beginning to run towards empty for some.
I could see that, Ali. For Nacho, he seems to have found a clear second wind. But for most, they're very experienced. Sometimes when you're playing poker day in, day out, beautiful one for Barbero.
I think also emotionally, you know, they're all human out there.
185
If we've just gone over coming into PLO, you know,
Yes.
some of the drain is felt more profoundly.
Nacho will be putting it in, and another just awkward decision for Zhao. Perhaps he's
What?
just priced in this time.
175,000.
It's really gross, though, for Estanislao. Does let it go.
It's so pretty, I'm going to show you.
And it's going to feel good about getting the free peek at Nacho's kit.
What?
It's a nice.
Beautiful, huh? I'm trying to get the bounty. South American bounty.
Mucked around to Chidwick's button.
A little dusty for Stevie.
And Barbero continuing to have playable holdings.
He is into the covering stack of Kirk Steele.
45.
The
Does pot
only
it.
covering stack. Hearts.
Very big.
Kirk lets it go.
Very big hand.
4-card specialist.
I'm running hot. Let's go, Nachito. We need some justice in this world.
Well,
from down
take
here.
that back.
Remember when you got coolered by the
30K.
by the Kings? Yeah.
That was insane. I started crying. I do that perfectly. Started crying, whining. Boom! From 30K to 900. Boom! Just takes a little wine.
2-card line items.
The more
on
you
his
wine,
resume.
the more cards you get.
Steele, however, has
Professional
not
poker
found
player,
the cash
professional whiner. Yes.
at Triton.
I love it. C'est ça, non? Il faut pleurer, hein? Bah, si tu pleures pas, hein? Si tu pleures pas.
Nacho is a little bit of a undercover Renaissance man, by the way. Nick speaks multiple languages. You saw him just shift gears into French out there.
Go on, Nacho.
Suspect he might have a touch of Portuguese under his belt as well. Dvoris has 40K under his watchful eye with King 10, 9, 7. The disjointed
I will
double
have to look
pair,
at that one. I don't know if it's a
eights
fold.
and deuces, a different proposition, it would seem, than the 8s and 5s we witnessed earlier, in particular when we're not opening.
Probably fold.
So the big blind defense from Joao. Jack 5-4 deuce does not interact with the King 6 board. Can't say the same about Dvoris. Clubs and trips.
This one should play kind of like no limit, where we go rather small as Daniel.
25,000.
Oh, look at that. Just begging for a call, it would seem, but unfortunately for Dvoris, Joao unable to be a customer. Also potentially unfortunate for everyone currently soaking up the stream. Nick, I'm halfway through a Red Bull. When this thing takes root, take cover.
What happened with Arsenal Chelsea? Why it got postponed? Do you know? You have no idea, right?
I've never had a Red Bull.
And once you see what it's going to do to me, you may never.
And you're on kind of an empty stomach too, right?
Yeah, it's going straight through the lining.
Yeah, right through the lining. Pot should be coming from Stevie. Just north of 20.
5 seconds.
Okay, he limps. Interesting. Very tricky.
It does, however, leave Steele content to limp behind him with King, Jack 6. These are not the greatest kings. A lack of a suit, the obvious issue. Stanislaw from the small likes the price, and now a double-suited ace high for Dvoris. How much squeezing do we do in PLO relative to Hold'em?
There's definitely some. Frequency-wise, I'm not sure exactly how to answer that. And also, this is a limp, so it wouldn't really be a squeeze per se.
It's a good point. Oversight. So here we are at the 8-6 deuce flop. Nobody has this heart draw. Current leader is Joao with top pair, the gutter. He leads into the field for 75,000, and perhaps it's with the perception that this portion of the deck isn't really what the opener and limper behind, cutoff and button, are working with. Nevertheless, Kirk says, let's see the rest come forward. Only 40K back, and happy to spin.
Pretty good spot for Zhao to just be flipping.
In a 305K pot. Finds 2 pair on the turn, and now the coin weighted 3-1 in favor of Joao. Wants to avoid the counterfeit.
Oh, it's the jacks up. GG, sir.
Sneaky path.
It was a rough hour for Zhao.
To the locker room, and I would say that's unrivaled displeasure for him. Now, 28 remaining, 7 away from bounty activation. Grinding our way forward. Second of 3 Pot Limit Omaha events here in Jeju. Ali Najad alongside Nick Schulman, bringing you coverage of this 30K Quattro bounty from the Landing Casino. Shinhwa World.
Raise to 40,000. Folks.
Do we play with 4? Yeah.
40K to go. Queen 988 into the mug for Devoris. Far less interfering holding for Chidwick. He in turn will pass as well. Nacho quietly cobbling away now, up over 7 figures. Steele just a couple of 100,000 ahead of him. They run 2 and 5 respectively overall in the field. As we flip it over to our other feature table, there is Danny Tang, who was looking for spins and claimed to want to find the locker room off of what was sub 10 big blinds at one point in time. Now, Danny sits with 19 bigs. Doesn't want to play the Jack 10-9 deuce. Lee Tong. Kings with spades. Says pot. Lets that one go. Boitas. Ace Jack 10-6 with the clubs.
Very quick player, Laszlo. Obviously deems this close, does let it go.
I mean, the product of just countless hands of Pot Limit Omaha that have been played by him.
Dylan's peeling. Double suited. Great development for Lee Tong. Likely just picks that buck 35 up without even having to gamble.
Overpair and the spades. 95K back for Lindy. No immediate draw.
94, man.
Yeah. Does just hit the muck.
It's happened again. And 9-10 jack single suit. Last card deuce a diamond. It was double suited, but still don't play right, surely.
No.
How many outs did I have? 8 I play, 7 I play, queen, king, ace,
Bad for your
8,
brain
9,
to
10
think
jack.
about
Oh. Yeah, fuck up. Actually, if I
Patrick
fuck
has?
up.
Yes. I had ace, queen, 7 deuce, double suited.
Double suited.
Right here.
I like to think for the most part I'm a
Really
happy
difficult for me
guy,
to not be
Nick.
able to put it in. And figure it out a way, a flop.
But compared to Dylan Lind, I'm just miserable.
7 deuce.
He's one of the happiest people around.
Right there, if you're saying let it in there.
Yeah. Right.
Ever been at a table and seen him steamed?
No, I hear you. I like Dylan a lot. He's a great guy. I don't really know too many people who are happier than you, Ali.
I submit Dylan.
Fair enough.
Cool. Cool. 55.
Coon. Ace 10, 9, 8.
55 to go from the hijack.
55.
Kings for Boitas.
Not the prettiest kings, but he has stack issues. It's going in.
Fold.
What is it?
What do you think the equity is before we see Ali? Putting you on the spot, buddy.
I don't know. Is it like 58-42 or something for Boitas? Is that it?
I got a bad one, but I'm going to give you a
No,
spin, buddy.
52-48. Wow, that's considerably closer than I imagined it would
What do you
be.
need?
There's some stuff for sure. It's not. I've seen grimmer days, but.
Well, what's interesting is they're conversing here in spite of the fact that the chips have not all gotten in, but of course with just 29,000 left, the conclusions were foregone. Jason announces all in on the 10-6 deuce board. You see, he now
8,
takes
9.
the lead.
Well, that hand is winning, right?
Spade
That's a real
draw,
hand.
Huge for Jason.
Leading, right?
gutter, pair.
Gut shot, pair draw, flush draw, overcard. That hand's crushing this hand. That's fucked up game.
Yes, it is, Danny.
When the ace is not suited.
Price.
You play this game long enough,
They're really making these things pretty, aren't they?
it'll feel like you're seeing ghosts.
That's a bad card.
Danny's live commentary is elite.
Sorry.
What a huge turn for Laszlo.
Pretty hard for you to lose, though.
Board pairing deuce, and
No, it's
he
not. I
hops
feel it.
well in
Sorry,
front
Laszlo.
now with the kings up, and a third deuce there, about as
Go on,
cozy
Laszlo.
as it gets. A little rub of the thighs, and let's bring it in.
No, you'll put a 4.
Okay. What is it?
I mean,
27.
what's the equity on the flop?
All right, man. Nice hand.
Jason's got a flop. Fuckload of
What is it?
Is that like 70% or something?
70?
A lot. I don't know.
It's really hard.
I was about 20 once Danny started running his fucking mouth over there.
That's what I felt like when you guys were fucking telling Danny that he was out. When I had him all in. I'm like, oh no, I'm screwed.
Allegations of Tang being the mush in that one.
Huh?
I doubled you up.
Reduced the cloud.
Everyone was like, oh, good game. Because I flopped a fuckload of everything.
Yeah, true. Thank you. See?
Coon.
That's what friends are for.
Oh, we just doubled
Able
a
to
very
sustain it.
dangerous player.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's all you, Danny. You can live with it.
Yeah, you fucking.
Still a
You can
seven-figure
live with
stack.
it, buddy. Don't
Gotta
say
carry that
we. You.
See, my
you
style.
just doubled.
My
very
style
dangerous.
matches very well against his style. Because I don't know what's going on. So he just do whatever he does, and I do.
Too smart versus I don't know what the fuck's
Yeah,
going on.
exactly. You see?
That is hard. Dangerous.
Coon, back at it. Might Laszlo be a customer once more? Now he sits much deeper. Doesn't want to get involved. And well timed.
Yeah. That might have been
As
it. too.
Dylan has aces and a suit.
Call.
The 10's a good
Like
dangler.
40K left.
Or just go all in.
Pot declared.
Very bad hand for that idea.
fold. I don't know if it's Ike approved or not. Probably is. Probably
Jason.
did just fine.
So he doesn't know whether or not it's Ike approved, but nevertheless, he does bow out. And he will slide into the blinds now.
Ace, king, 10, 7.
Ace, king, 10, 6. Not suit.
Sounds like a fold.
Yeah.
3 of them, too.
Yeah.
Ace, king, king, 6, did you say?
Ace, ace, king, 6, double suited.
Yeah. ICM stuff.
Don't want to clash with him yet, you know?
He doesn't want to knock me out till bounties are in play.
You might be knocking me out if I'm not careful.
Anybody just waking up in the States to a little 4-card? Let us know.
My plan was to knock one of these other fine gentlemen out first, save you for later, but...
Thank you.
Danny now. King's on the button. Played as a limp. Pretty one for Lee Tong. Heel flat. Jason says, let's take a peek. How about the nuts on the flop for the big blind here of Jason Kuhn? Pretty poor board texture for Danny's kings, and he will face a lead from Jason, and it is important to kind of bear in mind where we can go from here if we choose to proceed in the face of this 40K barrel from Kuhn.
Indeed the dream. For Lee Tong with the 5 and the dual back doors, does he deem it enough? Probably not.
Good fold. Yes, it was.
So unable to get any customers. Jason bets and takes it and continues to hold the chip lead here, just shy of 1 million in chips, with the blinds headed to 10 and 15,000 with a 15K big blind Annie. 40K in orbit, the price of poker here in the 30K Quattro bounty. Top 21. We'll have access to those 40K bounties. That's when they activate. Top 14 will be paid. Up top 443, the min cash, $30,500. All right, peek brought to you by Poker Steak as we battle on.
If someone did anything, I would have went in.
Good morning, guys. I see you. Cell Block D is here. Hope that's true. Probably isn't. Hello from the East Coast. H-Town is here. Ali and I 4-card coverage. Welcome, Jacob.
I'm gonna
Vegas, hoping to catch 100K final table. Run it back. And just rewind, I believe. This dude just went to the sports book. He's firing
What are your
tennis.
chances of
All right. Good luck.
Doesn't matter shit or good.
Give us some stuff, by the way, if you got a hot pick.
What a gorgeous hand for Laszlo.
We had to Google it.
Does Tong want to take a stand with his 12 bigs?
How often you get aces?
Looks like he's calling.
Any aces?
In yellow.
Good morning, Walter.
39?
1 in 39.
What about Twitch?
Yeah,
Anybody
play
waking
like,
up in the States on Twitch?
Yeah, I must have played like.
Some people might just be getting home. It was Friday night last night.
True. Facts. That's really a late night, though. Ace, King, Jack, 4 for Ike, the king suit.
Okay.
Okay declared. He's in.
So not one but 2 customers. For Boitas, the opener. Button and big blind. It comes
Wow,
7,
go on,
8,
Laszlo.
9. The joint.
My word. Look at this hand.
Plus the diamond redraw.
Plus the straight redraw. Can't really blame him for checking it over to Lee Tong, who with his 145 and 9s and 8s does sail it in.
All in, all in, all in.
It's got the gutter. Let's get it all in there.
Bro.
This is really quite a hand.
That's a big
Look at that. No chop.
Vitas blocking a 9 as well.
Set right.
Welcome, Riddy Bruno. Shout out Texas.
Nothing.
Callie's
That's
here.
a big fucking hand.
See if Laszlo can fade the 9 or the 8. Even the 9, he would have outs.
Oh yeah, he's top 2 and a gotcha. Yeah.
13% for Lee Tong somehow.
That is a pretty fucking.
How'd you get that flop?
So to the turn we go. Tong's hopes hanging in the balance. A 6 on the turn. Not helpful.
An ace, ace, 8 too.
3 outs. 1 time for China's Lee Tong to battle on, and that is not one of them.
GG Lee Tong.
It's like
unbelievable.
That is a rare hand.
So pretty. Even the right suits.
Yeah, it's just like it lines up perfectly. Just like all of it. What?
I had a couple to start the day when we were at the. Oh yeah, you were at the.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
A little bit of hand envy on display from Kuhn and Lindy, as I believe that departure there will leave us 24 left in the field.
And a reminder for those just joining, or even ones who've been watching, as it's a little bit unorthodox, the bounties will kick in at 21 left. There will be a 10K bounty for anybody dispatched. I believe that's correct. Pretty sure that it is. 10. And then the payouts kick in at 14.
I misspoke earlier, suggesting it was a 40K bounty. I was looking for blood.
Certainly were.
Also now it has become clear, producer James stepping in, the Quattro bounty. Everybody has a bounty, but they all get condensed into the top 21, so it is 4 times quadruple bounty action. It is indeed 40,000.
Forgive me. It's 40 dimes.
So you're
let's
right.
just, when we get to 21, let's cross these bridges. But it is interesting dynamics for players with bounties kicking in. Do they... We can all speculate on how it changes the strategies.
Chidwick, blind versus blind, in position against Devoris, who has now checked a 2nd time in front of him. How does he feel about the open-ender?
For the 30K PLO Quattro, 10K from each buy-in will go towards bounties. Bounties are worth 40K, but only apply when 25% of the field remains. Fair enough. Devoris with queen high, Stevie with queen high. Sometimes when you're out of position, you're in position in a weird way. He who strikes first. Stan, you want to do it or just white flag it? Limp check, checks everywhere. Queen 7-6 deuce. Note Daniel's willingness to fight for every pot.
You came to the TV table for 1 minute. Yeah.
Let's go for 3rd.
It's always nice
I
to
would
have you, though.
imagine Stevie is between raise and fold. Probably fold. He's gone. Very nice.
What's the lightest call you can remember ever seeing at Showdown in a PLO hand? Is there anyone that just stands out as absurd to you?
From a reasonable player? Because I've seen some psychos, you know, produce some stuff over the years.
That was good?
I've seen some ace-high calls in
Partner, give
outlandish
me your
spots. Like an ace-king.
Nah. Red
This
is
guy
lucky.
didn't do particularly well when it was all said and done, but he would look people up with ace-king and, you know, small pocket pairs.
You have to do it now.
And every once in a while they are just
After the
good.
hand.
And it's like, oh, you know, there it is.
It's
I
one-
remember one, not to cut you off.
No, I want to hear it.
78943. This was in a very big cash game. He called like 75,000 on the river.
This same character?
Yes, with ace, king, queen, deuce, and it was just good. The guy had 10 queen, king, like you can't even find 4, and a dangler in between with a miss flush draw. This Persian guy. There you go, by the way, man after your own heart.
Yeah, my people know how to.
Yeah, the Persian guy was many drinks deep, too.
Oh, my God.
Said he knew he was bluffing.
By the way, the hand wasn't the only thing that was good, apparently, based on that call. The game was quite
Aces
good.
for Kirk Steele, pretty double-suited one for Dvoris. Kings for Nachito.
Problems clear for the remainder of the field on this 8-4-3 board. Dvoris, gut shot, spade draw, top pair. Steele has him surrounded with the aces and the nut flush draw. Note that the 5 would be particularly spicy.
That would be spicy.
Kirk following up on the pre-flop open.
Dvoris with 60-some-odd bigs. Steele with a little less. Would think if we're Dvoris, it's interesting with the 8. Probably just call though, right, Ali?
I mean, trying to sail away in spots such as this when we're looking about the remainder of the field, 3 away from those 40K bounties, I don't believe we're looking for violent conflict. So the flat now brings a 10 on the turn, 2-tone texture.
Interesting spot.
Additional path to a straight, by the way, for Dvoris in the form of the 9. Note Steele checks rather quickly.
Dvoris now with the 2-way straight draw, as you said. Still the 8 and the 7 high flush draw. He certainly has to fear aces and spades. I believe he's considering semi-bluffing, but again, that ace-ace spade combo is so scary. Does check. And it's the deuce of hearts. Might this be a road to a win for Daniel? We don't love it without a heart. But in the face of a check, or does he deem the 8 to have enough showdown against an ace-king of spades type? He could easily have 5-6. He does have a 6. Does just check it, and he'll see the bad news, Holly.
Yeah, and kind of a relief for Steele not to be facing something uncomfortable on the end out of Dvoris.
Definitely. Easier for us when we see the hands, but a relief indeed.
If Dvoris had had the heart, perhaps, as you mentioned.
I think if he found a heart in his hand, he would have been much more apt.
Well, he has plenty of heart. And a reasonable amount of chips. 49 bigs, 987,000. That's how much Dvoris will draw the curtain on this particular stanza with. Up top, we find the 2 7-figure stacks of Kirk Steele and Nacho Barbero. Chidwick down to 12 big blinds. Back here at the desk, Ali Najad and my apparent stepbrother, Nick Schulman, who shared a closet with me before we came to work today.
This is just really,
It makes me so happy to look at it.
It makes me feel the opposite. That's like, it's funny you say that, because exactly how you feel, I feel the opposite. Oh, but that's often the case, I suppose. But the matching hoodies with Ali is really rock bottom. You know, I've done a lot of things in my life that I regret, and sometimes we pay. You know, we pay the consequences, and I believe that moment for me is right now.
More than a few people have done some paying to Jan-Peter Jachmann, who sits at the top of the leaderboard, 1.7 million in front of him. We're going to be taking the blinds and antes up, 24 remaining, 21 for the bounties, 14 for the cash. Let's put a pin in everything, step aside for about 10 minutes. We'll come right back with continuing coverage of the 30K Quattro bounty from the Triton Super High Roller Series after this.
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. You're playing an 8 max MTT, first act under the gun. At what stack depth should you consider opening low pocket pairs like 4-4? A. Always open these hands. B. Only open them below 20 big blinds. C. Below 30 big blinds. Or D. Below 50 big blinds. Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Tournament circuits.
Yes.
No Ike here for it. Said hello to Mrs. Barbero. She looks upon her son, holding ace, ace, jack, deuce
All
with
right.
the diamonds.
All right.
Those diamonds
Me and the
are
legend.
covered.
What are the blinds? Are we at 8?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were at 10.
Top 2 for Ike.
You just accidentally potted it.
No, because he put 10, I didn't know.
Some people, like, they have no idea what's going on, and it just works out for them, man.
And I would think for Ike, with 10 bigs, Nacho will happily go for pot.
He does have the Broadway gutter. And the overpair. Backdoor wheel outs.
Let's just go 25, fair enough. It is going in.
Can I order? TV table.
There it is.
How much? Yeah, I can't fold, I guess. Although I have the ace of spades, but the ace of hearts.
Yeah, I guess you can't fold that one.
Not too bad. 3-2 dog.
Mrs. Barbera would not be impressed. Folded aces.
With the gotcha too.
With the gotcha.
I hate having
So-
the ace of hearts though.
Play for 226.
Not a good card to have.
No.
Advantage
Oh,
Haxton.
I have the 5
Wheel
now.
draw.
Yeah.
No, I've got one. You
Oh,
can
you
hit
got
it.
one? Give him more pairs. More pairs. Give him more
Aces,
pairs.
queens, fives, fours, and threes would all spell
Just a
disaster,
$10.
but the 10 of clubs is cozy as Haxton
Just a
fills
$2.
up, and
Wow.
he's a scam.
Give
him one back because he put too much.
Okay. I didn't know.
God, this is gonna be great. I just
Heavy snacking by yours truly.
I forgot.
The mango
It's
tiramisu?
true.
Yeah.
I saw somebody eating that. It looked
I
okay.
could go for some gummies right now myself. They have the little bags of gummy bears, but you know they are the small ones, so it's like, it's brutal. I say, what the fuck, bro? I got gummies all in my teeth. No, I'm done. I'm done. I really am.
Ace, king, queen 3 here for Barbero. He takes us up to 20,000. Chidwick, queen, jack, 4-3.
Touch Dusty, great price. Trying to hunt Nacho down.
He concurs.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, Alex.
Queen 7-5. Gutter. Top pair for Chidwick. Out-kicked by Barbero's ace queen. Let's see what Nacho's got in mind with 52 out there.
Sort of want to preserve your equity, getting check raised a bit brutal, but with no backdoor, maybe we can just bet fold. Goes for half-ish. And for Stevie, I think we tear one off, but we kind of hate it. The jack is somewhat clean. The 6, we can do a little guessing. He is in.
Extra 50 into the middle, and a problematic card arrives for Chidwick. Both players trip queens. The advantage is quite clear for Barbero.
That is really a bad card for Stevie. There weren't that many cards that brutalized him at all outside of the queen. 102 in the middle. There are some board lock type of hands. Queen 7 and such. We could build a strategy around those sorts of hands. Goes for half again.
Chidwick chewing on it.
It's an interesting spot. Obviously not folding. The question is call or raise. The answer to me is not clear. Call preserves just air balls from Nacho. He does just jam to kind of.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series, where there is a distinctly different appearance to the desk on the back end of this break.
I feel so light and free right now.
You had to change.
You know, like when there's like, it's Joe's 50th birthday and everybody gets together and wears a shirt. And it's like, you know, we love Joe or whatever. We're
Right.
here for Joe's big...
The bachelorette party.
To me, I don't know why, that's such a nightmare of mine. I feel so weird. I don't know if it's ego or... Really, I don't know what it is. I've come around to singing the happy birthday song, but that one too, I like...
You're not in on that?
No, but I've come way more around. But when it's the matching outfits and stuff, I just can't do it. I got to wear my own thing. I can't. If I'm sitting up here with matching sweaters with you, I can't do it. And this Triton hoodie is flavored to with the gold. Now
Yeah.
I feel so much better now.
I don't know that I can say the same. I'm
You
quite
guys know what I'm
saddened.
talking about, right?
You know what I mean?
I mean-
Everybody's proud of you except me. You know, you did it. By the way, part of the new collection, both pieces here available at the Triton shop online. So then, also available, of course, at all times is the Triton Poker Plus app. That's where we dive right now in the search for the chip leaders
have a
at
look.
present at the top. I'll get there in a moment, focusing toward the bottom for the time being.
Okay.
And we don't see beyond, let's call it Chidwick, too much of that extra short stuff going on. And even when I say extra short, 13, 12, and 10.
Yeah, no 2BB, 3BB at the moment.
Exactly. And now we work our way all the way up to the top, and we find, as mentioned prior to the break, Jan-Peter Jachmann, Ding Biao, a presence now.
Yes, go on, Ding.
Played a full docket in terms of the 2-card streets, and you can see our 2 feature tables as I populate them to the left there. Coming up, anything stand out for me? It's the presence of the Learjet there, front and center at the blue table. Keith, a very seasoned 4-card player.
Of course, Lear is a 4-card legend. Ivy was there. Sean Winter.
Here they are.
Henrik. Jan-Peter Jachmann, the chip leader, and David Lim. Oh, this is a great table to sweat.
Look, by the way, at the distribution, though. Jachmann very much holding court.
And remember, at 21, a 40-dime bounty kicks in. So interesting dynamics, and he is very much holding court, Ali.
The focal point, of course, for the time being is that bounty. Don't need to talk about 14 and up and the cashes associated with that just yet. But as a matter of formality, $30,500 will be the min cash up top, $443,000.
Yeah, you folded when I.
Oh, you're right.
I
You're
put it
right.
and
You're
you
right.
folded.
You're right. You're right. What are the blinds?
Not high enough.
Hecklin, by the way, is coming off of back-to-back cashes, 38th in the 100K main, 10th in the 25K PLO. Catching late wind here after being shut out in his first 8 efforts here in Jeju.
Winter, a great PLO player, as is Ivy. Jan-Peter Jachmann looks good. Ali, welcome, sir.
Do you know just the initial reaction to seeing a non-final table, granted feature table, gentleman in a blazer of European descent, Marcel Lusk comes to mind.
Yes, definitely.
I think he was really the pioneer of that. Let's class it up out there sort of initiative.
I think you're right.
Takes this one, and I suspect that image there, 60 and take it, is one that we might be bearing witness to with some frequency, especially as it tightens up in the pursuit of the top 21 and the shot at the bounties. Winter work in the red wine.
Can we get a glass sent to the booth? Probably not.
I promise you, if you shot Winter a text and said, hey, can you flag someone down to just send me a glass
like,
of that Pinot?
You've been here like 12 minutes and you're already on the bubble.
He's your Huckleberry.
Yeah.
Don't do Sean like that.
Cool.
He's out there
It's
grinding.
almost like I know what I'm doing.
Clean rundown, no gaps. He's gone. And this is part of what we were talking about before. This is, you know, when you're in a race car, like like in the arcade, there's a race game and you hit a certain point where now the track lights up and you're just like into turbo mode. That's what this buck 8 is for Jan, nearing this bubble.
Hecklin digging in, double suited ace, king, 9, deuce. Just the wheel gutty on this jack 5-4 board.
Couple of quick checks and a dangerous card for Hecklin. He doesn't feel delighted about his top pair top kicker, but he's intrigued.
Aces up.
Yes,
Forgive.
Ali, please.
Jachmann, 100 dimes.
Note the Dane is only a 2-to-1 dog.
Sub 1 SPR here.
No real clean outs, though. This is so awkward for Henrik. He is tearing one off.
Oh, there's 14 paid. Okay. I was about to
Board
say.
pairing 4 on the end.
There's 21.
Jachmann
21 is when the
still
bounty
good.
Aha. 21's when the bounty starts. 84 divided by 4.
The jack would have been the counterfeiting card.
Great read for Jan-Peter.
Yeah.
Identifying there's
14.
only 40%
Oh, wow.
pot
Pays
left to
14
play.
spots.
Henrik pays it off. GG, sir. So tough against the chip leader when they can be opening very wide and barreling off with dust. Did have it that time.
And it just unraveled quite swiftly, dare I say, for Hecklin there. Obviously, one can sympathize. Such a poor turn card for him and a poor outcome as he leaves behind 23 to battle on. Piles on piles for the German. Let's take a look, by the way, at his Triton career resume. First ever festival, 25K. PLO did not cash. Looking to maybe pick up some bounties en route to the money.
Whose resume are you talking about, Ali? Forgive me.
Jan-Peter Jachmann?
If I recall, he made a very deep run in the main event. Do you remember that, Ali? Very deep.
That's where the name resonates. And when
50 to go from Ivy.
Forgive me. And when we say main event, we're talking about the World Series of Poker.
Pardon me. Yes, the World Series of Poker main event this year. Jan-Peter Jachmann made an incredibly deep run.
That's where we spoke that name back in Vegas this past summer. He dressed the part back there as well.
He did.
So what are the red ones? You get 10 seconds, 15 seconds free if there's no action. If there's a raise to you, what do you get? What?
Is it easier to become a PLO player as a top-tier Hold'em player, or is the inverse the simpler transition? Or does it not matter whatsoever? No relevance.
That's a good question. I think it's easier to transition from PLO, actually.
Do we have
the
to open the cards
Hold'em
or
to
just
PLO transition, you really got to get used to two-pair not being amazing, you know? That can be some real growing pains.
Shaking some habits. Having Hold'em eyes out there in the PLO streets.
Well,
Ivy taking a walk.
let's start.
What's
let's
that?
start gambling. Bounty starting one person.
Oh,
When are they going to give us our bounty chips?
Oh, wow. One off the bounty, huh?
Are we down to 22? Yes, we are. As elsewhere in the room, Santosh Suvarna has been vanquished. Take a moment to remind you that our good folks over at GTO Wizard can help you compete in a Triton event one day. Study with the world's most powerful poker solver. Try it free now at gtowizard.com. Train to beat the best and crush the rest with GTO Wizard.
That's what the board says.
Oh, that's just to show when the bounties start, I guess.
So we're on a weird pseudo bubble of sorts. The bounties kick in when we lose one more. Lear pots it.
One more, and we have bounties.
Very similar hand for Winter.
Jachmann. Kings and clubs defends the big.
Yes.
9-8-4 board. Overpair in the four dangler working versus eights and a wrap.
Great flop for Keith.
Thank you.
And for Jan-Peter, kind of hard to take the heat here with just kings. Lear takes the free one, and it does come right
Salt.
in.
Miss.
Now,
Salt.
Keith with the nuts. Jachmann drawing dead. 150 into 170.
Ace queen.
Yachman
Ace queen?
simply lets it go.
It's not good.
Ace king. Oh my god.
Nice hand. Yeah, I had some. I had some feeling flop is good. I don't know.
Tricky, tricky.
I'm glad I have no spade with it or something.
2 pair, the nuts.
What is that? Egg? Eggs and tomato?
You're going to get to see it anyway.
What do you mean?
So I think you should
on the street.
just said stop dealing. I just want to.
Oh wait, is it
hand by
21?
hand now maybe.
Is it 21 now?
That's probably what's.
Yeah.
What do we get? 40,000?
All right, I'm being told by producer James that we are going to take a brief pause here and break a table. Don't go anywhere. Continuing
Oh, it's
coverage
not
of
a
the
mystery
30K
bounty?
Quattro
It's just
bounty comes your
40,000
way
for
in just about 4 minutes. Stay close.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of this 30K Quattro Bounty. Looks like we did have some outer table brewery involving Eddie Tran here. 2 limps in front of him from the button. He would turn 20 into 110. Only Kirk Steele would come along. You see him there in the 8 hole. 9-6 deuce flop. He would check fold to the 225 from Eddie, who apparently didn't get the memo that it is winter here in South Korea right now. Not a lot of tank tops in the room. Eddie hailing from Oz, Australia. 4-card specialist.
Good for the massage, though, you know, the tank top.
Fair.
Fold.
Phil is coming right through. Got to be careful with Jan Peter. Has so many chips, and it seems like he will use them.
Are we more inclined in Ivy Seat to play hands more as limps to prevent Yachman from activating and creating some discomfort?
It's a good question. I think limping is nice. Sometimes raising is nice as well. This hand seems like a little bit more of a raise hand. Does flop the straight draw on the jack high spades. The jet came along as well, has a 2-way straight draw. And Jan Peter has the kind of 08 low cards going on.
Specifically when Phil's on the button, obviously the limp feels like it's not quite as nice. So the 50K ahead, invested to the 9-5 deuce board. As you mentioned, Yachman with that wheel wrap comes out swinging for 100. 6s and the inside draw. 2 ways, by the way, for Lear. He just lets it go. Now the spade draw and the gutty to the 6 high straight for Ivy. He wants a peek. Note 2 4s are busy. 10 on the turn. Texture two-toned now.
But
very nicely done from Yachman. Can really see the power of the big stack.
Brute force on display. And as we are on the stone 40K bounty bubble, Nick, this is an absolutely amazing scenario for Yachman to really begin to sail away from this field. So little incentive to get yourself mixed up in one.
It is. It'll also get swingy for him.
Married? I thought you got engaged or something. You're engaged?
She's here with me. Yeah, we're engaged. Not married yet, though.
So you're planning to marry, maybe?
She's like 22, right? Yeah, 22.
Don't tell it in public, no.
Go on, Keith. Wow.
Listen, if I had a 22-year-old, I want you talking about that as much as possible. Hats off, sir. Meanwhile, looks like Boitas hauling one in here. Action was a Dylan Lind flat up front. Ike called as well. Boitas checked back the option. Jack 4-3 around to check. Same story when a 5 rolled off on the turn. 2 diamonds were on the board. And Boitas just bet 55,000. Took that one down.
Likes it, but she looks so young. So
I would like to go on record as saying I don't believe that we needed to go to that outer table for that particular hand. It was less than exciting. I think, Nick, you would agree perhaps with that assessment. And in fact, so much so that I don't even think you need to weigh in. I'm just going to speak for you.
But Laszlo chipping up is, you know, something of a... Jan Peter back at it.
Something of a thing I can just be told in my ear and just maybe explain. Anyhow. Am I getting
producer,
cranky?
director, Ali just can do it all. We don't need share hands or producer James or anybody. It's just Ali can come in and direct the whole show.
Yachman is very much the director of this show here at this feature. And the direction from the button is 55 if you do. Declinations.
I was just regretting it that maybe I take you out. I should keep you in. Really, I should not take you. Really.
Yeah, don't bust me yet.
Yeah, that's right. It's wrong. I think it's really.
You gotta wait.
It's wrong.
One more.
Yeah, you don't sounds like he's destined. It sounds like he's destined to bust you.
Oh, he's been busting a lot of people.
50.
Cagey affair here. In this 30K Quattro bounty.
I'll give you 100.
I'd take it.
Hang on now. Other stuff cooking. Well, okay. Yet again, you know, Divorce, raise the button, Barbero, defend.
Daniel really chipping up.
Check. Bet 40K. Take it, sir. On the ace 5 deuce 2 heart board.
2005, something like this. 6.
How much does Divorce have in front of him now?
At the time that
looks like 1.3-ish. Let me see.
1.465 after that exchange is what I'm spying in the app. Boytoss, by the way, you mentioned chipping up 860.
And someone gave me some questions there, and then they said, someone right, oh, Phil, we heard you like to party too, and all this, and then I asked, okay, but I asked you, which girls in the world you like most, and then and it was so funny.
They're on their
He
feet.
said,
At
was
the other
really
feature
looking,
here,
how do you say it?
Serious.
do we have the all-in button in play? It appears that we do. This was Dan Smith
said, oh, sorry for
raising
asking.
to 70,000. Punat Punsri 3-bet to 240,000. Smith would call the 9-8-3 two-club flop. That's what's out there right now. Smith would barrel 530 of his remaining 945. Punsri covered, calls all in.
And no discussion about it.
Okay.
Holdings are ace, ace, jack, 9 for Punsri. He's got top pair. And the aces, of course, working. Ace, queen, jack, 9 for Smith.
Smith in bad shape.
Where in Germany were we?
Appear that way.
You said it's 9-8-3?
Yeah.
We can't quite see the board from here, but if that's the case, he's in quite bad shape.
Maybe in Dortmund. Possible in Dortmund.
To the turn we go.
Hamburg.
A deuce.
Frankfurt. Cologne.
Smith does have a gutter.
Oh, winner for Smith.
Oh,
go on, Dan.
Did it just slide in? Yes, the 10.
No,
And Punsri was in such nice shape as they shared the jack and the 9. He had aces, Smith with ace queen.
Wow.
And it's that key queen that turns in to the nut straight on the end and bursts the bounty bubble.
2014 we stopped. But I was getting like more professional poker after.
That was slightly savage, but you know, PLO, these things are woven into the fabric of the game.
Okay, so now if you knock somebody out, until we reach the money at 14, you get 40 dimes.
All the way through.
For the rest of the tournament. If you knock somebody out for the rest of the tournament from here, you get 40,000 extra. That's a crazy dynamic playing 4 card.
Let us consider that
Oh, I can't bust anyone anyway.
in relation
Not yet.
to the payouts, which begin at 14. 40,000 is actually better than 10th place money.
Very well.
So 30,500 for 14th and 13th, 12th worth 33 dimes, 11th and 10th 37,000. So we've got ourselves a room full of bounty hunters now, Nick, it would seem, and this should be a very wheel-greasing development.
I kind of thought I knew his game or whatever. So I made 2 really good calls against him, and he said, "Who are you? Where are you from? What's going on?" You know, and then I busted him in a big hand, like last 14, and I was chip leader all the way in the tournament. I think from the last 14, I busted 10 or something. But it was doing so smooth. I mean, but I had really good chips.
We played a lot with Sam Farha, Keith.
Hey? Huh?
We played a lot with Sam Farha.
Yeah, Sammy Farha.
Thanks.
What is he doing now?
I saw him last year in the
Plays
WSOP.
little poker down in Houston every once in a while. Small.
I used to play.
Shout out the great Sam Farha.
Oh, no, we're at 21.
Bet,
yes.
Oh, no.
You You know, I saw a video. Sam can be a little bit spicy out there in the streets. I know you guys have tussled
a little bit spicy.
I saw a video from a small car
He can be
club.
a little spicy, all right, Ollie. Go on.
It would seem it was in Texas where he may have said the wrong thing to the wrong dealer and ended up on the receiving end of a little haymaker.
Really?
This is a true story.
He looks like he has a good chin on him, though.
Yeah, he didn't go down, but it went down. I'll tell you that. Going up though, is Yachman, $2.265 million in front of him. Has now perhaps a sense of further comfort for the field with the knowledge that getting chips in as a covering stack comes with the lovely prospect of a 40K payout.
Yeah.
And I don't
We
know
just rotate games.
how
You
hard
name a game,
he
you play
goes
2
at the
hours. Any game
bounties,
you
but
think of.
the answer is hard.
Old man wore me out.
That was sick.
I just caught the tail end of that discussion between Winter and Lear.
Yeah,
The
like a
only thing I
chainsaw
heard was old man wore me out, and if I had to bet,
No. Oh, yeah. No, a saw, electric saw or something.
I suspect that there's a chance Lear's referring to having had to tussle with JNT, who finished second in the
You got me
main.
covered?
There you go.
I think
Huge hand for Sean.
Double suited, double paired.
220?
You wanted to remind me whether I had you covered or not, right?
And potting.
I was just curious.
Yeah, I was just curious.
From the big.
How much you have left?
That.
How much? How much playing? How much in? How many binds you?
Tournament players are so precise nowadays. It's sick.
260.
Sean speaking as though he's not a part of that ilk.
Yes, he's doing his thing.
Pass.
I had a.
He does let it go.
I've never had this hand before. Yeah, I mean, is that not the biggest hand you've ever seen?
The big one.
I had the
Very
nice hand.
Pretty good hand.
I was
Had
like,
jacks
I
with
was
suited
hoping
jacks.
you had aces.
Flipping.
Respectfully, that isn't the biggest hand I've ever seen.
Yeah, I get a big stack. You know,
He's doing his thing, Ollie.
if I beat you there, you're crippled. Whole table's happy.
I beat you there. I'm happy.
You're always happy playing with me.
So when you say doing his thing is a very
I
unique,
can't believe I looked down at that hand.
inimitable sort of production out there. You know, we saw the Nacho
I got
show.
580 now. What you got?
Now we got the Sean show.
That's 5? It's kind of important.
Jan Peter limping against Keith here. In terms of hand strength, we see.
Well, he's limping the
reasons.
hijack, so it isn't
Oh, okay.
against Keith per se.
Not yet.
Forgive me, I thought for some reason this was a blind versus blind, but
We're
clearly
trying
we
to
see the
get hands up,
HJ and the
right?
CO there.
Pass.
This is an idea, bounties or not, to limp kind of raggedy tens, jacks, queens, even kings. Ivy defending the big. And Jan Peter, of course, has visions of collecting 80,000 somehow. It would be very rare. But he's giving it a try.
This could be it.
Six 6-3 rainbow here. Three-way affair. Yachman in front with these tens. Checks it over to the pre-flop raiser, and in spite of being up against not one but two opponents, with Ivy having come along from the big blind and perhaps maybe more in this territory, you see Lear swinging at it.
This is interesting from Lear. Really representing aces, perhaps with a 6 dangler. Kings with a 6. Jan Peter tearing one off.
And picking up a spade draw.
And does Keith want to keep firing with King, Queen, 10-8, Club, Club, Heart, Heart? The answer is no. Jack on the river. Winner for Jan Peter as it stands. Looked like he was considering trying to bluff queens or kings out. Oh, go on, Keith. Louisiana's finest.
Taking it to the bayou.
It's a little bit strange. Limp from Jan Peter, raised to 60 from Keith, call from Ivy, call from Yachtman. Check, check, the small bet. Fold, call. Check, check, check. Now this. It is a little bit curious, Ali. What's he saying he has? Jacks full? Aces? Perhaps still a 6 that played some pot control on the turn? Jan Peter's going time bank.
That 6 would have to be a dangler, one would think, with Lear's willingness to raise the limp.
It would have to be a dangler, that's right. Does get it through.
I wish I could get that bounty, but I don't have enough chips.
Nice work there from Lear as you begin to get a glimpse at just how comfortable he is with 4 in his hand.
That was crafty.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Which one? This one?
Oh, do we have some sort of negotiation?
I don't know what this is about, but we enjoy this.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. You have my number, right? Yes, I have. You have my phone number? Okay.
Ivy always has something going on, you know?
I do. So, have we ever seen this before? Mid-feature, the patch is being delivered. The,
okay.
You know,
Go
the
on,
contract signed, perhaps.
Get that paper, Phil.
We poker?
We poker. That's what it says. If Ivy is wearing it.
Oh, top 2 as he's wearing
great
this
spot
board.
for Phil to double. 4-1 favored. Of course, Yachtman's going to go bounty hunting with the open-ender and the little baby flush draw.
Coverage of hearts for Ivy, who starts us off after limping pre with a lead.
I don't think I've ever won a bounty. Well, I don't know if I played very many bounty tournaments to begin with. I don't think I've ever won a bounty.
Yeah.
Yachtman plays it as a flat.
I was a little bit surprised he didn't just raise flop with the bounty in the air.
World Series, yeah.
You?
Well, perhaps deeming Ivy's stack just
Yeah, you were saying
a little
you didn't like
meatier
that.
than he wants to
Not the biggest fan.
to get involved with, Nick, or no? Is that a false
I'm
notion?
not sure.
but
My
you're just going at a bad time of year in
Omaha
summer.
bounty game is, you know what I
It's a bit too
mean?
hot for
I'm
me,
not
yeah.
really familiar. But I would think with the open
Plus, I
ender and
didn't
the
have any luck
hearts,
in the
we
tournament,
just,
so
you know, it's
might have
time to
been biased.
gamble. 40 G's, Holly.
Shutdown turn, shutdown river
That's
as
good.
Ivy
Flush or straight.
able to show the Jack 9 for a winner.
And a good choice it was from Jan Peter, by the way,
Better
on the
hearts
flop.
too. Wow. Nice hand.
That's your hand, Phil?
That's my hand.
That's your hand.
Almost raised the flop. Then it's going. That's all in, and you win. Wow, I'm glad I didn't raise.
All right, we're down to
had
the
hearts
final
and I had up and
18,
down.
I'm being told, which means we've got to redraw for a couple of tables. So Nick and I are going to step aside, keep it close. More 30K Quattro Bounty comes your way in a few minutes' time.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Bounty time is upon us here in the 30K Quattro Bounty PLO event. The second of 3 on the docket from here at Jeju Shinhwa World. Long deck behind us in the rear view. 4-card, front and center, and short deck still to come. As Yachman far from short. 2 million plus in front of him, 100 bigs with the blinds going to 10 and 20,000.
Complicated situation on the sporting world, on the betting world.
You watch football?
Yeah.
Which team? Italy again? Spain?
Brentford.
Race?
Brentford Burnley.
50 to go from Wood.
I think
3
they're gonna
tables
give
in
penalty.
action,
Fuck, I
by
bet
the way,
Brentford.
Nick, of 6 players.
A little 6 max, Ali.
Yeah, thought maybe we were going to 2 of 9. Not the case. Wood, by the way, had that nice finish in the 25K. Second to Joe Chuen. As we find Greenwood.
Oh, fuck.
Totally separated
Come on,
from
man.
this 864
Too many
board
things,
after
bro.
defending his big against the 50K Open.
Already. They can't let you watch a... Can I put it like this? No?
Matthew.
I can keep it in my hand, right? Okay.
On the strength of the gut shot.
Nicely done from Wood.
Backdoor diamonds.
Oh
in a
my
pair.
God, it's gonna be penalty
Kind of
for
a cool bluff
or
optically.
Burnley.
Could be a penalty for you.
Yeah.
What?
I said it could be a penalty for you.
No, it's not for me.
Nacho is here, Ali.
Come on, there
He's
is
got
nothing there. It's
17
Premier
other
League,
players
bro.
with him.
Nothing happened.
Now remember, bounties
think it's a
began being
penalty.
collected
Stop
at
lying.
21. The
Close the
first
soul
player
line
to
and
be
you-
showered with 21 left
Not cheating.
was
No,
Stephen
you
Chidwick.
pretend to watch
Daniel
some football.
DeVoris, the recipient of that bounty,
That's a good trick.
40,000
Everybody knows.
Okay.
going
I know.
to him.
Maybe a
Peeking at the
Aren't you a
Triton
River
Poker
Plate
Plus
guy
app, we find that Danny
Yeah, we
Tang
won.
finished in 20th.
No? Boca?
The man that sent him packing,
Fuck.
Laszlo Boitas,
Fuck,
40K
penalty
going
for
his
them.
way.
Soccer. He watched soccer.
Yeah, both those are.
Most
Argentina.
recent
This is
elimination was that
Boca
of Eddie
Boca
Tran.
and River Plate are Argentina.
I gave you a 25.
Ole
Yeah,
Shemia,
you changed it.
He watches
the offending
English
party.
soccer now.
40K going.
It's the right time in Europe now.
To
Everybody
Ole.
league is playing. German league, English league, everybody's playing.
Man, bad start for Brentford. Come on, Romancito, if you're watching me. This Reguilón sucks.
Did,
Okay, I'm
did
gonna focus
Nacho
on
just
playing
shout
serious.
out a professional
with my
footballer and
favorite
say, if
player.
you're watching me?
Myself?
Okay.
So it's a common experience for you, huh?
Dylan.
You guys thought I was gonna say Ivy, right?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say
used
Sam.
to be. Watch out, watch
2.5x from the button.
washed up. 50. Okay, 50 it is. So.
Barbero comes along, connects with the 6, behind Dylan's 8s. Not an ideal board for Lind.
Goes for 60 into 130. For Nacho with just the 6. No back door.
Doesn't seem done with it quite yet.
He doesn't, although he might be.
A touch of posturing, and there it goes.
What?
Yeah.
He's watching soccer, Ali. He's
Yeah.
betting on soccer.
You're in trouble. You got a red card. Oh, but they missed the penalty. Oh, no, they scored the penalty. And you got the red card.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Is Greenwood sweating alongside?
Yeah, Nacho pulls you in. He's pulled me in before, too.
Wow, that's
My
crazy.
favorite
That's a
part
crazy
about it
red card.
That's a crazy red card. Come on, man.
Is the worst call I ever saw in my life. You
What
can't
the
believe
fuck,
it.
bro? How they throw the red card here? It's like so crazy. They scam me every time.
Reguilón.
He'll
he got a
speak
red
to
card
you.
and they got a penalty and a red card.
It must have been
Like everyone
Yeah, but it was
watches
super,
soccer
like,
from
like
birth.
they were checking it on
Yes.
the bar. It was like not even
Yes.
like it could have
Here it
not
is.
been a foul. Crazy.
Ace Jack 5 tray, nut clubs. Up we go, says Yachman.
Really bad then.
He barely pushed him on the back.
Do you ever see a min raise in PLO? Is that a thing?
You see it sometimes, but it's not that much of a thing. It's actually more of a thing from the button than other positions, where Hold'em is a bit the opposite. The button, it's so sweet to be in position. You can actually go smaller. Ivy defends.
Against the 3x sizing.
About a flip.
Queen 4 deuce. Queens and 4s. Top 2 here on a monotone texture for Ivy. Wheel wrap
I don't even want to watch anymore.
for Yachman.
Done.
Now Broadway gutty as well as the diamonds keep rolling. Still top 2 for Ivy, but improved to kings up.
Kind of amazing how much equity Jan Peter has without a pair. All of those straight outs. And for Phil with 3 pair, believe we keep him honest once. See what develops.
He agrees.
Shot him a glare. Ivy.
3, 5, or 10. Those are the bad news cards on the river. And there is the 3. And it's another diamond, which obviously, even though Ivy unblocks the diamonds, he can feel quite comfortable that a flush isn't what's across the way. Little does he know, though, that a straight is, as Yachman has made the wheel with 270 in the middle.
And does he want to pursue value, or is he content to just check? He is pursuing value.
Full pot, by the way, and this could very much come off as a brute force attempt.
Pretty strong from Jan Peter with just the wheel. Some of it's what you said, all the diamonds block themselves.
Credit to Phil, didn't make a meal of it whatsoever.
Just kings and queens there. That's tough, Ali.
You just expect a good deal of frisk from this man as we close in on the money bubble at 14. He's really operated off that big stack quite handily, has Yachman.
10-25.
Blinds up now.
10-25. Big jump.
Pre-flop pot size raise will be to 85,000. Unless, of course, it comes from the small blind.
Raised to 60,000.
Barbero double suited, wants to play for 60. No longer 3x at this new blind level. Not even 2.5x.
Would let's go of a trashy one. Winner for Nacho.
Oh, that's for me? Who gave you that? Wow, the production is doing a good job finally.
Re-rack another one.
So funny, it's crazy.
Lind will be first.
This table is very serious, very serious characters.
Before we came, we were easygoing, but you always ruin the atmosphere every time. You come here and go, soccer shit, what's that? Delaying the game every time. And then you wonder why we're in bad mood. Chris, look.
Ace Queen 4-3 here for Greenwood. Takes a pass despite the inside clubs. How disadvantageous is that third card to a suit in our pre-flop hole?
Well, it's disadvantageous as it makes it less likely we'll make a flush. It is interesting. There are scenarios where it's advantageous as far as bluffing, as we still have the flush on that third one, blocks some continues in certain spots. But we make the flush more when we only have two, right, Ollie?
Needless to say.
Top set for Yachtman.
The other table
pops up in front of these jacks.
was queen, queen, king, 2.
A limped pot
was
pre.
10 jack, king, queen, double.
Wow.
Playing with pace too out there, and you know.
He plays fast. I've noticed that.
Yeah, doing flops and open-ended straight.
You can just sometimes kid yourself into thinking our boy's on autopilot out there.
The guy with aces had the ace of spades and the 9
But the
of spades,
situations are
so
being
that
approached
straight flush. I would
with
say
aptitude.
One ace is in his hand
Wood
as well.
did tear one off here for 30,000, picks up the two-way straight draw. Deuce or a 7 would do the job. And now with the second check in front of him, 75,000 dialed up by Yachtman.
I trebled up at the short stack, and then aces, and then Biao made 2K to beat aces.
Oh.
Just steps away, does Wood.
This doesn't seem fair, the king, queen. Oh no, king, queen, jack, 10, 1. Yeah, I
It
mean,
would
that's
strike me, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, like a tremendously important exercise to do your best to not allow your stack to paint a bullseye on itself by dwindling down into that range where a wide variety of attackers will be pursuing that 40,000
yeah, well,
attached
the
to it.
jack is suited, you know, and like the, yeah.
Okay, yeah, the suit is
That 40,000 looms large,
I think
Ollie.
aesthetically like the alternating suits. I think like
No, when he like,
how
threw it
large?
out, I bet.
I'm not sure.
Ninth place money is what you got to make out of the 14 in order to trump 40 dimes.
Bounties are so
But he
interesting.
lost? No, he won.
It's my team.
He was up against 9-8.
And you really want to get chips early in a bounty tournament to power along.
See, the thing is, if I'm a spawning salmon headed upstream,
yes,
the grizzlies are already there. I don't want a coat of honey as I make the journey on my scales.
There you go, Ollie. My thoughts exactly.
Jürgen, your countryman.
Jürgen Klopp, best coach ever. We like him.
You want him for the national team, right?
Yeah, but he will not do it next time. He said he wants time off. Then maybe in two years.
Would the opener here, as soccer talk continues? Football for most of the world.
No, the European Cup is now, this summer.
Yeah, the
You
World
mean
Cup,
World Cup is 2.5 years. Yeah.
2026.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
I think he might be up for that because he doesn't have to be all day, every day.
He said he would like to. Before he said it's a nice thing. He would like to be there later. It's different kind of energy, you know. You need always to take more time to travel to see different games.
I mean, he's not gonna get it now. Now you guys suck. You have no players.
8-4 deuce board here.
Players, but not they're not doing
Woods
You have a midfield,
over
a great
pair.
midfield. You know,
Content to
Musiala,
check back
you know,
against
Timo
Dylan.
and Wirtz, the best midfield.
Just
young
had a pair of
talent
fours
field.
on the flop.
We're talking
Now
about.
picks up a gutter. Diamonds have arrived.
But we have, I don't know why, the system sucks from China. But maybe.
You guys don't have good attackers. That's the problem. I mean,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we
Sane.
we have good midfield, but we don't have good attackers.
You guys have full
Krug. Yeah, Sané is doing well, but we don't have a real, very good
Now
number
Wood
9.
sprinkles.
that's what you. I mean,
When you work
80 into 165.
Really trying to take that Jack of Diamonds to glory and clear all sorts of equity, which he does. Very nice from Wood.
To play Lautaro, to play...
You know, we had a brief glimpse during that 30-minute highlight package that we put together on the back end of crowning
Müller is good, yeah, he's very nice, very good.
Roman Hrabets champ in the 100K main.
He was injured.
To observe Wood's procedures to an extent. And he struck me as a guy that
he's not even in the
doesn't sense a whole lot of complication out here in the PLO streets. He's comfy.
He's well versed with 4 cards.
And a familiar foe for you in terms of the felt?
I go back with Wood a ways. He hasn't played poker for a long time. He does some other things.
Okay, so a hiatus of sorts.
Yeah, a bit of a hiatus. I think he might play some cash games, you know, but I haven't seen him in a tournament in a while. But he does pop up here and there, though. Jack 6-8 for Ivy. Coming with the limp.
Tough game now for Bayern.
And a beautiful one for Jan-Peter Jotman.
Really tough.
Makes it 100.
Take it down, says Ivy, if you want it that bad.
I mean, Bayern always plays good on the Champions League, though.
The Bayern won't be champion this year, you see.
No, I know.
First time in 10 years or 11 years they won't be champion. It will be Leverkusen, they are good.
They can win the Champions League.
Bayern, yeah. They played well against the last game, yeah. Maybe they do. They concentrate on that now. They play against Arsenal. I don't know how good is Arsenal. It's a tough game, yeah.
Arsenal is very good, but the problem is like they're very young and they don't have experience in Champions League. But
yeah, Munich can go to the semi-final.
And then it's for, I think this Champions League is for whatever. I bet Barcelona to win, actually. Even you believe it or not, Barcelona is a good bet, 13-1.
Barcelona, I won't make it, but it's a good
Approximately what percentage of this active exchange between Jotman and Barbero do you have any clue about, if you had to give it a number?
Close to 0, Ali.
I think Man City will do it again.
Not this year.
If you get him going talking football, you know, he won't stop.
Definitely.
Courtois and Militao back. They're back in training.
By the way, he's involved in the pot, still working the soccer chat with the other guy in the pot, Jotman here. Jan-Peter with a rare limp, allowing Nacho to take this one from the big Broadway gutter. Jan-Peter just 4s. And a question. Out we go.
Watch out with Barcelona, I'm telling you.
Well, if you haven't already paid our friends over at betacr.eu a visit, now is the time. You can get in on exclusive action and sportsbook lines on our Triton Heroes and Warriors. Elevate your sports engagement experience. Pick yourself up a 15% free play as well. Nowhere else that I know of that you can actually get action down on Triton events. Obviously, PokerStake.com, another one of our partners. That's one path, but here, you can just get the money in. The JNT place in the main today, I would imagine that one paid handsomely.
I would imagine it did, Ali.
Maybe we should each throw like, you know, $100 into a little kitty.
Well, I'm gonna have to take a look at those lines myself and make a decision. You know.
Let me know. You know, I trust you. I want in, and you know, whatever. Take a management fee if you will. But now that I think about it, that's probably not kosher for us. What do you think?
Yeah, I could see that not being kosher. What are we waiting for? I need action, Ali.
Well, now I'm a little bit frightened.
Yeah.
Unclear to what we owe this brief pause. Perhaps outer table hands owed in terms of some soft hand-for-handy things afoot in the room. With 17 remaining now. 18th place finisher, David Lim. David was showered by Ike Haxton. So Ike picking up 40 dimes. You know what this reminds me of? Like if I was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and they're waiting on my answer. You know what I mean? You know what? If I had a phone a friend, Nick, I'm not saying that I necessarily think it's because you would always know the answer, but I think it would be pretty fun, especially if I already knew the answer myself, to just use it to call you.
That would be a lot of heat on you, buddy, if you called me and I had to name the capital of, you know.
Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah.
No, but if I knew it, then I can get you in. I can be like, bro, I really need you on this and a whole. Anyhow. Got some handheld coverage. Lear. Limps in from the small. Dvoris wagging his finger. Just a touch. 50 more if you do. He's ready for it. So we're going to take a flop now. Ace, Queen, 9. Action here, just checked from Lear. We await Dvoris's post-flop follow through, and he is reaching for chips. There's another 100,000. Lear doesn't look done with it, Nick.
No, he doesn't. And usually when he takes this long, he's not. Okay.
Comes along in the form of a flat, so another 200,000 sliding into the middle here. It's a fairly wet texture. It dries up a little bit here, courtesy of this ace on the turn, in terms of the attractiveness of those straight and flush draws. Believe Lear checked already over to Dvoris.
I think he snap checked, Ali.
Okay, came in quickly. Now Dvoris pumping the brakes, and it's a third ace on the river. So the pocket pairs functioning far better than they were prior to that card. See. Did Keith snap check again already? Have I missed
don't
it
believe
twice?
he did. He
Apparently,
did.
yeah.
Wow, he's really snapping.
Well, what's he oh, he had the ace, too. And he was full prior to that. I spy a queen in there.
He was really targeting a value bet from something like kings.
Yeah, went from the nuts to the nuts. Did Keith? Ding Biao getting some solid work done back there. Wouldn't mind when, you know, that one wraps up. Send her to the booth. Queen 10, 10, 4. Yachman back over at the other feature, limping in. Ivy has dwindled down to 13 bigs here. Greenwood at 17 bigs. The bounty hunt hasn't been quite as robust as we might have anticipated. Dylan joining the party at that price. Double paired. Greenwood goes set hunting. 1-6 busy in Dylan's hand. Barbero getting the discount from the small comes along. Ivy checks it back. A rare 5-way affair.
Just follow the equities here, guys. Little too tough with the cards. We'll see, though. It's top pair for Nacho, nothing for Phil.
All spades, though. Greenwood.
Bottom set for Yachman, straight for Lindy, and the flush for Greenwood. Indeed, Ali.
Unclear how much interest in a 5-way pot in particular without a spade in hand Dylan's going to have for getting any chips involved. Yachman, obviously, this texture menacing to bottom set for the time being, and we're not particularly cozy if and when the jack or queen roll off, although he does have the queen, so that would give him queens full. The jack, I suppose, is the one card that might leave him a little bit wary. A round of checks, and now Greenwood adds a set of 6s to the flush.
Yachman kind of merging.
To the tune of 70,000.
This should force Lindy out, which naturally is an accomplishment with a set. As far as Greenwood, this is such an odd little spot, but he'll be in with his flush and a set. I think, at least. And it's a little strange after he checks the button back. There will be a fair amount of middle-y flushes, but see if Jan Peter has visions of bluffing this unimproved.
Well, imagine if the board does pair here.
It's not as if Sam loves it if the board pairs. He
This
makes
is true.
another set, Sam, and of course still has the flush. I would think Jan Peter, at the very least, considers bluffing. Does just check, fair enough, and I would think Sam is happy to do the same, although let's see. He has just over pot left to play.
Could he still play this one as a bluff in the form of a check raise? Would that be just an insane line? If given the opportunity, of course, by Greenwood.
It's a bit uncomfortable with no spade, I suppose.
But then we kind of narrow Greenwood down to the spades and we say, let me target
Two sets and a flush.
what I don't
That wins.
anticipate
Especially
is
the
a
flush.
particularly good
Yeah, set does win. The other
flush
one.
if it's out there.
The
So Sam,
the other way.
happy to check it back, and he
You show
will
me
haul it
second
in.
spade, then I can
Yeah,
fold.
there's a mouth.
It's a 8 of spades.
Let's put the mouth tail.
Mark from the straight crosses again.
What mark?
Yes, Nottingham Forest score. Let's go.
Nice hand, Sam.
Damn.
Let's go, Forest.
I had 2 straights and no flush.
Running 8-6.
Unlikely.
You didn't see the flash,
It was a
Peter?
weird like simulation thing. Where
Yeah.
I saw enough of the move.
Past 1 a.m. local time here on Jeju Island, South Korea. Landing Casino. Playing host to the Triton Super High Roller Series, the page has been turned from long deck to 4-card. 30K PLO, Quattro Bounty.
17 left, Ollie.
Knock someone
14
out.
make the money.
Collect 40 dimes, and yes, 3 away from
It's
the
a little
second
bit of
bubble.
a weird, the second bubble, exactly.
Should have stuck it in. Yeah.
No, Nottingham, just from I've been there twice.
You get hero called.
I mean,
that's why I've been to the city of Nottingham.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
That's still done,
yeah,
right?
hero's the wrong word, but you know what I mean.
Rob's
and then
place it.
Damn,
You
man.
still have outs if he has the nuts.
He left?
yeah, exactly.
Also.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Well, I guess if he has the nuts, you don't, but he probably doesn't have that.
Saw him yesterday, I think.
I saw him.
I got my deuce to 7 goggles on. I looked up at that Yachman hand, and I was like, yeah, let's
that
go with
happens
the
to me as well.
the 1-card draw.
I got the low ball goggles going.
To
He likes
86.
PLO, but he plays more hold'em. I'm not sure.
Decent
Before
one for
full-time,
Greenwood.
But he likes to play cash games. Don't know when he.
Inspecting
Yeah. It's the same thing here.
the
There's
backs
like
of the cards,
there's
and
like a
now
dimple with like the Triton
apparently
thing.
spotting another anomaly.
I don't know if
Fresh
he's-
deck, by the way.
What?
Maybe I'm going.
It's dirty, bro. You
Yeah,
do like this.
Right under the Chinese.
Oh, perhaps
rocker
another
there is
case
like
of
a-
schmutz.
Perhaps there's a little schmutz on there.
I just cleaned it. 65.
Great, 65.
Barbero. Speaking up on the strength of the double-suited Queen 10-9-4. Let's see how Wood feels.
Pot.
3 Broadway cards and a nutted spade. Pot. Haven't seen a lot of the 3-bets of late out here.
Oh, sure.
Looks like Barbero is moving his hand forward to call. He has called. 445 in the middle, 3 off the money, and the 40K bounty lurks, which Wood could collect. Being that he covers Nacho, 9-6-5 all clubs, not the flop either was looking for at all. Quick check from Wood. And for Nacho with diamonds and spades, does he want to start applying pressure to aces and repping this middle-y board? Or does he want to take the free one? See what develops on the turn.
Do we need to imagine that, given the fact that Wood is the pre-flop 3-better, we narrow his range away from this 9-high texture and we retain a little bit more of this part of the deck?
We have more straights. Wood has a very real amount of flushes. He goes for 150, and that's very nice from Nacho. Clearing some equity and just putting a lot of hands in a really bad spot. Go on, Nachito.
Yeah.
Right back to the soccer.
I had 4 clubs.
And lies.
Says flush.
I have four diamonds. How do you know?
I did have 4
But I
clubs.
had a rundown 4 diamonds. 7, 8, 9, 10. Come on, man. Come on, man.
I had ace 10, 3, 4. All clubs.
Now let's see if this deck
Ace
is
10,
Greenwood
3, 4.
approved.
That's a nice hand, Dylan. Why are you not playing it?
Well, I had a flush to start.
Oh, flush, but flushes are good.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I had all clubs. All 4.
Last time I saw a flash was this weird toy that they have here. Tell me when the Brentford scores, okay? Can't watch 2 games at the same time. What the
Nacho
fuck
was
is
just
this?
talking about the weird. Do you have one of these?
Triton, for the next Triton, I need a TV over there to sweat the games. In that, where that lies, that is bothering me, exactly there, like a TV. Next
Yeah, we'll
to
get
each
right
other.
on that.
Right, Peter Young?
Nacho, we'll hand you a remote as well. You got one of these electronic toilets in
Peter
your room?
Jadman.
You call me J.
Yes, I have one in my room, Ali. Where are we going with this?
I've never been able to really figure it all out.
I don't speak German, sorry.
3 letters, Jan.
If they would
I
just
don't speak German,
deactivate
sorry.
mine, I would be actually quite happy.
I hear
Nacho,
you.
Did I tell you I went to Buenos Aires over the holidays?
Did you go?
Yeah.
When?
Like Christmas to New Year's, kind of.
Oh, really? Did you
Buenos
like
Aires
it?
and Patagonia. Yeah, I liked it a lot. It was really nice.
You went to Patagonia?
I just didn't have enough.
A little bit. It was kind of a last-minute trip, so we did 2 days in Buenos Aires, 3 or 4 days in Patagonia, and then 3 nights in Buenos Aires.
You already say Buenos Aires. Don't repeat.
No, we went Buenos Aires.
Ah, Buenos Aires.
And then back, yeah.
You only went for 1 week?
My wife works.
Limp and
Why
fold
she works? You're rich.
for wood against Yachman.
Likes working.
She likes working?
Yeah.
Imagine that, Nacho.
What? She didn't work.
You never heard about that yet? That's
No.
Once they have a job.
If she did, if she didn't work,
I mean, really, I bet you
Order
never
fruit plate.
work your whole life.
No.
Order fruit plate,
Seriously.
please.
No.
Fruit plate.
if she didn't work, she would need to stay at home with me all day. Think about that. Think about that for a
You're
second.
right about that. Oh my God, no.
24 hours a day with me?
Luton score. What a bad
wouldn't want
night.
to deprive you of something.
Sounds like
Offside, come on, let's do it. Give me an offside. I'm gonna wager 60.
I don't know.
huge hand for Ivy.
In particular,
And
the-
aces for Wood, who's going to
hang
go
on.
bounty hunting big time.
It's the nonchalance of it all for
No, the
Barbero.
nonchalance of Barbero with the
One of those
8-5-4
races,
deuce, too. You have to be kidding me. It's not even off size, but they
Come
throw
on,
the
bro,
card.
Stop it. Every time I raise
And I
it,
will
3-bet me,
wager
are you out of your
a
mind?
60.
A lot more than that on request now, courtesy of these aces for Matthew.
This is
and
an interesting spot for Jan Peter. Looks like he's gone, but with all those 40s, do you just pot it and go for it? He's out. I don't know.
You know, that's an interesting thing. But
You
you
know.
know, look at Nacho
You know
out
exactly
there.
how
He
many
is.
No,
I
but
need to see if I cover you. I need the exact count.
This hand, so I want to be different.
Nacho might gamble.
Well, it depends on this offside call.
40 I can't even speak right now. 40 dimes, though. You know, if
585
Jan Peter
back.
gambles and showers them, that's a
585
$1.20 if they all stick it in. I mean, it is a huge overlay.
585 back, you have?
Plus the 275.
How much is that, Sam? Please.
This is another great deuce to 7 hand here this for Barbero.
585 back, right?
It's not the game we're playing, though.
And that's 275? Okay. So that's 680, 785 plus 75. I think I cover you. Okay, I call.
Ooh.
All right, Nacho.
He is the covering stack over the top of Wood. They run 2-3 at this table.
Ivy is in. Big one
you
here.
planted Ivy stack? Oh my God, that's not nice. I have a very good hand in South America.
I've never known what that
I know
meant.
that fucking name.
Neither has he.
I do know that we're in Asia, though.
From South America, you had a good hand?
I have a good hand
This
in
is the
South
nuts
America.
in Buenos Aires. You know?
Modest side pot develops here.
Nacho with the wheel draw. Top set for Wood. Also a wheel draw. Ivy with not much. What a spot for Matthew Wood.
Broadway gutter and the 10 for Ivy currently working.
Surprised he has 16%.
Wood says pot here. And that's going to take down the 10K on the outside. Barbero doesn't have a diamond in hand, just so little.
I think it's back to the soccer game for Nacho.
Yeah. And then it's on their backs for Ivy and Wood.
I had diamonds, small.
6653.
The 10 actually, I misspoke, doesn't work, given that it is top set for Wood. Just the jack required. Sean went to here for it.
I had small diamonds.
Yeah, so that's what you got.
I mean, he had hearts cover though.
Look at how pretty Phil's hand is.
What you had?
Doesn't matter, but I had diamonds.
So,
Diamonds?
870 in this main pot.
Oop.
Whoop. Whoop.
Now the nut flush draw removes the jack of hearts from the equation for Phil Ivy. Can he keep his seat and work his way toward the money here? The answer is no. As the 8 of clubs will bring his run to an end.
GG, Phil.
No money, no bounties.
No money, no bounties. That's
I almost flubbed the wheel.
unpleasant.
What's that?
3-5 would have helped too.
Sort of a max pain.
Yeah. I definitely.
affair.
No, I had the 5 in my hand.
Good.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I flop, and I see the flop, I'm in. And
Yeah, but I have to call. I have all 4 live cards. Double suited 4 live cards. And I know you guys are sharing cards probably.
Who's that?
You too. You probably share cards in that hand.
I mean, this is. You shouldn't.
So that bounty, by the way, 40 dimes being
jokes.
collected
People
by
say
Matthew Wood along with the remains of Ivy's stack. Now running 5th overall does the Canadian.
That you share cards, that they have the same cards in hand.
Not that they're sharing.
That's what they.
Not cheating.
Bro, you
Yeah.
Understand.
Yeah.
Sharing, yeah, but it sounds stupid. I mean, sharing cards.
I think you sounding stupid right now. By the way. It's okay, you don't know how to speak Spanish, it's fine. Oh,
Queen
they took
five
it back,
duck
the goal.
for Wood.
Yeah, Nachito is happy.
You hear that, Ali? Nachito is happy.
Everyone heard that. Wood. Following up on aces with queens and small diamonds. 6s and proper diamonds for Yachman. Played as a flat on the button behind. Jacks find the bin. As both blinds are out of there. These two gentlemen are deep. Seven, 3 deuce. Queens. Functioning quite well against this specific holding.
145.
135.
Follow through is sizable.
135.
145.
135.
For Jan Peter with the backdoor diamonds and the straight blockers,
Sean Winter magic is
if a 4 or a 5 comes, does he want to continue?
Oh yeah, he's doing it now?
He's got 9.
He's gone?
Fucking savage.
He's a monster, man.
He's a monster. He can be with... I needed that flop. That was... Oh my god. What?
Last hand, you mean?
I needed that flop last hand. Come on, Dylan, what are you doing to me? You just spread it the next... Oh my god.
1530.
You know, I'm getting...
Oh.
And it isn't just all like
20 big lines, guys.
doppelganger vibes at all, but some Ben
I had a
Lamb
chance to win a
vibes
bounty
off of
and double
Matthew
bounty.
Wood.
Oh my god, I ran so bad.
You know, not quite as
It's not the
mischievous
year of
as
the Nacho
Lamb
anymore.
out there.
I'm not getting that, but shout out Ben Lamb.
Another 4-card legend, by the way,
course.
is
The year
Lamb.
of Nacho started.
I lost
No, before.
3 huge all-ins on the final table. I won an all-in when I had 4 big blind left.
15 and 30 we play now.
I lost the first all-ins against the guy that had aces.
How much?
When I had ace, king, jack, 7 double. Then I lost kings to aces of Joao. And then the other guy, he called me with ace, king, 9-7 suited when I had him crash. Yeah, I won the all-in with 4 big blinds because I misread my hand. Yeah.
It's still hand by hand, right?
No, not
No, it's not. No.
Wood.
Why was it hand by hand before?
80 if you do. Again, Dylan folds
Too
jacks.
fast, so the other tables caught up.
How much?
They look on that too. That's interesting.
We are
Nice.
2 away from
Only
the money now.
I don't
16
cover you,
remaining.
because if I cover you, I call.
Very good quality on that.
But I don't cover you, Matt. So I let you leave. It's fine.
This feature has really just been draped in goo.
I'm gonna get one of these guys here tomorrow.
Yes.
Right? The ones I cover. The bald
Boundless
guys.
doses of it being
The super pros.
delivered by Nacho.
Maybe. I'm running so bad that you guys are gonna win the hand for sure.
I know.
Yeah, I'm very good.
I'm confident.
I know Dylan and I famously just racking up the cash at this rate.
Yeah.
You guys are killing it, huh?
Yeah.
We're having a great week. This team here is having, I don't know who is having a worse week here.
So many final tables, so many.
Double suited.
We're lacking other things, guys.
7-5-3. Covering the lean part of the deck. Jan Peter limps it. Having Matthew Wood directly to his right,
That's right. At least I got my
albeit
facial
in
hair.
the big blind on this occasion, is
You can get
actually
it.
quite nice
You can get it in.
Go ahead means
for Jan Peter,
Check.
No way.
as it should keep
No.
Matthew in line here.
I done it.
It's definitely the best seat.
All the money I saved on barber fees, I can afford to run bad Triton because I don't have to get
Barbero.
my
Right
right.
about that.
Huge flop for Jan Peter.
Yeah,
Save money.
small blind.
Maybe
limp
huge
here.
is an overstatement, but a lot going on. For Nachito, he's got the 3 and the 7. Wood with the 6s and deuces is seeing what's going on.
Where are those?
225.
I'm doing a treatment now. So good.
Yachman
I got so much hair.
puts in the raise now, and
You
Wood,
remember last Triton I was,
with those
I
6s
was
and
getting
deuces,
super
just
bogey.
concedes.
Where are you? I didn't know.
What you had?
Two
Nice
pairs
play
are,
from Yatman.
Two pairs are tricky out there in
the
PLO,
fuck,
especially on these
baby shit?
sort of damp textures. If the straight's
been in there.
already there,
You'd have been in
the
there.
problems are evident.
No.
That's a nacho
The
special.
flush draws are
Very
present.
good hand.
I'm just,
That's exactly right, Ali.
you find that with the PLO.
No.
The players are done their hand, they just tell all the
You
cards.
would really, if the hand just ended right there, you'd be like, oh, this is okay.
I need to run to the restroom soon. So wait for someone telling us to wait. You are.
Or if you see a slow pop room.
Could just do what that gentleman did at the Commerce that one day.
You wouldn't be referring to the gentleman's a bit rich, but the man who relieved himself on a dealer?
It wasn't gonna share the on the dealer part, but yes, the relieving of oneself just right in the 5 seat.
Now, I'm sure some ears have perked up out there.
I wasn't
suddenly.
unfortunately referring to. Was it on the
Shit going
dealer?
on over there.
Yeah.
Man,
Big pot, right?
Under the table,
that should be at
No,
least
they all look very intense.
2-hour
Warren,
penalty. No,
everybody
I'm
is
kidding.
fine.
yeah. That should be at
You
least an
gotta
orbit.
get, you gotta
Somebody
get.
know
No,
the
that's got to
table.
be jail time.
You,
9s for Wood. Very rare to be a 2-1 favorite with 9-9-8-4.
note the
Probably the guy
blocker
that's-
value of the 9s on this Jack 8-7 board here as the 2 play limped blind versus blind.
Jason Kuhn.
Yachman
GG,
with the
my
2-way
friend.
straight draw.
Great card
Just
for
see the
Wood.
best.
But it's Yatman who's stabbing.
Uh-huh.
He was
Can I
given
see
the
it, Han?
opportunity
I
to
wanna
do
really
so.
see that,
50
Han.
dimes.
Nice
That's
find
look
from
really
Wood
good
continuing.
There's this amazing app called Triton Poker.
Yeah, but I have my phone here.
Will I pot it all in with
Very
10 blinds and aces?
Arid river.
Jason had like king, queen, 10 something. No, because no.
Let's look at the hand.
Yeah, and then Yeah, we can look it up. I think
Oh, this is nice from Jan Peter if he does it. He does do it.
Jason put in the craziest hand, I think, frankly.
As I'm watching the game in the
Jason,
shitty apps, when you take it out, it's
so Jason had King 10 5-4 double.
Okay.
Okay.
And Laszlo puts it in with Jack 10 Jack 6 double.
Okay.
And then the flop is Ace Jack 7.
Oh.
Oh, so all is good.
150.
Great call from Matthew Wood.
Check call.
It's kind of close because Dan
Strong.
Smith covers.
Caught his man speeding.
Didn't believe him, Ollie. Simple as that.
And there's no world in which this is value on the end from the 9-8, simply on the strength of the 9 blocker Yachman.
No.
Looking to
No, he was bluffing.
dispatch.
3 players behind Jason cover him. So like.
Yeah, it's tough because you just get, and it's
But
like.
he has a pretty. He has an.
Aren't they 14 players?
I mean,
Yeah. He runs. Especially need a nut suit.
Yeah. Just because you're very likely to go 3 ways, right?
You gonna be quick, Jan?
It literally.
Yeah, you gonna be quick?
Like,
Are you gonna be quick?
and not like.
Are you gonna be quick?
Time, but like.
I'll use a time bank if you get fucked.
When.
Okay.
No, but it was not at the table when I started dealing.
Oh, it's
When somebody had the ace of diamonds.
Just go, bro. Who cares? You're on the small line. You're not gonna play the hand.
When somebody had the.
In the moment.
Nah, wait. One more hand. It's hand for hand.
Urgency, perhaps, beginning to brew as bladder capacity being toyed with over there for Yachman, perhaps at the other feature. Now handheld once more.
We got one hand behind both tables? We did. What's up? I understand. You're saying we got one hand behind both tables. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna check that.
What's the app going to show you?
I want to see it. Count the hands.
Ding Biao involved in one here. Raised to 75,000. Divorce flatting. The flop is Queen, Queen 5. Biao slips it.
Check.
I think we're supposed to make up more than one.
How often do you work out?
Check.
Never? You? About as much as
Divorce, by the way, did check back. Third queen arrived on the turn.
So when you leave the gym every day, what were you doing in the gym?
Okay. Another round of checks.
No.
Divorce and Ding Biao very deep.
He never works out.
Treading lightly,
You
of
never work
course.
out. Yet you're always leaving the gym.
And let's see if anyone wants what's out there here. These sorts of textures with trips.
We'll try to get this to $1 million and then find out back down to 100.
5 seconds. That's 100,000. And folks.
And on the river,
Yeah, we're playing.
the barrel does come in from Biao.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Divorce lays it down.
No, like we are good. No, not like walk the other way good. Like you don't need to run good.
Ali, it
No,
appears some
Brimford is
hand-for-hand
number 5,
action is upon us,
and
my
Nottingham Forest is
friend.
number 6 from bottom to top. But 1 point difference.
15 left, 14 paid.
Is it 15 or 16? It is stone 15, Ali.
Jason Kuhn.
GG,
The most
Jason.
Recent departure and It came at the hands of Ole Shemian. Aces for
90.
Ole in that exchange, which involved Laszlo Boitas as well.
Have a Bedugi.
Very good hand.
Now you can go. Run.
I want to play the button. I want to get your bounty.
Why
I'm
you
going one hand after, maybe.
Why you wanna get my bounty, bro?
Raise and take there from the smaller guy.
Why?
I'm gonna bust you.
Because it's an honor to bust you.
I'm gonna bust you before the tournament finishes.
You don't, it is tricky. You part, you know.
Hello.
You want to let Dylan and I see flops, you know. Don't want to just go crazy. Gotta collect those.
Like in
chances.
Germans cannot beat Argentina any football.
I just
match,
had to
so I
fold a
have
good
bust
hand,
you in
but it
poker.
was a Bedugi.
Understand?
It's hard for you to beat me in poker, I tell you that.
No, it wasn't that good of a hand. I mean, I had an ace. And a queen.
It really has been something, the exchanges between Barbero and Jagman. And by the way, credit to Jan Peter for engaging
Just
and
Barbero
staying
and
toe-to-toe.
Barbero and everybody has been unbelievable. What about when he was asking Stevie about the mustache?
Forgot about that.
45,000.
The mask stuff with Ike. Then he put the mask on for an hour.
Monotone.
Stab from Devoris. Yes, Ali, please.
8-3 deuce of hearts. Devoris was the pre-flop raiser to 75,000.
Okay.
Big blind defense from Ding Biao as these two tussle once more. Believe
5 seconds.
action is on
And call.
Ding Biao here. After Devoris c-bet for 45,000, the call is made. Another 90 into the middle as we await the turn, which is a black 5.
I guess it would be the smallest stone bubble of the week.
Believe that is a black 5, Holly.
So in a sense, you're lucky
Check.
regardless.
Check from Ding. Little bit tough without whole cards. We can study the players, decide who we think has the best hand. King of Hearts on the river.
After the round of checks, Stone Money Bubble, obviously we expect some caginess here.
They're both deep enough, though, that they can kind of... It would be very hard to just get stacked, but indeed, some caginess for sure.
You know, keeping an eye on Sean Winter with 4 bigs.
That has been a theme.
Check.
Check from Ding. What are you going to do, Daniel? He's looking back. He's going to check. Oh, sounds like Ding has it.
What do we have?
I believe it's a winner from Ding who immediately declared fuck when Daniel checked. That made me feel that he felt he had the best hand.
He had flopped the nut flush. He had aces to begin with, just too much hand. But Devoris, by the way, note his
I don't really know. They gave
really
away the-
performed
they gave
well
away
in
the
those
free, but
spots
he's
against
a
Ding to
monster.
minimize damages.
Pretty crafty,
Yeah.
Devoris.
I have one too.
You're right.
Those are hard-earned chips
Yes.
No, it's
in front of
like,
Double D. And a hard-earned trophy as well.
I
You
think
see
they're
it there.
planning on building
There
a
it is.
casino in
Atop the
Estonia.
Okay.
acrylic podium.
I have the worst version, though.
Let this Jan Peter
Yakman
Yakman get to the bathroom, you know? He's
Wait,
gyrating
wait,
at the
to get
table.
You can see that I think the leg,
Maybe yacht.
the
maybe
restless leg
casino.
is definitely.
He could have made it, too. It's not that far. Yes, go, bro. Who cares?
Here's a bottle.
It's just one hand. I mean,
Do you think you will fill this up?
you're gonna go in your pants. He's crazy. You know, I was playing with Jan Peter. He has to take a piece for like 2 hours. I'm like, bro,
No,
you
it's
can miss
amazing.
one hand. He has 3 millions in chips.
No, you can't believe it, the strength he has of.
No,
in the
now
blood.
he's running, but he's 10 for hand. He had 5 minis before. He's scared to miss his button. He has 2.2 millions.
Nacho special?
Nacho special.
Fuck, I have pocket jocks. Fuck my life.
Winner for Wood, by the way. This
What are
might
you
be a, might be a quick.
Bro. I know. Times are tough. I can tell.
Big scramble,
You're already min cash
maybe
for $1,
courtesy
I mean.
scramble.
No, Germany cannot beat Argentina in soccer. He cannot beat me at poker. I tell you that.
Oh shit! So we don't get the dollar.
Yes, whoever came 21st gets it.
Who got the dollar?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
How's everybody doing out there? Are there any 4-card grinders in the chat?
I've been looking through, and it does seem that there are a few who are a fan of the 4-card discipline that are out there. In fact, somebody mentioned that they were watching whilst grinding 4-card.
There it is. There's a lot of 4-card grinders out there. What a game. And a less, solved game than No Limit. We overthrow solved around. It's, you know what I mean? But this game is, there's a lot of stuff in PLO, but, it's a little more spicy.
Imagine if the legendary Phil Galfond would book a ticket and come out here.
That
Give
would be
these
nice.
Guys a handful.
You want to swap?
Once again, action out here. This time, Devoris involved with Lear.
Thank you, James Dempsey, in the chat. Thank you so much for the kind words. This guy's grinding on GG. Argentina is here. Are you actually in Argentina, Rubber Soul?
The path here briefly a raise to 75,000 from Devoris.
Please, Ali. There's a hand going on. Pardon me.
Lear in the big blind did defend the 9-9-10 board. He led out for this 150 as we just saw, and Devoris flatted now. A Queen of Hearts on the turn and 2 checks, which will bring us a river card.
And there it is.
Double paired board now. Now Lear barrels once more. 200,000 after the brief break in action on the turn. Believe we've transitioned to the southern hemisphere. Looks like some legwork going on there for Ding.
The southern hemisphere, he says.
Devoris chewing here. Time bank.
And Lear's tough. He showed it earlier with that King, Queen, 10-8, hard club. Remember that one, Ali?
Yeah, I do.
When Jan Peter had 10s?
He had air.
I think it was... He had stone air for sure, but the line was... he's always capable of bluffing the river, put it that way.
This was big blind defend, lead 150, check turn. Now we're swinging once more.